Yeah, now it's official. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our February 13th, 2024 Whitewater Township Board meeting. We'll call this meeting to order at 9:03 a.m. And if you'll help me sing the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call when ready.
Goss here, Bennick here. Glenn,
Here.
Valmute,
Here.
Pop.
Here. There's potentially some changes to the order of the agenda. Mr. Patterson is available for new business number 15 around 9:30 a.m. So would we just like to deal with that item at 9:30 a.m. or what's the board's pleasure?
I mean, if he's available, I don't think it makes a difference to do it at that point in time.
Okay, so just leave it where it's at?
No, I'm saying do it at 9:30. That's
Okay, all right. Anybody else have comments on that?
But maybe we should, people that are doing reports, maybe we should get to them. So they're not sitting and waiting for us.
Yeah,
If we could squeeze that in first.
so are you saying that, okay, yeah. Yep, so we'll get public comment and reports out of the way and see what time it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other changes or adjustments?
I was gonna add something, but I changed it to put it in a report.
Okay. So we'll set the agenda as it is. Any conflicts of interest this morning? Okay, public comment here in the Township Hall. Good morning. Anyone for public comment?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Amber Voice, 5999 Bags Road. I am here in support of the Elk Rapid Youth Baseball banners. I know they're on the agenda today. And the program is a really good program for the kids in the area. Last year, the baseball program had 170 kids, ages 4 to 14. The banners help support the program. You guys have allowed it the last few years. In return, we help donate money back to the township for every banner that we do sell, as well as the program does help donate time to drag the fields. They donated bases last year. There is chalk for people who need to use it if there are other teams that come in the area too. This year also the program did bring in softball into the program to help support them. So not only this year will the baseball program be supporting their 170 kids, but we're also going to be scooping up roughly another 60 to 75 young students to play in this program. So any support the township can help us and we can help you back would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Anyone else here in Township Hall wishing to make public comment? Anyone out in Zoom land wishing to make public comment? Good morning, Connie.
Good morning. I see there was a late addition to the agenda to discuss the proposed Bags Road Keep Whitewater Rural Settlement. Attorney Patterson has recommended the board consider a closed session to discuss strategies and elements of a proposed settlement. I would like to remind everyone, the litigation deals with the township not following the ordinances. It's not about the intended use of the property. The Baggs Road property is non-conformant to the zoning ordinance number 12 and general ordinance number 26. That's fact. The property is greater than the 4-to-1 depth to width ratio. It's almost 6-to-1, a 45% error. Per state statute, there are only 2 ways to resolve non-conformant property. Number 1, the property is purchased by the township, or number 2, the owners continue to own the property. It remains non-conformant and thus remains not buildable. So the elements of a proposed statement should deal with how much the township is going to purchase the Baggs Road property for. This can be an amount agreed to between the buyer or seller, or the township can just declare an amount. Or the property owners can continue to own it. When does it end? Thousands of taxpayer dollars have already been spent with no end in sight. The only people getting rich around here are the township's attorneys. Their misguided opinions are what brought us here today. General Ordinance 26 clearly states non-conformant property cannot be issued a building permit. It also clearly states that any such property cannot be sent to the ZBA for a variance. By simply following the township laws in the first place would have saved thousands of taxpayer dollars, hundreds of man hours in meetings, and maintained public confidence in our elected officials. Thank you.
Anyone else out in Zoom land? Okay. Seeing none, we will move into reports and presentations. Good morning, Daryl.
It's not a normal spot. I don't know how to act. Daryl Nelson, County Commissioner, District 6. Hello, everybody. Winter's back, I guess. I don't know. A lot going on the last month. Unfortunately, a lot of things are front page of the paper, so that's always makes it a little more fun for us. I've talked a lot in the past about Northern Lakes Community Mental Health. We really kind of got into their business. We put a lot of pressure on them. We felt like there was things that could be improved and issues there. If you saw in the paper, I don't know, about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, the audit found all sorts of inconsistencies, creating of documents, falsely moving money. There could be criminal charges. There's definitely going to be some problems with it and some changes. And probably, unfortunately, when you're dealing with federal and state money like they are, some of that money had to be returned. The problem with all that is the people that really need those services are being affected again. So there's a full NMRE, which is the agency that oversees mental health in that mental health agency in the state. They are conducting a full, complete forensic audit. So stay tuned for that. It's really unfortunate. But we got a lot of flack for getting in their business, and I think we've already made a lot of changes and we found a lot of problems. So unfortunately that's the case, but you guys work with money, you understand about moving things around. You can't just move things and create documents, and that doesn't work, and it shouldn't work. It shouldn't be how it's done. Beta's suing us. So I'm not gonna talk much more about that because it's a lawsuit, but bus services shouldn't be affected. But we're also trying to improve services for the constituents there as well. Grand Traverse Pavilions is a great story. We are doing really well there. They got all their money back. It's like, well, some of it's still coming, but they got like $10 million back, made them whole. They had a business plan we kind of put together with them with a dashboard at 145 patients. They can make money and, or, you know, they're to support themselves. The accounting works. They're at 155 last week. So I didn't get a count this week, but they're doing well. Services, they had a new director. It started middle of January. The interim director stayed on and he's still a resource. So things are really rocking there. So we're glad to report that. The courts are talking about, there's the northern and southern district courts or northern and southern, like Antrim and Grand Traverse. Antrim is talking about splitting off. They're about 15% of the court system. I don't know what's going to happen with that. We'll see. Camp Graylick. We've been negotiating with Rotary to buy Rotary camps to probably purchase Camp Graylick to make it a county park. We're not looking to have the chicken dance wafting over Rennie Lake. That's not our point. We're not looking at boat races with Miss Budweiser boats out there on Rennie Lake. Those some of the things that we've heard that we were going to do. That's not the case. We were negotiating in confidence. Rotary went public with it. So it's become a public issue now. If anyone knows anyone at Rotary, please reach out to them and express, if you feel that way, an interest in having that be a county park. There are apparently 2 private buyers looking at it, which means it goes away. We won't have public access to it. We're hoping to make it a public park. We'll have a very robust public input session if we can be the buyer of this property. And but we're looking at a county park, not a wedding venue, not those type of things. John Chase, Parks Director, has done a little preliminary work, done the assets of what's out there, and kind of has some plans for what maybe could be done to present to the public. But we'll have a lot of discussion about that. I personally am very excited about this because I spent a lot of time out there as a youth, and I was a Cub Master and a Scout Master. Spent a lot of time camping out there. It's a beautiful, beautiful piece of property that has things set up. If you're not familiar with it, I'm hoping that we can have some open houses out there. If this progresses, I'd encourage you to come out and see what the camp has to offer. It's a beautiful, beautiful location. It's 200 acres. If we were to purchase this, that'll put together 2,000 acres of conservancy property, city parkland, county parkland. I think it'd be a huge asset. That 200 acres, it might not be, you never know when stuff like that comes available, but when it does, you have to act. And our time is now on this. And if it's gone forever. So we're really hoping. I'm very hopeful personally. Another top issue, the Traverse City Air Show is, and so I'm on the airport board, and the airport has grown significantly in the last 5 years, which is unusual for airports. We're the 3rd biggest airport in the state of Michigan. In the month of July, we're the 2nd biggest airport for number of planes in and out in the entire state. In the entire Midwest, it's unusual for airports to be growing. We grew, what was it? We went from 600,000 to 700,000 roughly in numbers just last year alone in 2023. Matter of fact, the state of Michigan had a growth in passengers on and off, embarkments and debarkments, of 370,000 passengers in the entire state of Michigan increase. 31.8% of that was in Traverse City Airport. So over 100,000, it's like 103,000 in just Traverse City's airport. So in the summer, during Cherry Festival time, peak July times, there are between 65, 70 flights per day in and out of the airport. And because Traverse City Airport, many of the flights are in the afternoon. If you leave, you leave early in the morning. Inbound, they come in the afternoon. So the air show, as much as we all love the air show, and I love the air show personally, was looking to close down it when the high performance jets are flying. There's a 5-mile flight restriction, and the airport has to close. So for 3 to 4 hours in the past, the airport used to close. The airport board, which I'm a member of, we're looking at how this works and working with the CEO out there, it's gonna cost, this year, it would cost about $3.5 million to our customers. I don't know what business you can be in that you can tell your customers that they got to take a hit of $3.5 million because we're doing an air show. So we're hoping to reduce the time to a 1 hour window for high performance jets, the Blue Angels in this case, in this year, so that we can move things an hour, but moving a 3 hour window. Think about going to the Grand Treasure Resort on 4th of July weekend and saying you got to empty your building out for 4 hours and your staff has to stay and work for this nonprofit. And we're going to do that. It's actually 4 days in a row because it starts on Thursday. So, and think about the larger jets coming in right now. It's about $100,000 in ticket revenue alone, not to mention our tenants in the airport, the cafe, the rental cars. When air shows going on and the airport's closed for 3 or 4 hours, those tenants aren't getting any money either. So, and it has a ripple effect on the airlines because, you know, the guy in Wichita or Olympia, Washington, wherever is doing the scheduling for these carriers, of which we have 5 carriers, when that schedule gets messed up like that, it tends to go about 3 months each way because flights are kind of regular and they're like, yeah, we're just gonna, you know, and I can understand that, you know, if you're a tier 2 supplier and you try to shut down GM's line, it's kind of the same thing. They just will find another supplier. So that's the position we're in. The board's directed the board chair of our board and the CEO of the airport to work with the Cherry Festival people to try to figure out a way that works for both of us and come back by March 12th. Luckily, the board chair of our board worked for the Cherry Festival Air Show for 30 years. He was the past director, so he's very familiar with it. So when you hear that Charter City Airport's trying to shut down the air show, that's not true. We're trying to have the air show occur with a minimum downtime from the high performance jets. All the other planes that aren't high performance, even the A-10s, except for when they're doing high performance stuff, they can still occur. And but they were trying to expand they want to expand that time and they want to have more military jets, and it's just too difficult. Other air shows, and like we talked about, what if we were to go out of have the planes land like in Gaylord or somewhere else, but it's where the air show itself is. And if you look at a map, you can't move the box where the planes fly over. If you move that 2 miles north, it's hard to see. So there's not, logistically, it's kind of a difficult thing to do. Most of the other almost all the other big air shows are done more than 5 miles away from an airport. That's how they can get away with, like Chicago and San Diego, some of the big air shows. They use a general aviation airport, not the airliner airport. So facilities master plan that just came out. We did a kind of a inventory of all of our properties and all of our buildings. The big number at the bottom, the $200 million, I think kind of scared everybody, kind of scared me. We have hundreds of questions. We're going to have, I'm sure, several meetings to just talk about what we're going to do. We don't want to just have fancy buildings and just provide the same service. It's got to make sense. So nobody's waiting to write a check for $200 million and just move everything everywhere. So some people have suggested that we're trying to move the county seat. Of course, everything's on the table, but I don't think there's a plan for that either. But we're trying to, we have to invest some money in our jail and some of the other things. So it's time to do this inventory and be smart about it. Last thing, the clerks, if you know a county clerk, township clerk, or anything like that, be nice to them because we're going into a really rough season. The laws have changed drastically, and they're going to have a really fun time the next few months. So it's all being figured out as we go, kind of thing, not by the fault of the clerks, but the state's been really behind in getting stuff to them. So I'm hearing good things about how the county clerk has been doing. Talked to a lot of clerks. They've been pretty pleased as much as they can be with all the stuff that's getting thrown at them. So, but be nice to your clerks. And the last thing I want to say is thanks to supervisor, Mr. Pop, takes guts to be in elected office, and I know that you're choosing not to run. You publicly stated that, so I just want to say thank you you take a lot of hits, you take a lot of bruises for being in this job. It's not easy, but the pay is low, so
There is
There's
that.
there is that.
There
You
is
guys all know
that.
about that.
It's funny, you and I had the same response there.
Yep.
Noah.
Yeah.
It's a hard job, but the pay is low, so. But anyway, I just wanted to recognize that.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, and that's all I have, unless you guys have any questions.
They used to be called CMH, right?
Yeah, it's Northern Lakes Community Mental Health, but yeah, CMH is the kind of
I
the
don't know why. they
shorthand. It's like
changed names,
FedEx versus Federal Express, yeah.
They're in a lot of doo-doo, huh?
I would say the accounting practices are in a lot of doo-doo.
Is any of their programs in danger of stopping or?
I don't think so, because a lot of them are mandated. We're trying to, we're putting a lot of money toward that community mental health facility. We're trying to, lack of a better word, one-stop shopping for, we were working with somebody last week that it took us 2 weeks to find them help. And the commissioner that works with the mental health side of things took her 2 weeks to help get this woman help who was having a family issue. And it just shouldn't be that way. And when there's different agencies in different buildings, we want to be able to have somebody show up at one facility and get directed to where you need to go. Sometimes those are crisis, and sometimes we've got teenagers who are spending 2 weeks in the emergency room because there's no place for them to go, and that doesn't make any sense at all. So I don't know if I can answer that correctly or factually. It's more than I can maybe know, but I guess what I would say is we're working really hard to make it better, because I don't think I'm not taking anything away from the people that work at Northern Lakes Community Mental Health. There's some really, really good people working there who are doing a really hard job and really important job. And they deserve an agency that's well-run, not having to give money back to the states or the feds, God forbid, if that has to happen. And that the administration is serving them, not causing these kind of problems. So
Sounds like they need new management.
I'm not even sure. I'm holding back because I don't know the answer to that, but like I say, we've been for 18 months, maybe 2 years now, kind of getting the microscope out and working and trying to, where there's smoke, there's fire, and we're finding the
If you
fires
can
and trying to
help
put them
them the
out.
way you
Sorry.
help the Pavilions.
What's that?
If you can help them the way you help the pavilions, that would be ideal.
The pavilions was a lot simpler, and there wasn't any, accusations of malfeasance. So,
Right.
so it's sad. I mean, it's disgusting. So, anything else?
Where do they get most of their funding?
Northern Lakes?
Yeah.
I don't have the percentages, but it's a combination of, there's the 6 counties that are members of it. Grand Traverse County is about almost 700,000.
Mhm.
The other counties make up a lot less of that. Like the next biggest county, I think, is Leland, like 150,000. But that's a small drop in the bucket. The rest of it is, a lot of it's state that comes through federal or federal direct.
Insurance.
I suspect that most of it is state money that comes from the state budget and is flow through from Medicaid and
Yeah.
all sorts of different funds. And as you can imagine, it's not an easy accounting system, but
Yeah.
you have to do it right.
Well, billing is particularly difficult.
Mm.
Medical billing is a very complicated process.
Yeah, and on the pavilions committee I'm on, and I used to be on a state healthcare board previously, before I was involved in government. And if you think government accounting is weird versus private accounting, healthcare accounting is just,
Mhm.
it almost makes no sense, but it is what it is.
That's why it's ours, baby.
Thankfully, our
why
government
it's
is
ours.
intimately involved in our healthcare so that it runs well.
Yep. That's why it's ours.
Yeah. Anything else?
Thank you.
Thanks. Sorry, it was such a long report.
Newsy.
Morning, chief.
Good morning. Fire Chief Brandon Flynn of Whitewater Township Fire Department. I don't have as many things going on at the fire department as the county does, so my report should be a little bit shorter. But nonetheless, January always seems to come in like a lion for some reason. Our call volume has stayed steady, so that's a good thing, and the weather has helped us out a little bit. But we were able to, I have some new brush truck drama. We were able to get this skid unit transferred over, which was a big help. Actually, Eric Sanborn with Elmer's stepped up. Him and I were just talking one day and I mentioned it to him, and they had some equipment down at Acme Corners and we kind of all rendezvoused there, and he transferred over the skid unit for us, which was a nice help. And Heights Machinery, they didn't have a problem doing it. He was just kind of lacking in time. He was gonna have to come in on a Saturday, so I told him how much we appreciated his offer to do it, but it just worked better for Elmer's to do it, so. Which was a good thing because our little DNR brush truck died on the side of the road a couple weeks ago, so I had that to deal with. We prematurely sent it back to the DNR. I was kind of hoping to wait a couple more months, but that was pretty nice. The DNR didn't want us to put any money into it, so I wasn't expecting that. I kind of expected to deliver it back to them the same way we got it, driving a workable vehicle, but they said, no, we'll take care of it, which was pretty cool. And they came and picked it up on a flatbed. So we don't have that in our inventory anymore. We're down to one brush truck. Probably next board meeting, I'll have a request to sell our other brush truck, the 1969 AM General.
The big guy.
The big guy, yeah. So for a little while there, our back parking lot looked like a scrapyard, trucks laying around. But we're getting it all cleaned up. Our new brush truck is technically in service. The skid unit does work. I have to do a little bit of wiring, and CSI has to do some plumbing work on it, which they are getting prepped and ready to do that. So we're moving along. We're coming near the end of that project. It's been the project that just keeps on giving here in the last 2.5 years. So I can see the light at the end of the tunnel.
It'll be ready for fire season.
Yes. Yep. In fact, we can use it now. So I'm just glad the little brush truck died on a training night, not during a call, because that thing just died. And there was no starting it, no limping it to the nearest parking lot. It was just on the side of the road dead. But the big news was we were awarded a 2% grant. We found out in mid-January that we received a $16,548 grant for 4 sets of turnout gear, which was much needed. We have at least, I was able over the past few years, weed out some of our old turnout gear. But we do have 2 sets that are expired this year, which need to be replaced. And then we have 2 sets for 2 new employees. Which last year and the beginning of this year was a very good year for replacing PPE. We received the Michigan Department of Treasury grant for boots and gloves and a few other things. Last year I received a 2% grant for all new helmets. The Cosgrove Foundation stepped up and bought a set of gear for one of my new employees, which was really nice of him. He just, it's no messing around with him. He's like, what can I do to help? And he just writes a check, sends it off. The gear is ordered. It should be arriving here in the next month or so. So that was a big help. And now we have four new sets of gear coming. So it was a good year for PPE last year and the beginning of this year. And everybody steps up to help, which helps me out too. So, and I do have an updated grant tracker. I know I have one in this pamphlet, I think. And somewhere in here beyond my annual report. Yeah, there it is. So I do have an updated version that I can give you during budget season when we have our special meeting. So other than that, does anybody have any questions on our annual report? Everything's kind of just steady. I did put a 5-year at a glance. I don't know if anybody looked at that, just
Oh, I did.
from when I started in 2018 till it's actually 5.5 year, but it was easier to go to the end of the year. Just to give a snapshot of the progress we made or didn't make, however you want to look at it. To me, it's a little bit of progress, maybe not forward progress. Because, if you look at the snapshot, we have the same vehicles, the same 1 mil operating budget, the same 50-year-old fire station. So if you look at it that way, there's a lot of things that really haven't changed, but internally with the gear and the equipment, stuff like that, we've made some pretty good progress. Which probably Rule should have been working on, before I got there, but nonetheless, we're getting through it and it's baby steps, it can't happen all at once, just like Daryl was alluding to. So, we make little bit of chunks of progress, right? And eventually it all kind of comes together. So,
Appreciate those reports.
oh, yeah. And I
And-
try not to get too crazy with it, but
And the graph kind of shows an upward trend over the period.
It didn't show we were.
for calls, yeah.
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 And so, we have a unique opportunity to get in front of being behind the 8 ball. So, your comment about rural should have been doing something. I totally support that opinion. So now let's not us make that same mistake. So hopefully, we can correct those. Yeah. Mhm.
Good deal. That's all I got. You're welcome.
Heidi, good morning.
Good morning. We had a very productive Plan Commission meeting on the 7th. We had 2 presentations. One presentation was from Laura Regan from the Conservancy. It was about land transfer and about protecting the farms. If anybody gets a chance to watch the Zoom presentation, it was interesting. It basically really hits home about what rural really means. Our other presentation was from, hold on, I got to get the gentleman's name here. Was from Michael Sherman. He gave us an introduction of plans for Millbrook property located at 8596 Church. That was interesting to find out that he's thinking about putting the trout farm back in and taking the property back to how it was originally. There'll be more to come on that. It was just a question and answers for him. He's got some more information to bring to us. We worked on our annual report that should be coming to you shortly. Also our budget, which is pretty much completed. Now, here's the big one. Make sure you guys are reading all the chapters of the master plan. We also did one other thing. Sorry, we updated our bylaws in section 6 with a clarification as to what rule of necessity meant. There wasn't a definition, so that's now placed in 6 as 6E under D. Other than that, besides reading the master plan, I sent you all this morning the private road ordinance. It really needs to get back on the books. The Plan Commission told me to send it to you this morning. And hopefully all your comments and concerns, we're asking if you could get it back to us on February 20th. If that is all possible. We're still trying to figure out what you didn't like about it and what we need to take a look at. The other concern was I
Sorry, Heidi,
tried
what was that date?
February 20th.
Thank you.
I did try to find out how we name streets. I went to everything I could possibly think of. There's nothing in the private roads ordinance 32 that's not on the books. Then I went to the road plan that was put together. I'm only up to page 26, but I still don't see how we name the streets. I do remember reading somewhere though, how we do it. And it has something to do with the Historical Society and that the street names are supposed to be named after early developers here. So if anyone knows how or where to find the information, I'd really appreciate it because I've seen it somewhere. And that is all I have. But if you guys could really get back to us about what you like and what you don't like on the private road ordinance, we really need to know because that needs to get back in the ordinances to help drive the master plan.
Excuse me, I have a question. With respect to the naming of streets and roads after early settlers, have you contacted the Historical Society?
I have a call into
chairperson,
her.
White Snyder?
I have a
Okay, good.
call into her. I was just I read it somewhere though, and I can't remember where I read it. Well, I'm sure Luann will give me a jingle back. Not concerned, but if anybody knows, let me know.
Have you looked in the master plan?
I'm starting with the small stuff. I'll go there next.
Because I believe there is a blurb about it in the master plan.
The old one, the one that's on the books right now, not the updated one.
Yep.
Okay.
Andrew, good morning.
Andrew Butler, Parks and Rec Manager. Good morning, everybody. I have some hard copies of my report next time, so make sure that they were included in the packet for everyone.
Thank you. Where weren't they? I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir.
As it states here, with recent weather improvements and conditions, we are getting things cleaned up at the park for the upcoming season. This mainly includes cleaning up ground debris, general maintenance, and cleanup of trails and sites at the campground. After using Beds 24 for several years, we are decided to try to move our online reservations to a new and exciting company. With new companies coming up and getting established, we found a few possible replacements for our booking needs. We are attempting to move to a new, more user-friendly platform. There are two companies that we are very excited about, Rover Pass and CampSpot. Both companies would be a great fit for our park. Lately, I've been receiving many more inquiries lately regarding upcoming camping seasons and dates and other activities. It's very exciting to get people are very excited to get to camp at our beautiful park. I've been fielding several emails and phone calls daily just to assist these possible campers. Also, I am currently researching the plausibility of reopening the pit toilets at the boat launch for use this season. I've made several calls into people that know more than I do about existing safety codes needed for this type of vault toilet to be sure it would meet all required safety codes.
Is that redoing them or sliding a insert in?
Probably an insert, a concrete insert, and also a new topping piece, depending on what the wood is like and what the new requirements are.
For the roof?
No, for like the slab underneath.
Oh,
We're talking about a
that's
new,
right,
new concrete. Yeah.
Any questions for Andrew?
I have,
Yes, ma'am.
being that I see all the timesheets
Mhm.
for payroll, my question is how much longer before the signs are done, or are they done?
They're very close. I'm gonna finish painting them. I think I got to a point where Mike wasn't comfortable doing it. After he got some paint on, he wasn't happy with it. I wasn't happy with it. So I think I'm just gonna finish the stenciling. They should be done hopefully within a week or two. Finished.
Because we've spent a significant amount of money on redoing those signs. I
Yeah.
mean, he's full-time for many pay periods.
I understand.
I'm concerned about how much we're spending on it.
Yeah,
We could have bought all brand new signs,
that's very possible. Yeah.
now that we wouldn't have to do all this maintenance. on it.
Yeah, I understand. And I do have pictures of the condition they were in before we started, just to state that they were in dire need of repair. You want to look at those?
Well, you know what?
Yeah.
Could you send them to me electronically? Because,
Absolutely.
you know, maybe that's something that would be interesting.
Yeah,
for
I brought
a
those
news
just in case.
article.
I agree. It has been taking longer and I wish it would have been an easier task, but I think in the long run, I learned that it might have been better just to buy new signs, but to begin with, I thought it was a good way to keep Mike busy and keep him working. But I do agree, it's been taking a long time. But they were in very poor shape. They needed filler and sanding and scraping and, yeah. I do understand where you're coming from though.
Yeah.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Anyone else? Thank you, Andrew.
You're welcome.
So we're at 9:44. So let's jump to business item. I believe 15, new business item number 15. In the packet, let's see, that is on page. Three, 5, 7 for those following along electronically. I'll make a motion to enter closed session to discuss strategies and elements of a proposed settlement regarding case number 23-036775 AS. Keep Whitewater Township Rural Incorporated versus Whitewater Township.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? So there might be a problem with attorney availability that has developed since the meeting started. But we can still go into closed session, formulate some questions. And if Matthew isn't available when we call, we'll just have to do it a different time, I guess. So I apologize. That's how come I've been texting. Okay, so we got a motion made and seconded. Is there further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Boutmuth,
Wait, yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes.
And so we will go into closed session at 9:47 a.m. this morning. I will leave my computer out here so Zoom customers will have an uninterrupted view of the meeting room, like it or not, I guess. And Matthew, if you're on the call, we'll be reaching out here shortly. Thank you.
Get an update, like where you're at right now, which she's mostly been doing every meeting, because we have to have an update this year. Every meeting, we'll get an update. It has to be spent, has to be allocated, so like. We don't wanna leave $500,000 on the table because. And we've already had some people that have said. That's not gonna work, it's not gonna happen in time. For whatever reason, and a couple of them, we've allowed them, like you guys had said.
Yeah.
You know, if we approved the fire truck. And you came back, so the fire trucks just aren't gonna be available, so. Yeah, if we give $1 million to somebody and they don't do it right, don't cause paperwork right, we gotta pay it. But we've got the $10 million exemption too that we took, like we're allowed to take up $7 million that we do. So we kind of started with the ones that were a little harder paperwork.
My shovel ready project, we've already started. Got anything?
Yeah.
A
It's,
little bit of scratch.
yeah, I did, that's all the time, I'm keeping track and watching it. So it's been an interesting process, and like I said, it's not what we normally do is give out money,
I know.
normally we spend money.
Yeah.
It's a tough job. I mean, I feel for the tribe that they do it twice a year, you know,
Yeah.
$800,000. That's tough.
Yeah,
That's.
Yeah, it's almost harder to give away money
Yeah.
than it is to ask for it.
well, and when we went through that list, there was, you know, I don't remember, it seems like we had 100, it's about 100, I don't remember, roughly 100 requests. And like, there was like 5 of them, you kind of say, yeah, no, that, they don't really.
You can tell.
Put those aside, I don't, and then we consider those all, and then there was 95 that were good organizations, and it's like. You know, Whitewater Fire Department. You know, a truck, and then we had, I think, 5 requests for trucks, so. It kind of was like, we do say yes to one, better, so then what happens is that's 5 trucks. Like, one of the biggest one was East Bay, Acme, water. That works to me, yeah, the bypass, which is really important, and I worked really hard to develop that one. But that's like a 12 or $14 million project, and of course, everything is still sure we have more. They're working really hard, but that's a process, and so there is a chance that they won't be able to get the next $2 million. But
I was hoping for, I wasn't expecting the full amount, but I was hoping for a little scratch.
that was my suggestion for the fire truck one, is to, you know, try to fund them and figure out a percentage, you know.
Save costs, yeah,
Yeah, where that was.
that would help out a lot.
Yeah, it was such a, I forget, I don't want to quote now, but the funding was, we had up all the trucks, and actually all the fire department trucks. Big chunk of it. Yeah, $18 million sound like I'm sitting right in front of you. $18 was a lot of money until you start thinking, oh, yeah, it was pretty fast. But yeah, you're right, yeah, but you're right, I didn't try it as a kind of a fun job at the same time, you're like, I remember being there, it's like looking at this passionate person who has this great nonprofit and knowing that they're gonna do good stuff and I get in the money. Sucks, you know, like, the one, you know, you're excited, you're crestfallen. You know, you're excited for the one who's excited, you're like, oh, looking at you who just got denied, you know, and it wasn't like you're good and you're bad, it just.
So that was why I was calling.
Oh, okay.
Farm people.
Well, I talk periodically.
Yeah.
We see each other at functions.
Yeah.
I don't go to the same, events either.
I think anybody could go to, anything for special, it's just like that tribal thing that awards they do.
Yeah.
That's always fun.
Well, if you have to call me back now.
Got a bum watching the people that get the awards from tribal, stand up and talk about their pride. It's kind of a long thing, but like, there's some, you know, another group of passionate people who are, some of these people just like have pure, just passion, goodness of their heart, are doing a nonprofit for no money and just slugging away. Pretty cool. I mean, there's a lot of that goes on.
Yeah.
It just depends if
Sorry.
and the former Jeff Bezos, right?
Oh,
She just gives out millions of dollars every year to help people.
yeah.
But anyway, I need to ask you a question.
Okay.
Well, I figured-
See you later.
Yeah. I thought it was your number, but I said, Kathy, about the item stuff. Yeah, did you get all that?
I did, yeah, the one that's coming up, when was it, March or whatever, and we haven't looked at it yet, we're putting it back.
The one with Rex.
Yeah.
Yeah. perfect.
Yeah, oh yeah, he's 78.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, you know, his background. I'm not 100% sure, but, I'm thinking, yeah, I think that, I'm not 100%, I know he finished high school, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But-
Yeah, I'm convinced that you had Harvard business, where you need that good at actually doing business, and you can be some guy who dropped out of school in 9th grade, and if you've got attitude and work hard and some skills, you can, sometimes it's better that you're not
It's
focused on
it's more difficult, but with the hard way,
it is.
but, you know what you know.
And sometimes if you don't follow rules, it's better, because if you follow rules, you're just gonna be kind of.
Yeah, my. If you work 40 years, 7 days a week, and then, but he's told him he was 50, and then
Yeah.
a couple, I don't know what he made most days, but we had all of Oakland and San Francisco area. And that's pretty big area.
I have a friend that, he's a doctor, and we were down in Florida when our kids, our son. We did a spring trip to Florida with a group of families, you know, just a whole bunch of different resort. Buddies, yes, he went from, that's, he said, we all like him. We were all, we always thought he was
Yeah.
gonna watch. It was a lot. Barely just eat food. And, but he was really good with people and he was actually good at what he did. And he said, well, we always thought that guy, you know, he's gonna be in a homeless shelter or something, you know, just, he's one of those guys. And he, his first job, he was working at a hospital, working for the hospital by himself. Nurses, there was labor dispute between nurses and nurses. So he represented the nurses as, you know, kind of as their spokesperson. They hired him to do that, to negotiate out this good contract. Another union had that us, and so he started a company where he was a labor negotiator in healthcare, or a specialist.
Yeah.
Made millions of dollars.
Yeah.
And so he's doing that, and he was driving home one day, and his wife called and said, hey, can you pick up a prescription for the dog at the vet? It's like penicillin from somebody. So he goes and he it's like, what's simple prescriptions? No. And it's like, no. Somebody understand. It sells headbands. And so he goes, so on the way home,
Yeah.
he developed 1-800 veterans, which is all heard about, you know,
Yeah.
it's made millions. He opened that company, made millions of dollars, and sold it for millions. And then he did something else, some other thing.
Yeah.
He started 3 businesses, made millions, and he showed me pictures on, you know, Google Earth of his house, like docks, like 7 boats out there,
Yeah.
jet skis, it looks like a hotel.
Yeah.
He said, here's the guy that we never thought was gonna graduate from med school,
Yeah.
but he just,
He had an idea, he followed.
yeah,
He had a very good idea.
right, but he actually did it.
Yeah. That's
1-800 veterans, we've all heard that, simple name,
Yeah, yeah.
and he said, you know, if your vet's charging $150, it costs $2, I can sell it for half of that and make a fortune.
Yeah.
And he did.
You know that bottled water? We went to the store, we came out and they bought some meat and we came out and, you know, I really like bottled water. And so I went back in and got back, I closed my register, you know, pick up some little lunch. And I said, oh, I really, you know, well, I just buy a bottle of water. He says, here, take it, it only cost me 15 cents.
It drove my dad nuts. He passed away last April. But he, and you know, he's out of depression. So people buying water. It infuriated him. Like he couldn't get past it. He said, there's a drinking fountain right there. Like we go to a basketball game in high school. He's a drinking fountain right there. People walk out, there's paying $2 for a bottle of water. It's drinking fountain. It's free.
Yeah.
You need water free unless you can buy it. It's just, that was his big thing. What we do. Buying water.
Been inside here forever, so, yeah, I just can't deliver the tax, well, I gotta go back there.
You're in a closed meeting. baby.
Oh. I will put it in Dropbox, yeah. Jeez,
So how you been?
I'm hanging in there. The usual crap, you know, I had my left shoulder replaced in October. And I got both shoulders new and right knee. But other than that,
You're gonna be the bionic person?
oh, I know, it, you know, got one knee lost. Marlene said both are knees. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they'll strip search from there.
Yeah.
Hey, it's just my knees, my shoulders.
I don't know, I have 2 knees done.
And Marlene's got
I
two.
cut everything off.
I haven't flown, I guess, since I had the knee replacement. I don't, yeah, maybe I have. But anyway, I don't fly anymore, you know, this is absolute, I gotta do it, you know.
Yeah.
I don't like that crap.
Well, we're gonna go to Hawaii in April, so we gotta fly.
Well, you're gonna have to fly, yeah.
Either that or so a slow boat.
Yeah, like you want to take 6 months to get there, huh?
You know,
Yeah.
You guys traveling at all?
We haven't this year. You know, outside of, we went to Florida last year. But visit, but this year, I don't know. We're gonna go down on the 8th of April down Ohio there and watch the eclipse.
Oh, are you? Oh.
So it runs a 100-mile strip right on through there, and we used to stop there and Lima there when we were going down to Florida there. And it's a nice place. Okay, it's right in the middle of, okay, what's this? It's like 5.5 hours from here or whatever.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Easy drive in a day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go down and watch that. We'll take the boys out of school and take them with us. And
Oh.
they can see, because the next one's gonna be 20 years. The last one's 7. The next one's 20, and I'll be 95. I probably won't be around then, and even if I am, I probably won't be able to see anything anyway.
Yeah, okay.
Or to give you, yeah, there you go. Oh, yeah. So, I'd like this, well, April or May, I'd like to take a trip out down to Yuma. I got a best friend from high school that lives in there, and I try to get there before summer, because it's freaking hot down there. You're right there in Mexico and California, I mean, you're right there in the corner of Arizona, you know?
Yeah.
So, anyway, we'll just see how things go. What I can do, well, they should be done recycling by now.
Or they recycle.
Yeah, they're recycling while I come here, yeah. Well, I haven't been inside in a long time, I'll come in and talk.
Yeah. Yeah, hasn't changed in here, has it?
No, nothing really changed, you know. Looks official though. Yeah. You have a good one.
You too,
See you
take
later.
care.
Yeah.
Hello. How are you? Can I have a last name?
Oh,
please?
that's Karen's. That should be right. Hooper.
Hooper?
Yep.
All right, thank you much.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too. Wow. You there? Yeah. Yeah. We're in full session for that. Yeah, I didn't know that until I got here this morning either. So, something last minute or what? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, at least in the meeting this morning. The county. Hey, hang on, Peggy, just a second. Hi. Yeah, you're gonna have to put them in the box during the closed door meeting down there. So, do you wanna, that I'll make them out in an envelope or something? That's okay. Okay, sounds good.
good. How you doing? Oh. Sure. All right. Fifteen. Okay. I'll tell her when she gets home. Always fun here. Yeah. Tell them to get on it here. Oh, is it? Oh, well, that's. Halfway there, huh? Okay, you two things. Oh.
You need the treasurer's office?
Yeah.
They're in a closed door meeting.
Well, I was just gonna, I thought there was a thing on the,
For
just the taxes.
taxes, the box out there.
I'll just get up here.
Okay.
I was like, so. Like, a couple years ago, I stuck it in there and I got stuck and they didn't find it.
Oh,
So I was like, to make sure that,
if you're secure with it, there's a slot in the copy room.
that's right, I'll stick it in here and trust that it's like a free thing.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
They're in a closed door meeting down there?
How long?
I have no idea. Legal thing to know. I can give you an envelope, you can put it in the box. Okay. Yeah, I know there's a board meeting and they went into closed doors, so. No idea. Texas? Yeah, Texas. Okay, they're in a closed door meeting down there.
Okay, down there.
They're in a closed door meeting, you can't go in.
Oh,
So you'll have to put them in the box out there if you want.
Right.
Or-
shoot. Got some tape so I can take it shut?
Sure.
Okay. And then I just brought it in the envelope to pay it today, so.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Even if she wasn't, she's in a board meeting, so. It's gonna be impossible.
In the box outside?
Yeah, there's a box that says taxes out there, just.
Oh, okay.
Pull down, cause some it pulls hard, but it's locked, she's the only one that can get into it, so.
Okay.
You're
All
good.
right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Me? Okay. And you would be first, January. Oh, yeah, yeah. I'm sure I did it, so I remember, and the stub is gonna show two things, mileage and office. And then it's gonna have a total of two. Oh. Oh. Mhm. Yeah. I saw it, but it's just like a small. Uh-uh. Oh. Okay, cause I looked at it yesterday. There's that quote, and it's like 75% off on the sticker. So then I looked at it, a small. Well, next time I'm in there, if it's still there, I'll have to try it on, but I don't know if I can get into a small, cause I usually wear a large, extra large feet. I may be able to do a medium if you did a medium. I'll look. Yeah, yeah, I can. Okay. You too, hey. They're in a closed door meeting, you can't go in. The box out there. The box out there on the porch.
You mean that shredder thing?
Huh?
That shredder thing on?
Yeah, that one. That's correct.
Open button? Shredder bolts?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't even know they were going in until this morning, so people have been coming in all morning to pay taxes. They're all.
Why would they have a friggin' meeting? if
You
they-
have to ask your buddy down the hall,
Which one?
John, Ron.
What about the treasurer? That's, the treasurer's the one that runs the slate.
He's the one that. He's the one that tries to run the place. He's the one that makes meetings. So,
I put it in there like that, open,
yeah, I can give you a piece of tape if you want to. I mean.
or clip it, or do something with it?
Piece of tape if you want, just kind of tape over the top so it doesn't fall apart. Yep,
Seems like they just, paintings.
I know, me too.
We work, you get a break, don't you? 1%.
Yeah, right, I get charged more probably.
Yeah. Seems they go up every year. Needs to
know.
or not.
Well, they, people keep voting for these villages and
I know.
then it tax more money on us.
36 volts or something, 36 mil.
I know. So what have you been up to? I see you're cleaning up the place up there.
Yeah, I've been doing that for a year. Hopefully got it sold.
Oh, do you? Well, good for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we went by the other day and it looked, Ted says he should have just don't the fire burn it up? Cause it looked like a lot of wood.
Well, I don't know if you're familiar with Rapid City there where Jim Zeman had a car lot there, sold vans and stuff. He's been automotive or selling vans there for years, work vehicles and stuff. So he sold that, but he passed away. So phase one, you know, they come in and do that. Now I'm going to phase two. It's $10,000 if the midget's out there. For phase two, then whatever they find, that's more expensive if they find anything at all, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Just to get them out there, do it, it's $10,000. You gotta be kidding me. Everybody's got your hand in your pocket, you know.
Well, yeah, no.
So over there, they burnt pallets out in the yard.
Yeah.
They made them haul 85 yards of dirt out for another $4,000 on top of the $10,000, and then for phase one, too, I don't know what that cost, because the buyers picked that up. I imagine it was probably 2,000 or 3,000 for phase one. That's just a walk through and look type of deal. Now they go dig holes and all this crap.
I guess you went the easier way then.
Hmm?
I guess you went the smarter way then. You don't wanna pay all that. So who's buying?
Name of the company, can't even think of the name of it. I don't even know what they do. I know they got businesses in other states, like one in Michigan someplace too, I guess. One guy's been up here working for about last year, and then two other guys come and looked at it, so they must be part of the company, and they looked at it. We've been going back and forth for, what, 6 weeks now, maybe 2 months almost. Dickering and doing this and that.
Good, that'll be nice to get it off your plate, won't it?
Oh, yeah, tired of it, I'm just tired.
Right.
So,
Oh, here they go.
even
I don't know if you can get,
81 years old, and I didn't use it.
are you really? You're looking good. I don't know if you can catch Dylan there or not. Meeting, but you can try.
I'll try.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, everything settled well?
Don't lose that, because he didn't want to put it in the box. He says, how come? He said, you sit next to the cover and hand it to him. Oh, I said, okay. He goes, I put a return address on it.
I will not lose that, Heidi. Okay.
Wearing gloves and a scarf.
Did we lose everybody?
Probably.
I'm gonna stick it right there.
Apparently Denise Pelton just called and said some mic was on or something.
No.
Her mics are on. What's that mean? I don't know.
How would somebody have a mic on? Nobody's on, I wasn't on Zoom.
Well, I was not logged into Zoom.
I wasn't either. And Ron's computer wasn't in there, so how would that work?
Look at that. Right there.
See that it is 11:23, so we'll return to open session. And I have a motion.
Hold on just a minute. I'm not to where I need to
Okay.
be. My file closed.
Yep, no problem.
Okay,
Motion to have attorney proceed as directed in closed session.
Second,
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Goss, yes, Valmute,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pat,
Yes.
Bennett.
yes.
So that brings us back to our normal agenda, which I believe is the consent calendar.
Make a motion to approve consent calendar.
There a second?
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Bennett,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, no, Valmute,
No.
Pat,
No. Consent calendar did not pass. Unfinished business, number 1. I'm sorry, was there some, did I miss something, Ardella?
I'm just getting to my spot.
Oh,
That's all.
okay.
Okay, I'm here.
I'll make a motion authorizing the supervisor to sign the IRS Form 2848, power of attorney and declaration of representative, naming attorney firm Fahey Schultz, Birch Rhodes in conjunction with attorney Chris Patterson as township representative for Whitewater Township Employer Identification Number 38-204-3508 in all 1099 and civil penalty matters on IRS Form 1099 for the tax year 2018.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Yep. I think this is getting way out of hand. We've spent more money on sending this to legal before this than what the fees, by the time we get done, what the fees would have been as penalties on this mistake that was made. And we can argue about how the mistake was made. It doesn't really matter. Turns out it was a software upgrade that unchecked a box, but that doesn't matter. I just think that we're wasting township funds. This just feels like, I mean, what do we got here? 5 motions on this? This is just getting over the top. And I think this is one of the reasons why so many of the citizens are tired of this board. This is just gotta stop. I mean, common sense has to step in at some point.
We would hope. No,
Well,
all
I'll
that's
be
needed
voting
is
no.
supply the documents. That's all the board's
Yeah, you
asking.
must have seen more documents than we have.
Any other discussion? Roll call when ready.
Answer to that question.
I'm sorry, you do have a
Yes.
question?
I asked her if she's seen all the
No, you didn't
documents.
ask a question. You said you must have seen. It was like
Well,
stated as
have
an
you- have you?
accusation.
Okay.
You could have
have you
turned me and
seen more
said, Bella,
documents?
have you seen anything more than what we've seen? I've had a discussion with the clerk when it first came up. She told me what happened. As the treasurer's office and the clerk's office, we have money matter discussions all the time. And when it came up, I told her, you need to get an accountant's opinion. It's how you write your request to be exempt to the IRS if you are approved for that exemption or not. It's in the wording. Personally, I know this from our business. When I've made a mistake, it's the wording. I consulted our accountant. They told me how to word the letter. And I was granted an exemption from penalties.
But we didn't
So-
even see what came from the accountant.
And the fact that we don't have an actual accountant for this township, because your auditors cannot act as your accountant. They've told us that. I mean, we continue to call and ask them questions, but this township really does need an actual accountant that is our township accountant, that these type of questions could be sent to. I don't believe that legal using a $250 an hour legal for this is appropriate use of funds. If you want to hire a certified public accountant to represent the township, I can see that as a reasonable response. I cannot see this witch hunt as a reasonable response. I just can't, and I can't support it.
Any other comments? Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss, no, Bowman,
Yes.
Beck,
No.
Glenn.
Yes.
Motion number 2 on this topic, motion authorizing the township representative to remove all prior power of attorney statements on file for Whitewater Township EIN 38-204-3508.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
No.
Goss, no, Bowman,
Yep.
Motion number 3 on this topic. Motion authorizing township representative to request a transcript of all communications between the IRS and Whitewater Township EIN 38-204-3508 for the tax years 2018.
Are we doing each one separately or are you gonna put the rest of the years in there?
So, we don't know. We know here that there's a problem potentially with those other years, but the IRS hasn't picked it up yet.
I get it.
And so I'm a bit cautious here. But I think the resolution that we would hope to gain here is that we refile corrective statements for 19, 20, 21, and 22, if those are in fact a similar error. we just get ahead of it. So that's why I'm limiting it just to 2018.
I'll second the motion.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Penick,
No.
Baummuth,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, no.
Motion number 4 on the topic. Motion authorizing township representative to request from the IRS all communications from all previous power of attorneys for Whitewater Township EIN 38-204-3508 for the tax year 2018.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
No.
Baummuth,
Yes.
Goss, no. Glenn,
Yes.
Final motion here is motion authorizing the township representative to request from the IRS all previously filed 1099 forms for the tax year 2018.
No second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? We'll call when ready.
Baummuth,
Yes.
Goss, no. Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett,
No.
Pop,
Yes. Moving on to unfinished business number 2. I'll make a motion authorizing the purchase of a Wilson amplifier kit number 470145 and to have the clerk issue a purchase order not to exceed $1,300 for the kit and installation materials at the park manager's residence.
Who would the purchase order be made out to? What vendor?
So I believe Wilson sells direct, but I've not established that. I provided their website so you could see what the purchasing platform looked like. There are other resellers out there that sell the product cheaper than the corporate. But as we found out with Don's computer and Heidi's computer, sometimes resourcing the lowest price is not the best deal for us.
And if Andrew was to not be our park administrator anymore, how would we recoup this asset?
I don't know that we would. I just don't know that we would.
Well, wait a minute. Really?
Well, I mean,
$1,300 item is going to be left at the personal residence of a former employee? No, they need to sign it out and they need to return it.
Is it like a box or something?
yes.
Cube.
And, I'm sorry, Heidi?
Looks like a cube.
And as you saw probably on their website, that it has a single cable that comes through the side of the wall and a small antenna that mounts either on a gutter or a drip edge, something of that nature.
Well, I would want it returned.
Okay,
I mean,
that's fine.
Obviously, if we're 5 years out or something, it's outlived its
Yeah,
usefulness.
that's my
but-
thought, is that, you know, hopefully with 5G technology
will go
expanding in the
away.
area, this is gonna be useless in, 24 months.
Yeah,
Who
I'll believe
seconded
that when I
this?
say that.
Who seconded?
Nobody,
Oh, okay.
sorry, I jumped the gun in the discussion.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Now we can have our discussion. Yep, no. Any other questions?
A purchase order will not be issued until a vendor name is supplied.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Roll call when ready.
Gus? No? Glenn?
Yes.
Bennett?
Yes,
Pop?
Yes.
Valmuth?
Yes.
Motion number 2 is to authorize the supervisor to execute the Rover Pass service contract for online reservations and basic one-page website design.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion.
What's the cost? Why is that not in the motion?
Well, if you read the contract, it's $1 to get it started. And the fees are percentage based. So the more reservations we have and the more credit card transactions we have, the fees go up.
Has any calculation been done that if this system had been in place last year, what the fees would be? Cause it sounds like we're just giving an open-ended, whatever the fees are is whatever the fees are. Any calculation been done on that regard?
I have not, did you?
Projected, no, I sure didn't. It's not my job to, I don't do park things.
Oh, but it's your question.
Well, yeah, because this is something you're wanting, so why wouldn't you have this information? This would be your homework.
Any other questions? Roll call when ready.
I do.
Okay.
In Andrew's report here, it says that you're looking at 2. Rover and Camp Spot.
Yep.
They must have made a decision already.
I don't know why he said, we looked, we actually looked at more. And the top 2 were Rover Pass and Camp Spot. As I think my business item here says, Rover Pass came to us from Jim Sundberg. It was his recommendation as well. And so that's actually what put Rover Pass on our radar was Jim.
So
And-
was Andrew a part of picking the Rover Pass?
Yeah,
I mean, cause he is the park manager.
Yeah.
Seems like he would have presented
He
that.
scheduled all the demos.
Yeah.
He did all the legwork.
Jacob
yeah.
doesn't seem to know that.
when he said that, I thought, gee, that's odd. Yeah,
I just want to make sure, Ron, that we're getting what we're paying for with a park manager. I mean, you're still heavily involved. Don, I don't know how involved you are, but you know, this is gonna be our second year. He should be able to handle park management at this point.
His first year his second year will begin May 1st.
Right,
So we're still just 9 months into it. He took point on this project.
Yeah.
And did all the work on it. And then scheduled demos to look at it and review it and comparatively. I looked at them because simply having been as ingrained as I was last year at the park, these demos were meaningful to me.
you understood him because you understood the program.
Yes, so, and I concur. I think Rover Pass was the better program. I mean, it was nice that Brick House Interactive turned us on to them, but the program's pretty good.
And I'm still just a little confused from the memo. How this new web page would interface with our current township webpage. Is it just
won't.
a link that takes you to it? If somebody comes to the webpage, goes to parks, is there a link that'll take you to the reservation currently as there is now?
so let me clarify where you're at in the electronic field. Okay,
Oh, you mean in the board packet?
nope.
Okay.
I understood you to say someone was on the township's website looking at board packets.
No. Park
And then they
page.
decided they wanted to go to the park page and look at park information. That's what I understood you to say.
You understood wrong, because I said if
Okay.
somebody goes to the park page, often our
So the park
township
doesn't have a page.
website.
Park does not have a page. The park has a site.
Well, the park has a page on the township website.
In the
No,
box.
it's just a redirection now.
You just.
The page has been eliminated.
Why?
I thought I made
Because
the
it was
packet really
two
big.
bits of information. It was double
There
information,
was
just,
tons of information on
Thank
there
you.
and
I'll-
many
I'll send you a
people
receipt.
go to our website, whitewatertownship.org, to find information about parks in Whitewater Township.
and they can
That's
still find that information.
sad.
But it's no longer a page, it's a redirect to
So
the
we're-
actual campsite. So there's only one source of information we have to update.
Okay, so it's going to act same way
Yeah.
it acts now. It's going to be redirected to a new page.
Yeah.
To the current campground website.
And then it's going to, there, they can go into reservations, which will take you directly to Rover Pass.
Yeah, and that's really why Jim would kind of like to be out of the middle. Because it requires an extra click for somebody. I don't know. I guess making a reservation in under 5 clicks is a big thing. I don't know. But
So the only difference that our park users is going to see is instead of beds 24, they're gonna see Rover Pass reservation system.
Mhm.
That's the only thing they're gonna see different.
Yep. And one of the huge benefits here is that the credit card company is built right inside of the software. So while we went and booked, we still had to leave that site and then go to the credit card company to pay.
Now you can do it all on one site.
Authorized.net and Beds 24 are not sister companies. They were another redirect. Rover Pass is integrated with Stripes, and so that the credit card transaction from that booking is all gonna stay in the one sphere versus today it goes from Beds 24, bounces to authorized.net, bounces back to Beds 24. That doesn't happen in Rover Pass. Rover Pass and Stripes are integrated, so that the whole thing stays right within in that realm.
Are we still planning on selling ice and wood or whatever products using credit card? Is
Again,
that going to roll into this?
if you would
I
looked
did
at the
read it,
information.
but there is a lot here.
There is, I understand. One of the huge benefits that Rover Pass, I think, has over their other competition is that they have a robust store. And so you can add images of items you want to sell, and people can click on it right from the website and have it ready for check-in.
Oh, that's pretty
It-
cool.
It'll make a pre-order.
But how do you handle it when they're already there and they want a bag of ice?
Same
Same thing. If
They
they
have
want
to go
to,
online?
no.
No.
Okay.
If they want to pay by credit card, then there is a terminal, like a cash register or whatever. And that's where you log your sale in.
Okay.
If they want to pay by cash, then you just use the regular cash register.
Also, I brought this up last year, but the rates that were discussed last year, and I see Andrew had apparently you wanted to raise the rates again, but he's not recommending it. Those were never approved by the board with a motion. And the park manager doesn't just get to set the rates. The board has to have, you brought it last year. There was never a vote of the board. You can't change the planning and zoning fees without a vote of the board. And you're supposed to have, it's always been that the rates and dates were brought to the board with motions to get those things approved by the board, because it's really the board who is has to approve the money. So that hasn't been done. That wasn't done last year, and I don't see it on the agenda for this year for the camping fees. Or, yeah, that's just not something that Andrew gets to do by himself. Or any one board member.
I believe that we did bring it in January or February of last year.
But it was discussed, but no motion was made. Those rates were not
Okay.
approved by the board. You can go back and look at the minutes. And I brought that up previously.
Being that the reports come directly to the treasurer's office now, is there, will I be getting like a heads up so I know what's coming in? Can I get a sample report of what we're gonna see for the sales reports? So I can see what differences there are, so I know how to record the sales.
Yeah,
That would be
absolutely.
appreciated.
Yeah, they have 13 different reports. And I think that from input from Don and Andrew, there's about 4 of them that we were interested in. And the other ones were dealing with marketing reports and things like that. But from the financial end, I think there was 4. So,
Okay.
yeah. Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss, no. Valmuth,
Yes.
Bennett.
Yes.
Apparently then it was Andrew's job to bring the cost comparison. Since he investigated all of it, but.
And you're always welcome to ask anybody questions ahead of the meeting.
And Andrew's not here to ask any questions.
Telephone.
Well, no, we needed that information today.
Apparently not.
It was not supplied.
So unfinished business number 3. brought this back because I said we would bring it back. If you read the banter back and forth, we're really nowhere with enforcement. We've been misled again by a contractor. So this will be the township with laws that aren't enforced, and people are just able to do whatever it is they want to do.
But I read the email string and it sounds like everything was pointing towards the March meeting. Did I get that wrong, Ron?
Well, I tell you, the first letters of non-compliance went out in September of 23.
And he said he was gonna send out the next. He does point out one thing that is true. At least this board member feels it's true.
Okay.
It would be a lot easier for enforcement if we actually had a code enforcement ordinance.
We do.
No.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, civil infraction ordinance. I misspoke. Sorry about that.
And that ordinance did not stop him from sending out the second letter violations.
No, I'm not saying it did.
No.
Well, he's supposed to send out a second letter.
Yep.
And then it comes to the board and then you can all vote on whether you want to charge a local resident with a misdemeanor.
Yep.
That's what it is.
Yep.
So
And
if
so
you want Bob to provide you with and just ask Bob to say, I've sent 2 letters, no reply, and then you just make your motion at the next meeting to take somebody to court.
Part of
Simple as
that,
that.
part of that is we've been asking for a violation report since second quarter of this year, first quarter of this year.
last
Or
year.
to last year.
Yeah.
And because to your
I think
point,
you've
I think,
gotten
I think your point is exactly right, Cheryl. But we've been asking for a report for almost a year and promised that he would put a report together. And it was just never forthcoming. So trying to act and see where these things were. Has an initial complaint been received? Hasn't graduated to the first step? Hasn't graduated to the second step? And to your
One's
point,
4 years
then
old.
if it's graduated the second step, then we should be bringing it in front of the board.
Yeah.
But that information is not flowing. Numerous requests have been
I
made.
think we've gotten the information. I don't remember what board packet, what report he put it in, but I think we've gotten the information. So go ahead and feel free to act on it. Ask him for the violator's name and address and what did they violate, and off you go to the attorney's office.
Well, in his correspondent, he says we'll have it for us in March, so. We shall,
There you go.
we shall see.
Let's hope it has no errors.
Ron?
Yes.
I'm having trouble putting my hands on it. Maybe you can help me. I mean, there was a lot of correspondence back and forth between you and Bob. And you two investigated using the county's building permit software
Epic?
at one point, and it was too expensive, right?
No,
Too much. What
No.
was the reason you two decided it wasn't viable for Whitewater Township?
for our few permits, the hassle of learning it and making our residents go through it was not where we needed to be.
Am I remembering right? Either you or Bob in this memo and exchange talked about using a form
Yeah, Bob wants
versus a
to,
report.
Bob wants to update some forms, okay? And he was talking specifically about the violation form that we currently use. If you look at the backside of it, it's all notes. And so that's where Bob's supposed to keep track of all of those items that he does, right?
Right.
And so, and we had a question here about what to make public, what not to make public, so on and so forth. And so Bob just merely said, well, how will I be able to do electronic forms if we can't see the other side of the paper? So I can't help the man with technology. I don't have that much time left.
Does he mean, can't see the other side of the paper because it has all the confidential stuff on it?
Yeah.
Or actions taken, and we have said as a board, we don't want that necessarily out in the public? I mean,
At
there's
this-
gotta be a way for us to be able to see.
Yeah, and so last month, I said that I would begin to develop or, tweak the report form that I had brought forth. And Bob wanted to be a part of it, and that's how we got on the electronic forms in this conversation. Yeah, I'm not trying to stop Bob from being a part of it.
I was not
I welcome
insinuating
that.
that.
But, at this point, technology kind of singles folks out. And if you don't have it, you don't have it. Not that I have it, but
Okay, I just wanted some clarification on that. I mean, if a report form
Hmm.
works better than a Excel spread, because you end up over here when you really want it here.
Mhm.
That's what I was actually asking about, if that was something that you thought was going to actually be developed.
well, I think that if you take a look at this year's budget document in the Excel version, you'll see a lot of elements that could be used in a report that's public, but yet we have available links to us that we can actually track the progress of things. So Randy's doing the same thing with the zoning ordinance. He's putting links inside of the document that allow you to quickly relocate within a file. You don't know what's happening, but you're actually moving to different line item, different codes of line item, different line items of code. There we go. So there's
We'll be
really,
needing to up the attorney's budget, if we're going to prosecute misdemeanors. Well, that will be a hefty cost.
so there's really no action item here. I don't know really where to go with the board. But really the people that came to us and stood in front of us who were expecting to have some type of relief from the complaints. Clearly, this banter here that's presented mirrors their frustrations of talking, and never getting any action. And so,
I disagree with that. How
Okay.
does that? You want all Bob has to do is issue 2 letters.
Yep,
That's all Bob has to do.
and all he could do
And
is
then he
one.
can just, send it to you and you can take it from there. Contact the attorney, bring
All
it to
he
the
could do is
board.
One, Cheryl.
Well, I mean, if he hasn't done the second one, then he should do the second one, but, maybe he's working with somebody, I don't know. It's also the off season for short-term rentals, and that seems to be the big, thing that everybody's all worried about. Of course, we know what the attorney's opinion is on that. The attorney's opinion is that we have a standalone short-term rental ordinance. No one seems to want to go there, so, so there's some things that are kind of standing in the way of efficient
There is.
enforcement of short-term rentals.
Let's
No,
talk.
I'm talking, oh, please. You're so rude. You are so rude. So let's go to the next agenda item then, right? You said there's no action item.
So these are the bills for approval for January that did not get approved as part of the consent calendar. I put them in just to see if there's a want to approve them now.
Well, why weren't they in the consent calendar?
The packet had gone out before.
Couldn't
And
we-
Cheryl did.
We can revise the packet for the attorneys at the last moment, but we can't revise it. And I'll just tell you, you're not gonna get my documents before the second of the month. Following the month that's closing. It's absolutely ridiculous to close out documents before the end of the month. I'm not going to do it. I don't care if the deadline falls before the end of the month. You're gonna get my documents at the earliest 2 days after the end of the month. You choose not to put them in the packet. That's your problem, not mine.
But it'd be nice if you'd add them that day during the meeting.
I don't have to
Yeah.
add them. It's his job to add them to the
Not if you're
agenda.
late.
Okay? He controls the agenda. It's his job to add them.
But you're late.
No, I'm not late.
Just to
I'm
be-
not
Just to
late.
be clear. Anybody on the board can make an agenda adjustment.
Yeah, they sure can.
It is not my responsibility. And
Yes,
for
it
you-
is.
For you to say that is just comical.
Well, I'm sorry,
You
but
want
it is,
people
you're
to
the
believe
one who
your
controls.
stuff.
You want, well,
Did we-
everybody got my stuff. Everybody got my
Well, there's
stuff.
not been a motion, Don. I mean,
Everybody's
it's
got
just-
my stuff a week before
I
that
was.
meeting. If you didn't have time to read it, that's your own problem. You're expected to read it. And it should have been, actually, the packet should have been revised and it should have been added to it. So, that's Pop's fault that he chose not to revise the packet. And so,
Well, I'd like to make a motion to approve the bills for approval for January 9th, dated January 9th, 2024.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
you're fine.
Box is outside though.
Valmuth,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop,
No.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes.
Motion to approve Tyler Gwynn as a probationary firefighter for the Whitewater Township Fire Department.
I'll make that motion. Or did you?
He just made it.
All right,
Need a
I'll
second.
second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Hopefully, we're not training him to go to another department, but okay.
So did anybody else pick up in Brandon's report that his turnover rate is 75%?
Yes, I did.
Wow. So
That's true of a lot of departments.
we're gonna go through all of this work, all of these training dollars. We're gonna buy him a $4,000 or $5,000 suit.
It's mentoring. That's how they look at it, Ron.
Well, I'm saying that if we added up those costs over the years,
Do we make, some departments make you stay 3 years.
I'm just saying some type of commitment.
We need
like
we
that.
need a commitment letter that they at least stay 3 years. I mean, you don't take your turnout
Well,
with
You can't enforce
I
that.
think that is something that Chief absolutely should be involved in the discussion of.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
That
he
is
should
not
just-
something
He should
that-
make the decision
And
himself.
this just might be the nature of the beast.
And my thought is if we paid them, they would stay. Maybe not.
Not necessarily. we can't give them the bennies that larger
Stations, yeah.
communities and stations can. Granted, you're gonna have to move around. You lose your seniority. But in a volunteer department, is there really seniority?
I'm sure there is.
Well, there's at
There's
least one
just
of them
rank.
that's going to college for firefighting and we're gonna lose him eventually. Because he will be able to go anywhere he wants to and name his price.
Maybe someday he'll come back
So,
and serve this community as the fire chief.
Maybe, yeah. You never know.
You don't know.
I'm happy we have people who even want to serve. We have to support them every way we can.
Roll call when ready.
Goss, yes. Velmuth,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett.
Yes. Me?
I'd like to make a motion authorizing the supervisor to sign a 3-year assessing agreement. with
Excuse me, you'll have to slow down on that. You haven't provided it in the packet, so I don't type that fast. Motion by Pop to,
Motion authorizing the supervisor to sign a 3-year assessing agreement with AD Assessing beginning April 1st, 2024 through March 31st, 2027 in the amount of $100,800 for the term.
Just divided by 3, right?
No, if you look, she's got a sliding scale in there.
Yeah. I
So
saw that.
what I did
Okay.
is I just took the total of all 3 and added them together to try and condense a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded for their
Yeah,
discussion.
just 1 second. I got a question about the,
Mhm.
see if I can get it find it here. So I didn't, maybe I'm just looking at, it's too wordy, but just want to make sure there's not a contradiction here. And on page 300, the section on confidentiality. And then about halfway down, or there's a mid-paragraph sentences. Any records or other documents, including copies, summaries, or diskettes, or other medium for electronic storage of information prepared or acquired by AD Assessing Incorporated and performing services for Whitewater Township shall belong to Whitewater Township and shall be surrendered to it upon termination of the contract. So is that contradictory to the first couple lines that talks about confidentiality? I mean, it just seems, and maybe I'm just overreading it. It's saying that AD Assessing is saying that all their information is confidential and they're not going to disclose it, okay? And then saying, well, we get it, we just get it at the end of the contract. Is that inconsistent?
No,
Okay.
I
Help
think
me.
what they're saying, the first part of it is that they will not disclose it to other entities. They're not gonna sell our database,
Okay.
okay? But the second part is saying that when they terminate with us, whoever decides the termination, we get our assessing data.
Okay, we
To
own it.
hire a new assessor, we need that data.
Okay, we own it. Okay, so,
Yeah, we own it.
okay, this is the first time I've seen this contract, and so I'm just struck me as a little bit odd, but I see your point, Erdell, so. Okay, I'm comfortable with that.
Any other questions or comments on the agreement? Roll call when ready.
Bennett,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Falmouth,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes. I'll make the motion to make a counter offer to MMR to purchase one Type 3 2010 Chevrolet 4500 Marquis ambulance. VIN number 1 George Baker, 9 George, 5 Baker, 68 Alpha, 1119335, and all listed and all listed equipment above for $61,000.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Question?
Yeah.
When we made our initial contract with MMR, part of the contract is when they leased our rig and all the items within the rig, as you've got listed, that if they should break or become obsolete, that they would replace it and that those items would actually belong to the township.
Yes,
That's the same thing for the rig.
yes.
So if we were to terminate our contract with them, they would either have to give us back our rig and all our items. Or if, let's say it blew an engine, they would have to replace that rig and that rig would now still become Whitewater's asset. Am I remembering this correctly?
That's my interpretation.
Okay,
We looked at this back
Mine
in
is-
September or October. Clearly, MMR does not agree with that. And I understand. None of the people we deal with at MMR today are the people who we dealt with when we negotiated that contract.
Yeah, they're all gone, right?
And so when they started replacing equipment, the chest compressor was the first thing. I made sure that, then I don't even think Amy was on board yet, our current face for MMR. We went right back to Steve Myers, who was the face of MMR for us when we negotiated the contract. You know, here's our interpretation. What does this mean to you? And it was my recollection that the equipment was being updated, replaced at MMR's cost, and it stays with the ambulance
as it is written in the contract.
as it is written in
I
the
don't
contract.
understand how they could misunderstand a written contract.
Well, so Amy's point and the new management, I forget the gentleman's name. I understand. They purchased new equipment as an upgrade and then gave us the old equipment back, which is not a requirement of the contract, but they did that. Okay. And so they say that washed their hands of compliance with the agreement. I don't see it that way.
Well, we would have, if we'd known that that's what they were going to infer, we would have said, no, you keep that old stuff.
Well,
Wouldn't we have?
a
Rather than
whole,
us taking it back and
Yeah,
trying to
why
sell
would we
it?
want it? Exactly.
a
We
whole
double
host
paid
of
things.
conversations, I think, would have taken place. And so, the heart monitor, there was nothing wrong with our heart monitor. It was up to date standards, except MMR uses this one particular brand. And rather than have 50 people train on 2 different heart monitors, MMR thought it was best for them to get rid of ours and go with the version that they use. And so the training was consistent across the platform, which makes sense. But again, that the reason this was negotiated was to protect the township. Look, we've been letting MMR make money with this township asset for what, 6, 7 years now. We get $1 a year out of it.
Right.
And so there's been $1 million a year pulled out of Acme and Whitewater Township of revenue from this machine.
We get hardly anything in return.
So if we were going to wind up with a consumed asset at the end of any contract agreement, then we would have probably charged a little more than $1 a year to use the equipment. So I let Acme know that there's an issue with the agreement. And pending this discussion, I think I'll touch base with fire chief. You know, if MMR doesn't want to meet us halfway, right? So the equipment is, as you can see in the various links, there's a lot of value to that equipment. And so I'm saying we just split it down the middle and everybody's happy. If not, does this then pose a problem with the service agreement?
Well, first of all, we don't have a current motor vehicle lease agreement. So whatever was in existence in the past, that has expired. I did talk to the chief about this. He tells me that, I just talked to him about this last week. He tells me that you asked him for a price on what all this stuff was worth, and he gave you a price of $35,000. As far as the new equipment, we were given back the old equipment. Some of it has been sold, I believe. And so now what you want is you want MMR to buy that equipment twice, the new equipment. They already bought it. They put it on the ambulance. Our residents and Acme residents have been getting the benefit of that newer, more updated equipment. And now you want them to pay for it again. Clearly, the ads that they have out there, you know, where they listed some ads of other ambulances that are for sale, clearly show that this 2010 ambulance isn't worth very much money at all. It's 14 years old and about to be where you can't even sell it as an ambulance. Because I think after 15 years, it can't be sold as an ambulance. But to me, their proposal is fair, and I don't see why they should have to buy this equipment twice.
So under the old, as Cheryl says, we don't have an existing motor vehicle lease, but it was on good faith that MMR would come back actually last year already with this purchase agreement, and they didn't. And so if I'm paraphrasing, but the expired motor vehicle lease required MMR to return the vehicle to Whitewater Township immediately after the expiration date of that agreement. So I'm not going to, we have the right to that vehicle. That's all there is to it.
Well, it's not gonna stay here. If they do buy it, it's got low miles. They plan to take it to Traverse City, put some miles on it and put a brand new vehicle out here. Is what I've been told from MMR. So, I think our citizens benefit from that as well.
Again, none of that information has been shared with the board, to my knowledge.
I just did.
Uh-huh.
Remember, you can go ask questions, right? I think you said that earlier. But anyways,
Are we planning on going back in the ambulance business? I don't see the conditions have changed.
I do. Yes. If you take a look at the report from this month in MMR, look at how many way extended calls there are. Come on.
I have a issue with that.
We got 15-minute response times. You gotta be joking me.
Okay. I see where you're going with that. That's not what I was referring to. I
Yep.
was referring to the labor pool to be able to
I
run an
understand.
ambulance,
but-
from the township.
So the city of Traverse City moved away from MMR.
So who do they use their own ambulance
Yeah.
now?
Yep.
They're not gonna be doing that for a couple years yet, from what I hear. They need facilities. They don't have facilities to work out of. They don't have the ambulances yet. They don't have their pool of people. That's not gonna be in effect anytime soon. The voters did pass the money required to, do that. But they don't, it's not gonna be implemented, anytime soon. And also, I don't know, but our building isn't even adequate for our fire department over here. And to have our own, and I do know the chief's not interested in trying to run it or be a part of trying to run a standalone ambulance service here. The human factor is just where are you gonna get the people? They can't churn out paramedics and EMTs fast enough. Everybody's got this problem across the country. There is a shortage of paramedics and EMTs, and it just is ungodly expensive for a township, especially of this small size, to think they're gonna run a standalone ambulance service for less than an organization that's all they do, and they have economy of scale. And that's why we went to the ambulance, the first place in 2015, is that Ron's budget to run the ambulance for the next fiscal year was more than what MMR could come in and do it for.
The budget, yes, okay, I'm agreeing with that, but it was because we did not have the personnel to staff it.
That was
And there
also,
was
yeah.
so much overtime that was being paid.
And there were calls that were going
Unanswered,
unanswered.
and that was the true reason that I
That's right.
voted to go with an outside source.
That's right.
15 minutes seems bad, and I'd like to know why. Were they down in Acme on another call? What happened? That's a question we need to ask them, Ron, why this is happening and what's causing it.
Sometimes they're at Munson, with another, patient they've dropped off, and they're having to come from there.
My question is about the listing here. If we sold any of these items, let's say the chest compressor. Let's say we sold that for $1,500. You should remove the $1,500 from the 10,000 so that we're not double dipping.
And I would support that. Yeah. I don't have an issue with that, right? But I know the struggle we went through to protect the taxpayer originally when we hammered out those agreements.
Yep.
And that has not changed. And I still think that, the residents of Whitewater Township allowed this asset to be used in multiple other townships. And they deserve to have some type of compensation. If the equipment wasn't going to be renewed and be ready for service, then we would have charged, I think, a different monthly fee or more than $1. So,
Do we know which ones have been sold?
yeah, we know for sure that the heart monitor was sold. I don't know, how much did that generate, Cheryl? $2,800, something like that.
No idea.
The chest compressor, I think Chief has put that on loan out at the Northwest Training Center. And the striker stuff, that's still in use. So I could research that and modify those numbers. In my conversations with Chief with respect to a combined fire and ambulance service is completely different than what Clerk Goss reiterated.
Mm, yeah, he just told me that within the last week.
So to address your concern, Ardella, could we modify the motion somewhat to subtract the dollars we recovered from our monitor and from the chest compression device?
Yes, I think that's only fair. You know, I don't know if we're gonna get this 60,000. They may come back with a different number. And I think we need to make sure they understand that we're open for negotiation on it. Maybe we'll get 10, 20,000 more. I don't know. I don't think they're gonna approve the 61.
Well, then,
30.
you know, I think then that, I guess they need to return the ambulance.
I think
But
they'll negotiate.
that was the requirement underneath the previous motor vehicle. So if we're no
That's
longer,
expired.
if we're
We
no
don't have a
longer
motor vehicle lease
negotiating in
agreement that
good
requires
faith,
that.
then, well, then we'll report the damn thing stolen, Cheryl. That'd be easy to do. It's pretty.
Sounds
easy
like
to-
something you do.
Yeah.
But you know, that doesn't leave our citizens protected.
It doesn't. It
I
doesn't.
don't think that's the goal of anybody here. So if you you want to modify the motion, I'll resecond it to adjust the price that you have listed to account for what we may have sold.
Yeah, what's an eloquent way of saying that?
I don't know. Nobody's ever accused me of being eloquent. so.
Amend the motion to reflect the cost of the sold above, the issues sold above already? I don't know. Not a motion.
How about if we just do some research, we'll bring this back. And in the meantime, do we want to still continue to bargain with MMR in good faith? Or do we want to request the unit back?
No, we do not. I do not want to request a unit back because that would ultimately be hurting our citizens.
Yeah, I
And
don't
I hate
think
to
it
tell
does.
you, if you threw this on a government auction, that ambulance would be gone for about $4,000. 4 to 10 grand.
Well, clearly not, because MMR supplied other information. Right? So I
This-
didn't question what they supplied for information. It was strictly an inventory item for us.
And from what I understand, our rig is bigger than most rigs out there today. And the ambulance crews actually prefer.
Yeah, because you
Our
can
side.
move in it.
So
But it's also a diesel and they
They
want
run
to have all
forever.
gas.
What'd you say?
It's a diesel.
They run forever.
They.
I
their
don't
fleet is gas.
understand that concept of the gas thing, but okay. Cause they run better, they're
if you're
easier.
trying to buy a diesel, then you would much prefer to have gas. But if I have to settle for a diesel, I will.
Well, that might be personal, but
At any rate, what was I gonna say?
You're bringing this back.
so you want to retract your motion for now?
So we'll, sure, we can do that. So the checks for this equipment would have come to the treasurer's office, right, Ardella?
This equipment.
Yeah. The equipment that
Yeah,
we sold.
It would have went through my office.
Mhm. So, I'll try and find out a date, because I think fire chief sold that. I'll try and find a date, and if you could look up the check for me, that would be appreciated.
Knowing Chief's detail, I'm sure he's gonna be able to give you the exact sheet.
And then I'll also verify with him what the status of the Lucas 2 is. And consensus is to allow good faith use of the device, of the vehicle to continue.
Bring it here.
Oh, I can just staple the. and put it in
If we
the
had a
box.
copy of.
Are
the
you sure?
vehicle lease agreement, there might be a carryover.
Okay.
That's very standard in these types of service agreements, that it may just continue.
I will mail you a receipt.
Just,
No
there may
big
just
deal.
be a,
So this year during, or last year during contract negotiation, they wanted no part of a lease. They just thought it was a liability for them.
Oh.
And so that's a concern for us. I mean, is the vehicle even insured?
my point being is under the November 2021 contract, just because that term ended without seeing the specifics of that contract,
Sure.
there may have been a sunset clause in there. So whether you execute a new one or not, there may just be a carryover provision, which keeps them in full force to keep it insured and do all those things. Obviously, I've never seen that contract, wouldn't even know where to look for it. I've seen the new ones because we obviously had looked at that, but the original vehicle lease one from 21, if somebody has that, I think.
Yeah,
that'd
I can
be
get you a
worth it.
copy of it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, if you can send that over to me, I'll be happy to look at it.
So before moving forward, we're at 12:30, a little beyond our 3-hour mark. What's everyone's wish?
I'll be taking my lunchtime.
I need a bathroom break.
Want to take a 10-minute break?
I think just 10-minute bathroom break would be great.
I'm
So-
good with 10.
Let's adjourn at 12:36 for 10 minutes.
All right.
It's like a dentist.
Vodka takes that welcome. Oh, really? But the one time, this time, yeah. Well, there's even a plastic. Yeah, I didn't mean to. You guys were, right, oh, yeah, that.
Honey.
Don't worry about a thing there. So did you find anything interesting?
It's real hard to shop there
Why is that?
because
So many
they
people.
don't have the brands we have. They don't, they don't have the selection.
I got your chair for $9.
Where'd you get it from?
Walmart on sale.
Oh, you didn't even tell me you were gonna do that.
I told you that yesterday.
Well, yeah, but you didn't tell me that today.
Left over from being Haley and Joe going there. What's this? What's what? What's all that township? I don't know. Well, hello, how are you doing? I'm doing well. Turning in ballots. Turning in ballots. Awesome. Although the lady out there told me, I said, what's in the box? Yeah, that's right. She got it. There's no rules. No. You don't have to put it in the box if you're open. Yeah, great. Yeah, I'm working the, voting. Yes, I saw your name on the schedule a couple times. Awesome. Yeah, when are you going to the EPB training? There or here? Well, they won't be here. I'm going to a training on Thursday. Afternoon. Yeah, it's only over there, because we aren't gonna have the EPB here. We're gonna have the regular EPB, but you're working in Thursday afternoon and Friday morning. Yeah, I'm gonna have to show up at one of those because I don't know how to run it either. So, yeah, Thursday, 1 o'clock. Friday, 10:30. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. And then here, I hope they go to training on Monday. Yeah, but you're not coming, you don't have to come to the EPB training. That's gonna be an AV. So I can take that one off my calendar? Yeah. Thank you. Right, yeah. I mean, you're gonna get, I know, this reminder over there, although it's going to look different from here. Tabulator training here. Yeah,
Thursday, Wednesday.
Wednesday of next week.
Wednesdays.
I can't remember the
Wednesday
dates
next week,
now.
6 o'clock I have.
Okay, that's what I did.
I'm working elections that day. What time
Oh.
does elections close that day?
Oh, at 4.
Okay.
Yeah, it's supposed to be out of there by 4:30 or so.
Regulator training is at 6.
Yeah.
Long day. I was gonna say, it's a long day.
Yeah.
Yeah, but all her Thursday ones are like at the same time I have choir things, so I'm going. Can't do Thursdays. Must we do it earlier in the day, but. Busy time. Busy, yes, I just finished up with solo and ensemble company.
Oh, you did?
So now it's elections.
Yeah, yeah, that's right, yeah. So how did all that go? So,
Solo and ensemble, oh, I have kids who qualified for state.
Oh, good.
Traverse City.
Awesome.
So,
Really?
Yeah.
Good. That's awesome to hear.
Yeah, because I accompanied for Traverse City Central and for Forest area.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have
Awesome.
instrumental and vocalists
Yeah.
qualified for the states.
Awesome.
It's nice. Instrumental state is in Cadillac, vocal state is in Traverse City.
Oh, that's nice and close.
Yes,
Very close.
very close. I will do those.
Sweet. So.
All right, see
Sorry.
you.
And perhaps to vote. It's Gouda chicken, pasta dish from McGee's that he had in October.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm eating McGee's for lunch today.
I know, she doesn't have any more for everybody, does No, I won't take your food.
Only reason I know that is because I got a copy of
What's this, Ron? You just sharing?
Yeah.
it. We bought it off
Thank you.
I figured it- the folks that stayed here at the table would want to have a little something,
You
right?
know, my tummy was going.
Oh, did you hear mine in full session? Oh,
Yeah, but
God.
here's the thing, last time I bought food, someone has a problem with food, I'd bring donuts every meeting, but she might have a problem. So, I'm not used to having meetings with no food. We used to just take turns.
Well, it's not much, but it's a little bit and
It usually
takes away
never
the
is
rumble.
much, but at least it's something. I ate a big. And
It's all about perspective, isn't it? Mhm.
if you like me, I was cooking breakfast at 5:30.
So I see it's 12:46. Everybody ready to return?
Okay, if they're gonna talk, can we close that door?
No, we'll just talk over them. Yeah, just open at the top.
Okey dokey.
I don't know who designed that. Thought that was a great idea, but
Motion to adopt resolution 2402 Whitewater Township Poverty Guide Resolution as amended.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Yeah, one comment.
Okay,
Page 319,
319, okay?
Oh, hold on.
after the word note in the second paragraph,
Yep.
we're missing an L. It should be
Oh, and applications?
That's not applications. It should be application.
All right.
We're gonna do a resolution,
What page are you on?
319.
319.
The ways down.
See, gotta have somebody that reads every word. That's why I love Mikey.
Did you see anything else?
I did not.
Okay. Any other questions? Roll call when ready. Glenn?
Yes.
Bennett?
Yep.
Ballmuth?
Yes.
Yes. Motion passes. if I didn't say that.
You didn't.
Nope, you didn't. I was just gonna remind you.
All right, next one is new business number 5. Motion to adopt a resolution purchasing a fire truck.
I'll second that motion.
I did not make that motion.
Oh, okay.
We already bought the damn thing.
Well, that's what
Yeah,
I
that,
thought.
this is housekeeping.
It is.
Okay, I'm here. I'll make the motion to adopt resolution 24-02.
I'll second for discussion.
Are numbers right?
Who seconded the last motion?
Me.
Bennett,
And Bennett, you're making this motion,
Mm-hmm.
and Heidi, you second?
no, you
Yes.
did for,
Oh,
you
yeah,
did for
You did.
discussion purposes.
thank you. Well, under the resolution, I'm not going to vote for this. We've well memorialized our numbers in the budget, several different places. Very easy to find. This is a good idea, but it should have been back when we approved the expense.
Well, don't you still need it though?
No. The contract's already signed, so we're already committed.
Like I said, though, Ron, I see it as just housekeeping.
Sure. And then the other thing is, I don't remember us saying, putting a 2-year limit on the millage. So somebody would have to prove to me that that was board consensus, then it's not mine. I don't know that that's true.
Hi, not in there. She's not here yet.
Not here yet?
Nope.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I mean, I went back and I looked at my other notes just to see if the numbers were right, to see if they did. And that was one thing I looked at as well, is we talked about the $500,000 increase, but there was nothing in about being temporary. We talked about it. There was, my notes were a little limited, but they inclined me to think we were talking about, okay, well, when the $500,000 comes up and the truck's paid for, we'll address the mill at that point, the $500,000 at that point, whether to pull it off or there may be other needs and to redirect that. But I can't find anything more on that, where there was, normally I'm making notes of who's in favor, who's out, just in what their bullet point is in terms of, and that there wasn't, I couldn't find much on that. So.
See, my recollection is that we did talk about making this a limited time. Because if we need money for something else, such as bringing on new full-time personnel, then we would go back and we would do it then. Rather than putting a burden on the citizens and then just leaving it there. Being more accountable is what I remember. We do have the recordings. We could always go back and look at it to be sure what we talked about.
Yeah, the only thing that, that the resolution does, it line items out to Tardella's point, it does line out where the money's coming from more specifically. And I do agree on, we talked about those conversations. Everything that's in here was all talked about, and whether you were taking, not meaning you, whether somebody was taking good notes or not.
Yeah.
And, like, you always go back to replay the tape, but this is a little more concise, that lines it out to, how did you pay for it? And so.
Where'd the money come from?
Yeah, So,
And that makes you more transparent to the citizens
yeah.
and future boards.
We could amend, we could just delete. Whereas item number 3,
um, delete in its entirety. Or we're saying, we're just taking out the word temporary.
well, temporary and 2-year, right? I mean, I don't know that it's gonna be 2 years. We just got an ask for $5,000 on a brand new brush truck that we purchased. There are so many add-ons to these things once we get them. Graphics alone, just to put Whitewater Township on this is gonna be $2,600. None of that money has been figured into these numbers.
No, it hasn't.
So, the fact that we're gonna limit it to 2 years, I'm not in favor of it. Now, if we want to restructure 5 or subparagraph 3 and call it a 0.5 mil increase for special assessment district
Be levied. And
to be levied,
drop the temporary and drop the 2 years.
well, you also then have to drop the December 23 to December 24.
Yeah.
That makes it permanent, Ron. And it was
That's not what
talked
we
about as
discussed.
temporary.
Yeah, because we
Yeah.
figured if we paid for it or we got monies from somewhere else, then we would lift it.
So
So
then,
maybe we bring this back in March after we've had a chance to review, the tape, as they say, and get clarification, what was discussed. Because I don't want to get it wrong.
I think, yeah.
and I would support maybe to purchase the fire engine, right? Whatever that cost is. So this is the cost as we know it today.
Mhm.
But we also approved the cost of a brush truck that we knew what the cost was of that day. But here we are, back writing purchase orders for
Yeah.
the thing. And I think in total thus far, we're sitting around $7,000 extra for the brush truck that we didn't anticipate.
Yeah.
But we're looking at 137,000 or more, it'll be more, on an annual basis being brought in compared to a $7,000 overrun. And that if we make that continual, that's a lot of money.
And so to address your concern, we keep it on long enough to pay for the truck, whatever it is. And so
Including the incidentals.
including
This
the
time
incidentals.
next year, we may not be the people sitting here. How do we give instructions to the next board?
So then blow it out one more year,
Okay,
make it 23, 24, and 25. If you want to put a limit on it, let's not shut ourselves short on money.
We know it's short.
We know
We know
it's short.
It's going to be short.
We just don't know by how much.
And that, to your point, why didn't come to the next board with that? I mean, give them the leeway to know that they've got the funds that.
So if you want to make it a 3-year, I'm good with that.
I could do 3.
Okay.
What about you, Heidi?
I could do 3. Cause that's still giving you an opportunity if you solve the problem to lift it up.
Right.
Yeah, tired of Mike.
So we'll make that amendment. So do we want to approve this resolution as amended? And then we'll have to renumber it. So this will be 2403.
I just assume amend it.
Okay.
Take care of it.
And so we're going to change the word from 2 years to 3 years. And we're going to add December
2025.
2025.
Yep.
that would change that number.
Yeah, but so you can't predict that number very well.
So you just add another one of them.
Yeah,
You're predicting there, so.
and so are you just adding another 137,082 to the 274, Della?
Yeah.
Okay. So I believe we should have a roll call vote on that. Is everybody good with the amendments?
I'm good.
Glenn,
Roll,
roll call?
yes.
Bournemouth,
Yes.
Panic?
Yes. Should the numbers be changed?
That already.
So what number were you thinking?
Well, the number 3 line.
Yeah.
Needs to be changed to 411,266, and the bottom total needs to be changed to 699,319.
Yeah, I thought that was my question, if you were just adding the 137,082 to
I
that
changed-
number.
Yeah, I changed both
Okay,
lines.
yeah, so that was specifically my question, so I agree that those numbers would change.
That's what I thought we were doing.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. And you're good with that, Ardella?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see, and Goss, do you want to vote?
Yes, of course.
Your
Yes,
vote? Yes.
and what's your vote?
Yes. Can you turn that radio down by chance?
Therese, can you turn the radio off, please?
New business number 7. Heidi, I wasn't. I'll make a motion to discuss Heidi's,
Wait a minute, did we already vote?
Yeah.
Did I say yes?
Yeah, you did.
did. I called Glenn first, you
What?
next, Ballmouth, Goss, and
No,
myself.
you called Glenn, Valmuth, and Bennick.
Yeah.
That's the order you called it in.
Hey, never mind.
Are you still good with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just, I'm making my notes here, changing the numbers.
I don't want to
and
be
I
moving,
got lost.
I don't want to be moving too fast here.
Well, I don't think there's any danger of that.
So motion is to discuss if corrections were made to 941 and W3 forms and the possible solutions given to the clerk to correct the 1099 issue from Larry Wilson CPA. That's my motion.
I'll second it for discussion.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Well, we did those other motions to get all the paperwork, so this is kind of a moot point, but I'm interested to see if Bird and Cotter asks if you want them to help you out with it. And you said they didn't do that, but in the agreement here, it states that they would do that. That's where my question came.
So when I read this business item, Heidi,
Mhm.
I picked up on the fact that there were some potential oversights with respect to 941s.
Mhm.
I shouldn't say oversights. They didn't balance. I'm not sure what didn't balance.
I don't know either.
I couldn't glean that, right? And then I couldn't glean whether or not the corrections were made
That's my problem.
from this letter.
Correct.
Now, I didn't think that it was a 1099 issue, and that's, so
You don't know.
are you kind of looking at two different items here?
I guess I would just like to see, I have to make decisions on this stuff and I haven't seen any paperwork on it. So it's getting a little concerning. And then to read this report and see that, did we ever fix the 941s from the W3s or is this the same issue? It's payroll reporting. So is it the same issue or a new one?
Well, 941s and W3s are not the same thing.
Well, Cheryl says during the audit, it was noted that the 440 941s of 2021 did not total the amount the township reported on the Form W3 for 2021. The township should amend the 941 forms to agree with the Form W3. The difference is 1,050 is attributed to the incorrect coding of payroll deduction for one employee, which incorrectly treated the deductible as non-taxable. Just asking, did we fix it?
We have not fixed it yet.
Is this a new item or the same item
As what?
as the issue you turned over to the accountant in Elk Rapids?
1099s don't have anything to do with 941s or W3s.
Okay, I give up. We're all going to
Okay,
jail.
so we got that. So if this, what's involved with getting this fixed?
Just, I believe, I'm trying to remember, I have the paperwork laying in there. We did figure out what the issue was, just as they said, something was made not taxable when it should have been taxable. I forget which employee this even applied to, but anyways, I think it might have been you, Dylan, I'm not sure.
Oh,
Something
you're
changed.
going.
I can't remember, but anyways,
You're getting
it's
audited
not
now.
that hard of a fix.
But
We
we
just
need
have
to
to
fix it.
amend.
Then how does
The
that,
document.
how does that end up affecting the employee that?
It doesn't affect the employee.
What do you mean?
How?
It doesn't affect the employee because when the employee files their taxes, they have their taxes from a W-2, okay? And the 941s, the W-3 is a total of the W-2s. But when the employee pays their taxes, they pay. It all comes out in the wash in their tax. It doesn't affect the employee.
So what you're saying is that I had money given to me that was not taxed
Yes.
and it should have been.
If that's what it was, I'd have to go back and look now for sure. And
So-
I'm not positive it was you. It just seems like it was you, and I think we talked about it, actually.
I wanna think that we had a conversation about this and that it was fixed. That the money was made up.
It's just like
I got
election
more
workers.
taken out of my check the next pay period.
It's
is what I'm
just
trying to
like
say.
election workers. We don't have to give W-2s to election workers unless they earn over, I think it's $1,800 or something like that. But if we do give a W-2 to an election worker and the incorrect amount of taxes was taken out, their process of filing their return is going to take into account what they were paid, and their tax owed is what is on what
That
they
what
were
I was paid
paid.
then. I want to think what that was, correct me if I'm wrong, was I had voluntarily had money taken out and put in my savings account.
Yeah, that's
And I
right.
think it was checked as pre-tax dollars and it shouldn't have been.
Right,
It should have came out of my net instead of my gross.
right.
So I think you
That,
fixed
I
it.
think that is, oh yeah, we fixed that in the system.
No,
so that-
I think you took the taxes out and reported it. You're gonna want to check on that.
We will, but yeah, I think that's what it was. You had a new deduction. It was for a savings account. Somehow it got marked that it was not taxable and it was caught.
So you'll give me clarification on if I owe money, right?
You don't owe money because you've already done your taxes for that year.
Yeah, the government gets it one way or another. Oh, you're saving? Give me that.
I'm astonished that we have another payroll reporting issue that's open from 2022.
We're getting audited. We're gonna get audited for 10 years.
Well, I mean, it's just, it is the reason for a forensic audit. I mean, there just is no stopping it at this point.
Unless you're gonna hire a CPA. No, let me rephrase that. Unless you're going to elect an accountant or a CPA, this is gonna happen with lay people.
I totally understand that. You know what? I made more mistakes before 5 a.m. this morning than I care to admit. And I've taken care of every one of them but one, and I will take care of it. So it's not the fact that we make a mistake. It's the fact that we
don't know that it's not corrected. I mean.
Cheryl
this
said
is-
it wasn't.
Yeah, I don't think we've filed the amended W-3 form.
So it has not been corrected. So, I mean,
It's not the end of the world, people. It's not.
Apparently you've never dealt with the IRS. Okay,
Well, apparently I have.
okay.
so
Guess they don't find you in the north here. I don't know.
the 941 question on your business item, Heidi,
Mhm.
is it has not been done yet.
Awesome.
Okay. And
Me-
then again, I don't quite understand how you're working into your motion, the 1099 issue.
Well, I was just trying to figure out if it was a new one or something different.
I see. And we know that now it's something different. Is that correct?
Awesome. Okay.
No, I'm asking you.
Yes.
Is that your
Apparently,
understanding?
yes. I understand now. Yes.
All right. And then
So-
your last ask was for this, would like this request a quarterly agenda item until the issues are resolved.
Well, then
Is that a
that's-
motion?
Well, that's what I think my motion's gonna be,
But-
because how else are we gonna find
Okay,
out
you're
if
gonna
you
make-
corrected them?
Well, I'm gonna go out on a limb that we haven't corrected in a year. We're not gonna correct it in another year.
Okay.
That's my forecast. Because it wasn't important in the last 12 months. Why is it important in the next 12 months?
Okie dokie. Guess we'll never know till it hits us in the face.
Well, I just, like Ardella said, I think we need to hire people to do this.
Well, Dorothy Dunville, the clerk for Acme Township for what, 4 terms? Never did any of the accounting. I think the last year she hired a deputy clerk that had accounting experience, but they hired it out. Because love Dorothy, love her, okay? Keep that in mind, but she waitressed all her life. She had no accounting background. People person all the way, nice person. But as long as you have a system where people are elected, not hired, you're going to run into situations where unqualified people will get the job. I'm not saying, Cheryl, you're unqualified.
Yeah, no,
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's the nature of the beast. And you have to recognize it for what it is.
but in this case, we were told. And so we didn't do what we were told. That's an offense. Short and
Writing
simple,
corrected and uncorrected
in
misstatements.
my opinion. But at any rate, that's off the topic. How do you want to see this brought back as a quarterly? Tell me more.
Updates. Something, we're not getting anything, but now you're telling me we're not gonna fix it.
What's your
so
motion?
We're
Okay,
still working
Cheryl,
on
we're
the
having a
same motion,
discussion.
Cheryl.
Cheryl, if you give us paperwork, we wouldn't have to do
The
this stuff.
only thing the motion was for was to discuss if corrections were made to 941 and W3
And
forms
we just found out
and
there aren't.
possible solutions to correct 1099 issue from Larry Wilson. What's that got to do with quarterly reports?
It's a possible solution.
Okay,
We
but
had a-
that's to correct 1099.
Okay, we need to correct these mistakes. So Cheryl, if you don't want to help us and you don't want to give us the information, then
I haven't been asked for the information. Heidi,
So you're looking to verify that this stuff gets done. That's your goal.
that's it.
Is that my understanding?
That's it.
It seems like a reasonable goal.
Just a request.
So the clerk should put it in her monthly report. And it goes in our board packet and we're updated.
And again, I'm gonna say it's been 12 months. Here's just another thing that goes to Patterson. Have him follow it up.
Because he's an accountant,
Nope.
then why don't we get in a CPA or an accountant and have them handle it? Because that's what they do for a living.
No,
Well-
we
And they
didn't have
cost a whole lot less.
our auditors offered to handle it, but we didn't do anything there either.
Auditors-
so-
Might I suggest, I think Ardella's made some tremendous points on, and we've all seen examples on why we might have to have an outside CPA and I think that's a healthy discussion. I don't think that's the discussion at this moment in time.
That
I
goes
think
to
this is
budget.
another example of why we need it. I would simply ask is that this has now been brought to light. It's been out there. Could I ask Cheryl, could we just set a mutually agreeable timeline or deadline to get the amended form finished?
sure.
Would you be agreeable to that? And how much time do you think is involved in that? Something-
Sometime after the presidential primary.
Could we say by March 31st?
Sure.
And then just report out in April that if it's completed or not?
So bring
Sure.
it back for the April meeting.
Does that give you enough time?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm good
Now,
with
I
that.
do agree. I think we have to have a topic coming on, but I think that's a
Well,
separate.
quite honestly, if we had a CPA that the township had a retainer with or worked with, when these questions come up, the clerk, whoever it may be,
As a resource.
yes, would have somebody to actually,
I hear you. Yeah. Okay, so. So the motion in this matter at hand would be motion to have the clerk's office no later than March 31st, 2024, file the appropriate amended 941 forms to agree with the Form W3 for the year ending
2022. First,
no, did not total amount. And the board does know that fourth quarter did not total amount.
no, be
For
20.
2021. Verification of that filing to be provided at the April, regularly scheduled April 2024 board meeting.
Sounds good.
Okay.
I'll second it.
When's the verification due to the board?
The
Right.
April regular board meeting.
Can you read the motion back, please, Cheryl?
Motion by Glenn. To have the clerk's office no later than 3/31/24 file the appropriate amended 941 forms to agree with the Form W3 for the year ending 2021. Verification of that filing to be provided at the regular April 24 board meeting.
And I second it.
Any other questions? Roll call when ready.
Bennett,
Yeah.
Falmouth,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes.
I'll make a motion to approve an increase to the boat launch fees for 24-25 season, for the 24 camping season.
From $8 to $10.
You know, that's not my motion at this time.
Well, there needs to be some specificity in the motion, not just, it's too vague.
Well, and you'll see why I want to discuss it first. So that's my motion. If somebody else got another motion, that's fine.
Why not just say motion to discuss possible increases at,
Because Andrew wrote the motion. And so
Okay.
I just said that motion. And I
You didn't even
agree.
write that much of a motion. You added to it, but that's fine.
Say that.
I mean, what's the proposal? Why wouldn't that be in the motion? What is the proposal?
Motion to approve an increase in the boat launch fees.
For 2024 season.
Yeah, for 2024 season.
okay,
I'll second it for discussion purposes.
Okay, there we go.
okay.
So in Andrew's letter, and this is on packet page 336. He
Only-
says 8 to 10 for daily. And the annual non-resident from 60 to 80.
And the resident would stay the same, I take it.
Because
That
he left it out.
he left it out. So that was the conversation I want to get to. I think that we should state whatever it is. And I don't know that we in best practice should say, okay, everybody else is gonna pay an increased fee, but the residents don't. That's all I wanted to get out there. In other words, if boat fees increase, I think they increase across the board.
But the problem is that residents pay taxes here.
I get
No,
the
I
argument.
cannot-
What is the charge for? Is it like,
I think it's 40,
is it
isn't it?
40, 35,
30.
would 30?
There's no mention of camper boat pass fees either
Well, that
in
would
the
be
memo.
$10 or a non-resident.
Mhm.
Unless they're a resident.
Well, what are the,
No,
what are we
campers,
charging for the camper?
campers. There's a different fee for
I
people who
thought
are.
that was
camping.
$10. Oh, that was the additional camping unit.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not mentioned in the motion at all.
Right.
How much do they pay for that?
There's a 7-day rate and a 2-week rate.
What are those? Do you know what they are?
Don't have them on this computer any longer because it was, had to do that reboot.
Well, maybe he's not proposing an increase in those either because he did not mention them. He only mentioned the items that he,
About he were
The-
relevant.
Yeah, I looked at it from that angle and I meant to ask him while he was here, right? Because I knew that we would run long on this. And so it's, I should have asked him. But he mentions other rates, current rates, that he's not recommending to increase.
but I guess if he's not recommending an increase, but this is what's been talked about, is why he's listing those there. If there was never a discussion on increasing for residents or increasing for camper rates, maybe that's why he didn't include them. That's my way of thinking on it.
Yeah, he doesn't have any seasonal, he doesn't have seasonal campers. Would see an increase from blunt to $3,400 for the season.
I understand his rationale on that, though.
Yeah, I do too.
So have we moved off of the boat ramp
Sorry,
discussion?
Sorry.
No, they,
Because my motion only is for boat ramp right now, right?
Right.
okay, and it's a regular $30 for
For resident.
as many times
Annual.
as you want along. To be honest with you, I bought an annual and I didn't even use $30 worth, but.
And my thought is that, I'm not in favor of raising the residential because they pay taxes here. So $30, somebody uses it twice a year, they're still not getting the $30 worth if we raise it to the 10. And I am in favor of raising it from 8 to 10. I
Okay.
think that's fair.
Yeah.
Other boat launches are
Yeah.
very similar.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't think that's out of line.
I concur.
And I don't think raising the non-resident from 60 to 80 is a issue either because you're getting a brand new launch to use.
And the people I think that that's going to affect the most would be the campers that are seasonal campers, right?
Anybody that's a non-resident,
Yeah.
it's all non-residents. Lots of people launch there from other townships.
That's true.
And
That's
what
the
we,
only way to get to Torch Lake.
what I found over the summer is that, especially in the springtime, you have these businesses that pay $60 for a boat ramp fee and they launch 150 boats. And that's not allowed in Elk Rapids.
So like fishing charter boats.
No, like the dock installation people. They'll also
Oh,
launch your
yeah.
boat.
They'll launch all the
Mhm.
boats. So he
So
buys one and
He
then
buys
he
one
launches.
and they're
I
all
get it.
free.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Andrew might not even be aware of that.
Yes, North Shore buys two. Poseidon launches out of Bags Road.
Okay, so is
The
that
only
an
one- the
issue
only
or
one-
not in your
The
opinion?
only company that I've seen out there on a regular basis was North Shore, and they called and wanted to know who to write the check out to buy two non-resident passes. So. But the other main company out of Central Lake, Poseidon launches out of Bags Road. They launch everything out of there. They never even come over to, and maybe they do, but.
Are they putting the $5 or the
It's
$10,
only 11
whatever it
bucks
is
or-
in the
Well, no, what is the recreational passport now? 12? I forget I bought one
It
this
went
year.
up to
12 or
yeah, I think
18?
it's 12 now.
Well, yeah, but you can launch as many times as you want for 12 bucks.
Yeah.
So it's a moot point not to worry about the businesses or worry about the businesses? What do you think?
Well, if they're buying multiples, then, I mean, they're making an effort. So we're,
And the tournaments that come in, the tournament director typically collects it all from the people and, tells us how many boats and brings up the money. You may get some tournaments where somebody's coming in a couple days ahead of time to just fish the lake and scout the lake. They'll pay for a single boat pass to go out. Then the tournament director typically just collects it all and brings it up, which is a lot easier for us.
so it looks like I can't even calculate a percentage rate here. The only question is whether or not we're gonna raise the camper boat pass, the 7-day rate and the 2-week rate. Any ideas what that is?
Couldn't find it. I guess I'm probably gonna be wrong.
Cheryl, do you know what it is?
What's the
Isn't it on
question again?
website? The question on what the camper rate is, 7-day and you said.
Well, it's $10. It was $10 for 1 through 7 nights and 20 for 8 through 14 nights. Camper pass.
That's for a boat.
Mhm.
Yeah, that sounds right.
They're making them pay what the average person pays for 2 weeks of service and for their 2 weeks. And then they gotta start over, because don't you guys have a thing where you can only stay on a site for 2 weeks or no?
Except seasonal. How do seasonals do it? If they have a boat.
They pay the non-resident if
Okay.
they aren't Whitewater Township residents.
They pay the 10 for the first week and 20 for the second week, and
No,
then
they pay the 80.
Or
the
the
60.
60 and now, yeah.
I'm good with what he,
So we'll leave the camper pass at 10 and 20.
I'm good with that. This is for the boat launch only.
correct.
So I'd like to amend my motion. Motion to increase the boat ramp fees as follows. Daily from 8 to 10. Annual boat passes. Residents will remain the same at 30. Non-resident boat passes will increase from 60 to 80. Camper boat passes, boat ramp passes will remain at $10 for 7 days, $20 for 2 weeks.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Valmith,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Glenn,
Yes.
So the second part of this document looks at the camping fees.
Oh, we're on the same document.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because Andrew had provided, I mean, this is his first board packet thing, right? So, motion to deny the other remaining fee increases. And I just think that a motion should include the dollar amounts, which would be listed in paragraph 3. And then paragraph 5 for seasonals. And paragraph 6. Yeah. So my motion would be nightly campground fees would be $39 per night for off-peak season, May 17th through June 12th, and September 3 through September 28.
So you're
Okay.
increasing them from 39 to 45, or you're just leaving them at 39?
Well,
Leaving them.
I'm leaving them at 39 because I think that was Andrew's intention with his motion. What's the problem with that? Have we gotten a second yet?
No.
Second.
is that the end of the motion? Set nightly campground fees at 39 per night for off peaks, 5/17 through 6/12 and 9/3 through 9/28.
No, you're not done, are you?
No.
Finish it. No, I'm just saying that further in his memo, you're assuming that he's making a recommendation of pushing back the opening of the park for the free camping weekend from the first weekend of May to May 17th. If you're pushing forth a motion on starting May 17th, you're gonna have to come back around and address your heart and horse here.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And so does everybody else pick up on that?
Mhm.
When you, as soon as you said something, I wondered if the dates conflicted. And
They
they
do.
bump up to one another, right? So let's take a look at the free camping weekend. May 17th through the May 19th. Actually, I think right now we could do it like, I don't know, February 14th.
I think it's a good idea to push it to the 17th because now you're past Mother's Day. You might get more camping.
Okay,
It also, the weather. We seem to still have snow in May.
okay. So then for this particular motion we're working on, I would like to change the May 17th date to May 20th. Does that work for you? That's after the free camping weekend. Is that?
That's interesting, because I don't know, the rates of all work were always loaded in at for starting that first weekend in May at the previous rate. It wasn't in there at $1. it had to physically be changed. And so,
Right, because it's free.
right, so I don't, the only caveat there is be noted that if free camping weekend ever goes around, you'll have to change those dates, but I think it, you know, for practical purposes, we know free camping weekends that weekend, so. And we expect that to continue for the foreseeable future, I would think. So May 20th would be. So if you're,
Well, the dates have to be changed every year.
yeah,
The,
So-
the dates have to be changed and reset every year because they don't follow on the same day of the week.
Friday's 17th, 18th. So you would actually start the 19th, Ron. Not the 20th. Because it's the 17th is the Friday, 17th and 18th are the two free camping nights. People check out by noon on Sunday. If somebody's gonna stick around on Sunday, they're paying that first off-season rate. So it really would be the 19th, not the 20th.
Okay. So back to the nightly fee motion. May 17th will change to May 19th.
May 17th will change to May 19th.
Yep. And 50 and $46 per night during peak season, June 13th through September 2nd.
Okay. Question. The Halloween party is always held the first weekend, first Saturday in October. That'd be the 5th. People tend to camp that week after the 28th.
Wait a minute. I thought it was the last weekend in September. Was that?
Yeah,
It's the first weekend in
Okay.
October.
No, it's been the last weekend in September.
it is.
It's how we said it.
Okay.
No, it isn't.
Yeah,
It depends on when the last weekend in September is. If it's too far in, then we always go with the last weekend in September, but no, it is not. I don't mean to be difficult about this, but I've only been doing this for, I don't know, 14 years.
Yeah, I mean, last year, I think, wasn't October 1st on a Sunday or something like that? I don't remember now.
Which means we would have had to go a whole nother weekend.
Right, yeah.
So
People are getting their campers put away after that.
I just.
The park used to close October 15th. That was before the the Halloween party was even held out at the park. The
Right.
Halloween party's only been held out at the park about the last 5 years.
And while this isn't the right time to bring this forward, I'm encouraging Andrew to keep the park open year round. Just
That
take a
could-
look at the other amenities here locally that offer snowshoeing, that offer lighted trail walks. People are paying $20 at Mount McSaba to walk a trail that's a quarter mile long.
Yeah, but how you gonna fix the road to get, you gotta fix the road first to get there.
And so there's so much more that the park could be doing for the community in off season, what we've considered after the park closes, right? And so Andrew is working on a revenue stream that looks at keeping the park open to limited extent, right? I mean, we're not gonna have water and stuff like that, and but those outdoor uses will be available. So getting back to your concern about September 28th, why don't we just keep the campground open until October 15th? Why not? Or better yet, weather dependent. October 15th or October 1st or weather dependent. Pick a date. Or maybe you guys could just decide right now when the Halloween party was going to be and we take care of it that way. So there's a couple of options. What does the end of September look
So
like
the
for
last-
Halloween?
It's the
Yeah,
28th is the
20
last Saturday.
Yeah.
So if we bumped it out a day to the 29th, then that covers the Sunday. Or maybe we go to the 30th, which
But if
covers
they-
the Monday.
Yeah, what they've done, I mean, the way setups on Friday, the 20th, or it would have been Friday's a setup on the 27th, Halloween parties on the 28th, check out at noon on the 29th, and then the park would technically then close. So if you're doing the Halloween party, Ardella, setting up on the October 4th, Halloween party on the 5th, park closing on the 6th.
I'm checking with something, yeah.
Do we have to have a park close date? And really, this isn't a park close date. This
No,
is a rate date,
right?
right? And so this is not a closure date. This particular business item is to determine what the rate is. So we could change that September 28th to December 1st, and it wouldn't affect a thing.
That helps.
So I say we change the September 28th to December 1st.
To December 1st?
Yeah, why not? Well, I
You
mean,
could be able to drive down there anyways, and
So the
Yeah, take your
the
snowshoes.
off-season rate, starting after Labor Day on 9/4.
9/3.
I'm sorry, yeah. Actually, 9/2 is when that starts.
says the 3rd.
Right, yeah. It's like, I'm just, my paper's wrong, it's 9/2 and then 9/3. Okay, I had my date. Okay, and then, then from 9/3 to, you're saying 12/1, then that's off season at $39 again.
Yes.
Well, Ardella, Halloween weekend would be set up on the 4th, the party on the 5th of October.
Yes, if I'm reaching out to the We Saw people, and we'll find out what they have already discussed.
Set up on 10-4, is that what you said?
Yeah. Have the snafu we had with the blocking out the sites.
Right. And that'll be important with the new software. Because, you know, we want to make sure we have those dates set aside before we open it up to the public, because it's just going to be gone. Right.
Yeah, yep.
So, thanks for taking the extra time to work through that.
Yeah, that we had,
And Della.
I would like to be able to get the people that actually participate, that decorate their sites and they welcome the kids and stuff in. I'd like them to have first shot at the sites, because we had people that had no idea what was going on.
Yeah,
They had no idea. They were just looking for some fall camping.
yeah,
So
yeah. There's a lot of that out there. There really is.
personally, I like fall camping.
Mhm. So I think the motion is Cheryl.
Okay.
Can you read back what you have?
Oh. Well, first you said to set nightly campground fees at $39 per night for off-peak season, 5/17 through 6/12 and 9/3 through 9/28. Then you said you wanted to change 5/17 to 5/19 and $46 per night during peak season, 6/13 through 9/2. Then you said you wanted to change 9/28 to 12/1. So I'm not, that's what's been said.
So nightly fees would increase from nightly fees would be $39 per night for off-peak season rates. May 19 through June 12 and September 3 through December 1. And $46 per night during peak season, June 13th through September 2. Everybody concur? That's my motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
You got it, Heidi?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll second it.
Any additional discussion? Roll call when ready.
Baumuth,
Yes.
Goss, no. Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop.
Yes. And then the seasonal camper item. How much were they this year?
They were $3,112 plus the $8 reservation fee.
$3,012?
3,112, yeah,
112.
plus the $8 reservation fee.
Make a motion that the seasonal camper rate is $3,112 plus $8 reservation fee.
Wait a minute. That the seasonal, you're changing camper rate to something else? Some other wording for it? Or are you saying seasonal camper rate is $3,112?
I thought that's what I said, but
Well, that's what you
I-
said, but then you said something about fee.
Plus the $8 reservation fee.
Oh,
seasonal camper dates are June 28 through September 3. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Goss, no. Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes,
Valmute.
Yes.
I'll make a motion to keep the additional camping unit at $25 per night.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes,
Goss. Yes, Valmute,
Yes.
Bennett.
Yes.
It's Larry's.
make a motion to designate May 17th through May 19th as free camping weekend.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded.
I'm sorry, what were the dates? Motion to designate. This wasn't in the packet, so.
Actually, it is. It's right
I
from the
didn't see
packet.
it in there. Okay, what are the dates?
May 17th through May 19th. Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? We'll call when ready.
Valmute,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes,
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes.
Motion to maintain reservation fee at $8 per reservation, non-refundable.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Call when ready.
Goss, yes. Valmuth,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Make a motion to maintain pavilion rental at $100 per day.
That was for what?
Pavilion?
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
I think once the pavilion's made a little bit nicer, we increase that to 150 down the road, but that's for budget discussion.
Yeah, a lot of work needs to be done there. I agree.
So you gotta
Yeah.
give more electricity available.
Oh, there's
in
70
there.
amps available there. There's lots of power there. It just looks like.
Can you get power all over the place though? Like if you were setting up different food stations?
Yeah.
Okay.
Roll call when ready.
Bennett,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes. Valmuth,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes. Motion to maintain a $20 dump fee for non-campers. Dump station fee.
Don't we have a fee for that already? Or no?
Yeah, it's $20.
Mm. We didn't make any upgrades over there, did we?
We did.
That's what
Yeah,
I thought. I
we-
thought
we
we made a
did.
couple.
Yeah.
So shouldn't we maybe up that to 25? Cover some of that cost?
You know, I don't recall.
Does anybody even do it?
Oh,
Does
yeah.
do people actually drive their camper down that crappy road just to dump? Oh,
Yep.
Lord.
We're
What does
also gonna
Hot
do
Toast
it.
charge? What does
It's
Hot
not a
Toast-
lot, but it's,
Are we in competitive rates? What does Hot Toast charge?
I don't know.
I just wondered if it was a compatible rate. Cause now the truck stops operate for nothing, so. And there are some Michigan roadsides that have them and they don't charge anything either.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Where's that at? I've not ever
Think
heard of
where I
that.
saw a couple, they're in, you don't even know they're there. You have to like walk up and look, oh, here's a dump station for you. But I do know some of the roadsides now.
I thought
have
that's
'em.
what those cast iron grates were on the side of the parking lot.
Nah, nah.
I thought it was just a no
Uh,
hose pull up and
Or that
Oh,
you just unhook the grade matter or whatever and drive down the road. I thought that's what that was for.
Oh,
no, don't, you
I'm new to
guys.
this camping stuff.
Spread it,
Uh-huh.
you know, eat-
No.
You know, I was kidding, right?
I hope to
No.
God you were. You said you liked winter camping. Don't
But
drive behind you.
I think I'm good with the $20.
I mean, how many people really do it? Don, is it even worth upping that? Cause what's the
it's a few- I
recoup?
mean, it's a few, it's not gonna drive park profit.
It's probably as much as people dump their garbage down there.
Um, I don't see any problem with 20.
Okay,
personally.
as long as you don't, we're good.
Roll call when ready.
I didn't hear a second.
I second. it.
Yeah, Heidi seconded it.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Falmouth,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Glenn.
Yes. Motion to maintain the $5 per bag garbage dump fee.
You know, that increased, right? Don, you know, the red bags increased.
They're now green, and I
Green,
don't know how
red.
much the green ones are.
I only know the red ones were like almost $4.
Nope, they're $4.50.
How much are the green ones?
I've never seen green ones.
All right, so it's $4.50. You should probably up that to $6.
I'm good with that.
Well, you
then-
can get 3 kitchen-sized garbage bags in one of the red bags.
I can get more than that in there, but okay.
So it's cheaper for them to use the red bags, is what I'm saying.
How would it be cheaper for them to use the
They
red
just
bags if
bring
they're
in one
$4.50?
13-gallon bag and pay $5 for it when they can get 3 of those in a bag that costs $4.50.
Oh, they don't bring you the red bag? They just bring you the
No.
garbage?
No, that's gets picked up.
No, they're not paying for red bag and then driving it down the road. They're
No.
leaving it curbside, what it's intended for.
I thought they were dropping you red bags.
We're not selling the red bags.
No,
No, you have to be authorized by GFL to sell those bags.
So. Why are you looking at me like?
I was
I
just
still haven't heard a second.
such,
I second it.
No, you did not.
Okay, I
Heidi. You
second it.
started talking. You didn't.
All right, I
the
second
motion.
it.
I'm sorry, your
Okay.
motion was to stay the same or increase?
well, my motion is to increase $6 per bag for the dump fee.
To
For the garbage,
$6.
to $6. Yeah.
Okay, so you're amending your motion to charge $6 per bag,
Well, didn't your garbage didn't the dump in the,
garbage dump fee.
um,
Are you seconding that, Heidi?
yes, I'll second that. Did your garbage fee go up to empty your dumpster?
yeah, well, it went up 8% last year, but we took it from $3 a bag to, or $2. What was it $2 in 2022? We took it from 2 to 5, I think.
It became $5 per bag in 22.
Yes, and so.
Is your dumpster ever overfilling because of that?
Not because of that, just the sheer volume that, you know.
Okay.
We run for a couple week double pickup because the sheer volume of people there.
Motion to maintain the,
Wait a minute.
Well, we haven't done the vote.
We
Oh,
haven't
I'm
voted
sorry.
on this garbage
I'm
fee
sorry.
thing yet.
my bad. Any other questions on the garbage dump? Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
No,
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Goss, no, Falmouth,
Yes.
Motion passes. Motion to maintain the overnight storage fee at $5 per night.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Is that for parking a boat? Or is that for additional campsite?
well, it's gonna be interesting, isn't it? With acres and acres of parking now. You know, it was basically that overflow lot. Which was, and now you've got all of that ancillary parking that's been put in.
Did you say to increase?
Maintain.
maintain.
Thank you.
That's a dilemma that's gonna have to be dealt with. just, before the boat, the limited space on the asphalt by the boat ramp would sometimes cause, somebody parking wanting to park a boat up into the overflow. Or if they had it on their campsite and they needed some room for, a few hours to park it over there. I mean, now you pull it out, you parking it. You have way more increased parking. So, on June 12th, you're gonna have 8 boats there during the day and you're never gonna use that overflow, and then somebody's gonna park in that overflow just because it's there, they're there to be used. Now the rangers are gonna have to try to police that and try to create, is that storage or isn't that storage? And I think that's probably gonna be problematic to monitor. But
How does that affect the rate?
It'd be hard to collect, it sounds like,
well,
unless they're
um,
parked there.
I think if you're gonna spend more time on it, I might consider increasing that rate from 5 to 10. Gonna have to probably spend some labor to deal with it,
Okay,
so.
Here's a question. How are you gonna keep people from parking in a parking spot versus the overflow parking? You gonna kick everybody, at nighttime, put a little love note on their car, or what are you gonna do? Cause if the park closes at dusk and nobody's in there, they could park, all that parking's there. So why would I go park in the overflow if I got parking right there? So what's gonna
I think you're
constitute?
talking about a procedural problem, which we're
Right.
not gonna solve here.
No,
I
we're
would-
not.
I would advocate taking the price to 10, but
and so along that line, I thought that, if I was gonna be gone for a couple of weeks, away from the campsite, whatever, or maybe I was gonna come back north, go to a different campsite, I'd easily pay $5 a night to have my camper stored. Easily pay that. And so it's interesting that you say bump that up to 10 for that scenario. It'd still be an easy decision for me.
yeah. I mean, make it higher.
$50, I don't have to pull the thing home, don't have to pull it back up. I'm good with that. I'd amend my motion to go to increase the storage fee to $10.
I'll take my second off and re-second.
Roll call when ready.
Bennett,
Yes.
Baumbach,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes,
Goss, no.
I don't know how this next one is going to be affected under the new software, but I'll just make the motion to maintain the $10 cancel/change booking fee.
What was that, Ron? I'm sorry.
I'm making a motion to maintain the $10 per booking cancel/change fee. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Ross, yes, Falmouth,
Yes.
Bennett.
Yes. In the future,
Uh-huh.
maybe we could have one document that lays this out and vote on one document instead of making 11 motions.
Well, that's actually an interesting statement because that's what I had. But because there's some controversy about whether or not we made motions and we talked about what the pricing is, I divided that into 11, actually 12 motions.
Got another one?
Did you? So,
Well, if you'd
yeah.
followed how it'd been done previously, it was all on one page and two separate
well,
motions.
I
but-
think we tried that last year, but
No, you
apparently
didn't,
there's,
you didn't make a motion at all last year. All you did was.
this year
discuss
we
it.
did.
No motions were made. In fact, there was no document in front of the board at the January 11th, 2023 meeting to even have it all laid out. There was no document brought. What's your motion?
This one involves ice per bag. I think because we had so much trouble with ice last year. Do you have a recommendation to increase that?
I do not have a recommendation to increase it. When we're talking about the budget, I am bringing forth an item for the township to purchase a ice chest for roughly, well, between 2,500 and 3,000, because we would want to set up a second account with Glacier out of Gaylord. When Home City couldn't deliver, we just happen to call Glacier. They could deliver, but they won't put it in a Home City box. Home City won't put it in a Glacier box. And so by having our own independent box, we could double up ice or have other options to stay in. So if Home City's delivering us the week before 4th of July, and they won't see us again till the third week in July because of the Cherry Festival, then we can have them fill up both boxes and better suit our needs. So it's not the price, it's about the process of having
But
equipment.
Don, doesn't that also mean we have the maintenance and repair bill?
Yeah, and here's what I'll share with you. My dad owned an ice company for 25 years and I worked with him. For cheap cook and bottle washer.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot of maintenance on these machines. You just need to blow the coils.
Well, I
out
was
every
gonna,
spring.
ask a question. Are we better going to a machine that dispenses the ice? Instead of what we're
You'll never get
trying?
that recommendation from me.
If they break down.
That is now you want a mechanical nightmare. Yes, we had self-dispensing bags of ice machines. And no, I will never set foot in.
Just asking a question, so I don't know either,
So-
but I use them all the time.
But I don't see any reason on the price. I do, however, think there's a better process. I'll discuss.
Okay.
during the budget.
Okay. So then my
Thank you.
motion would be to maintain the $4 per bag ice charge.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
And just so you know, we got rid of Glacier because they couldn't deliver
Yeah, I
around the holidays either.
totally agree, but having.
You're not gonna
a
get
second
any
box-
better service from them.
Having a second box.
Oh, that'll
I
hold
can-
you for
I
a
can
little
order
while.
That on June 10th
Right,
and have inventory to
Yeah.
get. So you're
Right.
right. You can't get deliveries during the holiday period
No.
because we're too small.
right,
But planning ahead and after we can.
right. Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Falmouth,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Glenn,
Yes.
Motion to approve the revised Whitewater Township Park seasonal camper selection from the current first come, first served practice to a lottery-based selection process effective immediately.
I'll second that.
We see any drawbacks in this?
As to,
As to the people we currently have? And
Did we have a second?
I
Yeah,
second it.
okay.
I don't deal with the campers out there. So, and I certainly don't deal with the seasonal campers. So I don't know, are we going to lose more seasonal campers because of this? Or do you think it will draw more people in? I mean, I read his memo, but it seems to be under the fairness, not necessarily what will keep our seasonal campers in or draw more in.
I think it draws more in. We have, I think my experience this past season has been, you're getting into July and August and September and people are talking about how great it is there. They may have been only there for the first time or second time and they find out we have seasonal opportunities. Well, by the time they want, they're down deep in the list and it may not even get a chance to. Even last year, if you recall, it was back in January of 2023 when I was asked to kind of shepherd that for the season. I was getting calls in January and February from people saying, I'd like to be on the seasonal camper list. Well, there was just no way. We had, 20 some people on there. There is no, the first come, first serve is not a advertised or pushed out there program other than the people that have continued to benefit from it. There are lots of inquiries during the course of the summer, both at the camp, email, phone calls that go from, I'll say from 4th of July to end of January of this year that call and say, hey, I'd like to be interested in seasonal camper. I think a lottery is a fair way to put it out.
They're year round. It's always been year round that people inquire about seasonal camping.
So I think that just queuing them up in starting April 1st is grossly unfair.
The only comment I received last year is, why do we have seasonals at all? And it was from a resident who didn't think it was fair that, a lakefront parcel could be had for $3,000 for the summer. And they didn't have access to the same.
And that's why we did away with allowing seasonals to rent lakefront sites. Because I heard the same complaints. Actually, while I was campaigning for this job in the summer of 2012, I heard that complaint. Why are the same people always on the lakefront sites? And I thought, that's a really good question. Why are the same people all on? And so over the years, we moved the seasonal campers to other loops in the park because the seasonal sites, the lakefront sites are in high demand. And that gives the public the chance to get lakefront site,
Yeah,
lakeside.
The 12 sites that we're currently using seem to be the appropriate sites.
They're in the back.
Well, we let them pick out of the 3 loops that we allowed them, and we let them pick the sites they wanted. We didn't assign them to them. But we just didn't let them have 5, 6, 7, 8, or 15 through 19.
That's interesting you say that because that's not entirely the way I did it this year. What I did was I didn't assign anybody a site, but based on the order, I would call Ardella, okay, you sees that you have a seasonal opportunity here. Here are the 12 sites that you could choose from. And you chose your one and okay, we settled that up. Heidi, you're the second seasonal camper called, there are 11 sites, here are the 11 sites that are remaining, you choose one that you want, and it got down, and that just seemed to be,
How did you choose?
they were designated in the material that I got from Cheryl.
So those were the
I-
ones that were rented the year before.
Yeah, they were just rented the year before and
that's-
doesn't mean that they were the same sites every year.
Oh, you have that option to switch that
Yeah,
up.
so, but that's.
People have different
only-
size units. and
Only
whatnot.
knowing what I knew at the time, I just assumed those were the designated 12 sites, and so I just pulled from that.
I heard from one of them that they really liked the idea of being farther back. It was more secluded. You know, they had more room, was more secluded. For the times when they were not there, their site was set off and. Oh.
Well, and also other campers we did hear complaints, when people, early on, when people were, occupying seasonal sites on the lakefront, you will get, complaints from campers saying, because there's some people that only come up on the weekends, they're not even there during the week. And so then you'll have people say, why is that site, no one's ever there at that site? And that is kind of a waste to have a seasonal sitting on a site. They work during the week, they drive up on Friday night, and they're only there on the weekends. Why should that site not be available to the general public? 5 of this, the other
They
5
pay during the
Because
whole
they're
days of the
paying
week.
for it.
week.
Well, I know, but at that time, they weren't paying as much as they are now, so,
I don't have a problem with this lottery thing. We will find out if the seasonal people have a problem with it or if it works out good, right?
Yeah.
I mean, every once in a while, you gotta try new things.
Roll call when ready.
Bauman,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop.
Yes. Couple of housekeeping items here. During this discussion, we talked about 12. We talked about pre-designated sites. I think I recall maybe board action designating those 12 sites
I don't
in
recall that.
previous years.
I don't recall that. but
I don't recall that.
The board did designate that at that one time, but they only designated it for one season. Way back.
And how did we come up with 12 was the number? We have.
Because it
what,
was
50?
more at one time, wasn't it?
Yeah. Wasn't it like 52 sites? How many
We had
sites?
55.
You have
55.
55 sites. Why couldn't we increase that? Especially if we're designating where it's going.
I thought we dropped it down
We did.
just to increase local activity, to increase the opportunity for local activity.
I think
Well,
we
you lose
do.
the reservation fees on those sites, that you would generate by people renting it for 2 to 7 nights at a time. Because the seasonals only pay 1 reservation.
But you have a
fee.
lot of time during the week that nobody's there. The park is kind of empty.
Park
Not-
shouldn't be empty,
not
not in
in-
July and August.
Not in July and August, and.
Park should be full in July and August.
May's, pushing it back for the 2 weeks in May to start date is a smart move, because the occupancy rate is virtually nothing. 15 days. It's light till you get to Memorial Day. Then it's spotty. I have I ran an analysis of it, and I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but
It'd be interesting to see.
June was a little more than I thought. July and August are
Crazy.
smash. And September turned out to be much higher. To your point, the week after Labor Day, like the 10 days after Labor Day, were a little light, but the back half of the month was surprisingly populated. And I don't know if just because the weather was cooler but the overall occupancy rate, and these numbers I know off the top of my head, I discounted the COVID year because of the park operations. In 2021, the park occupancy rate was 68%. In 2022, it was 63.4%. And in 2023, it was 63.1%. So I don't know if it's after post-COVID that, some of these people that were buying out RVs and things like that that's starting to wane a little bit. But
Well, the COVID year was an exceptionally high occupancy rate. The park was not allowed to open until
Middle of
Gretchen
June, wasn't it?
Whitmer took the lockdowns off. The lockdowns are supposed to come off June 12th. She took it off June 1st. And then we were able to get the park open. We were preparing to get the park open and we were able to have it open on the 5th. And we were booked solid because people were so anxious to get the heck out of the house. So it was a shorter season, but it was an extremely busy season.
I think the thing, Ardella, that's worth noting is, we took the rates up, the nightly rates from 22 to 23, and our occupancy rate didn't change. I mean, 63.4 to 63.1 is virtually one night. I mean, it's the rates had no effect on occupancy.
Yeah, that wasn't my question. My question was, could we increase our seasonal, let's say 3, and make it 15 instead of 12?
I think
If you've got that many people on a wait list or wanting in, then you're not gonna have any problems filling those 3 nights. And if we're picking where
yeah,
they're going to be, we can keep them.
I mean, if you don't, just because you designate 15, and if the 15 don't fill, if you only have 11, then
Right.
you open them up anyways.
Right.
So it doesn't.
I mean, someday we might expand this campground. Maybe we'll add cabins, like a lot of places have done. And
Actually, I
yurts.
understand the overwhelming request was for rustic camping.
Yep.
People want to park their car, walk down a trail and pop a tent at a clearing.
Well,
Yeah,
also now
well,
people are able. to
Yeah,
put
it's not me. I get
their
that. I get
cars.
that. But
No.
I was told
Well,
by
there are
more than
also
one
people
person.
that don't want to pay for it, Ron.
Well,
They, where they go? They pull a permit from the DNR and they just go camp by the Boardman.
oh, you need a permit for that?
Yes.
Nope. You gotta tell them where you're gonna be.
Yeah, tell them where you're gonna be.
So do we
Otherwise
need
they'll
to
kick you
select
out.
the annual sites? That was what I gleaned
Yep.
from our previous conversation. Should we select the annual sites? Or do we just let Andrew select 12 or 15 of them?
I think we
Let him
do-
choose.
I think we let him do, I think we let him do what's appropriate, what he feels is he needs to do for that weekend or week or month or whatever.
I know he was a part of last year, but I don't know how much, Don, you decided and how much Andrew observed.
I went with the list from the previous year. And if I was counseling him this year, I would say use the same list of the 12 sites we used last year came from the 12 sites from the year before that. Just use those 12 again.
Okay, so as long as he's getting all the information available, I don't have a problem with it. I would encourage increasing it to 15. But I'm not running the park. Especially if we have people wanting it.
Well, yeah, if I were, I mean, I don't know what the number is right now. If he's got 20 names or 25 names, I think having 15 is the right number. If he's sitting at 12 or 15, then 12 is probably still the right number. But
Like you said, if we don't book them, they
we're
just
gonna
get rented
turn
out.
in. I mean, I don't,
Okay,
Me, I don't have any problem with
so
setting aside 15.
let's play that out. What 3 additional sites would you recommend? One from the
I'd probably take one from each of the loops,
off water loops.
off water loops, yeah,
Okay,
yeah. I would put them, I would collectively put them near where they're at, where the other ones are right now.
So you could just think about it this way, it could be a range between 12 and 15.
Mhm.
If 15, if the requests dictate 15, just do 15.
I think that's a good business model.
so as a potential motion here, motion to increase the number of seasonal sites. And I should say camping sites. I wouldn't type anything just yet, Cheryl.
Great.
Motion to increase the number of seasonal camping sites from 12 to 15 using the 12 sites from last year and the 3 additional sites one from each off-water loop. You see if that makes sense. Again, I'm just proofreading here, Cheryl, nothing to type. Motion to increase the number of seasonal camping sites from 12 to 15 using the 12 sites from last year and the 3 additional sites it really doesn't read well. Okay. So same beginning. Motion to increase the number of seasonal campsites from 12 to 15 using the 12 sites from last year with the 3 additional sites, one from each off-water loop. That communicate it well enough? Or do we?
I was just gonna leave it to the park manager, as long as it was non-water sites. Cause he may find them. Instead of having to pick one in each loop, just leave it up to the park manager to decide what the other 3 would be, as long as it's not water,
Okay,
As long as they're not prime sites.
which is water.
so actually, just eliminate one each off-water loop and we'll make it motion to increase the number of seasonal campsites from 12 to 15 using 12 sites from last year with 3 additional sites from off-water loops.
Yep. A second.
That seems to read well enough.
Wired in that water.
Okay. So I'll make that motion. You made the second.
Mhm.
Roll call when ready. We're at roll call.
I don't know what the motion is. I'll have to get it later, so you can just
Okay.
call the roll.
Goss,
I'll abstain. I didn't hear the motion. Unless you want to read it.
Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Bellmuth,
Yes.
yes. And one other housekeeping item while we're on park is I forgot to indicate wood fee. So I'd like to maintain the motion to maintain the $8 per bundle of wood. Dollar fee per bundle of wood.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion.
Do we have enough into our wood at $8?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Do we have enough profit for us with $8?
It's a competitive price. We got a lot of people all around
Yeah.
in the area from 5 to 10.
My question is, are you gonna get the same price from your vendor?
Was told that at the end of the season. He said he was holding the price.
Interestingly, last year, someone from the park that works at the park told some campers to find Don Way and buy wood from him because they could buy it cheaper
Really?
from him rather than at the park. Yeah, I got a call from Don about that. He wasn't too happy.
That's a little strange, but okay.
So I think we've got everything taken care of in
We haven't had a
season.
vote on that.
Yeah, we haven't.
Oh,
We were still
roll call when ready.
discussing.
Bennett,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Ballmuth.
Yes.
Have we taken care of everything for campground? I'm gonna say we move on to the next business item. Number 10. Make a motion to discuss internal controls, oversight, meetings, bylaws, and roles and responsibilities as outlined in this business item.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion.
So. This is motion.
You made a motion that got seconded. Did we vote on it?
I think we're in discussion, right?
Yeah.
Well, no, it's a motion to discuss.
We're gonna
them.
discuss
We
the
need a- we need
bylaws.
a- Don't we need to vote on that?
Oh. What's the point of putting a motion out there?
Well, motion made and seconded. And then once you have a second, isn't that when we normally begin discussion of that item?
Discussion of whether to discuss it. Because that was the motion to discuss it.
All right, roll call when ready.
Goss, yes. Glenn?
Yes.
Pop?
Yes,
Falmouth?
Yes.
Bennett?
Yes. The party.
Don said he was getting some notes around.
Oh.
So, I guess the one thing that jumped out to me on this is the bylaws. All right, we've gone to, and correctly so, we have the planning commission, the PrAC, the ZBA amending or approving or amending their bylaws. But yet we seem to be running into discrepancies that I don't want to phrase it because this isn't meant to be insulting to anyone. It's just,
Right.
it's just, are they just going through the motions or do they really understand that it has ramifications? It is you can't pick and choose what you want. If you decide on a bylaw that that this needs to
Gotta follow
happen,
it.
then it needs to happen. And more importantly, if you're referencing in the bylaws, this portion or that portion, could you take the time to make sure that at least ties it together? For lack of better word, it seems loose. And I don't know wherein the problem lies. I don't know if it is the simple fact. I think you used a great point earlier eloquently, the clerk in Acme Township, she's not an accountant, but she's in a role and she makes sure that she has people around her that help her with that. I'm wondering if we can't expect that everybody on these commissions or committees is a subject matter expert on bylaws. But there's got to be, I think there's got to be a little more concerted effort. There should be somebody, because if we're in essence taken out of the loop that we're not approving of or removing or amending them or that, and that's not, I'm not saying I want to be involved in that. I'm saying that within their organization, how do we help them understand that it has to make sense and it's what guides you. It's how you're supposed to operate.
I can answer that question. Google bylaws. You know what comes up? Ordinance. All these committees are governed by an ordinance.
I don't understand that connection.
Okay, so if they're governed by an ordinance and you want to make sure they understand their bylaws, then you hand them the bylaws when they take the seat. Normally, when you take a seat, you're handed the rules and regulations of that seat you're taking. The problem is they're not taking the bylaws seriously enough, and some of the bylaws, when they're written, are missing information on them. So where do you start the process? Do you start the process when they sit in the seat? Or is it a learning curve?
Good question, Heidi. I read this somewhere. Don't ask me where, don't ask me to put my finger on it. I can't do that. But the planning commission, their bylaws, it's their job to, we don't approve their bylaws. It's
Right.
in the zoning enabling
It
act
is.
somewhere.
Right.
I'm not sure about the zoning board of appeals. Not sure about that. Which is something to look into. What we could do is we could help them get some education on what bylaws are and then offer them the opportunity to have our legal counsel look at their bylaws, how they're written. And if they're correct or not, or maybe a planner. Somebody that has expertise on how these bylaws are written. Are they based on good sound principles? And maybe we have them, when they review them once a year, maybe we give them that opportunity to utilize an expert on them over us. Or we come up with a standard set of bylaws and say, this is what the township is using. Try to base yours off this, because with the planning commission, there's nothing we can do about it. But to get it up to a legal standard, we can offer that avenue for them. It's just a thought. I mean, we don't have to take it over for them. Because technically with at least the planning commission, we can't.
Yeah, I'm not advocating that we do. I'm just trying to figure out how they as a group understand that it is their roadmap.
It's an educational thing down.
Yeah.
And they don't take too many opportunities for the educational portion. And neither
Well,
does the ZBA.
I mean, you were on the ZBA for a long time.
Mhm.
I remember at one point, it was decided that the January meeting should be mandatory to elect officers, choose the next fiscal year dates, review the bylaws, and review the rules of procedure, because ZBA has their own rules of procedure.
Because you're not always going to have a case in January or even once a year sometimes.
I
Right.
actually
So-
think that comes out of statute. The January
does.
meeting, I think, comes out of
I
statute.
think
But
that's in
it's
the
be-
MZE.
Because we don't have cases every
Right.
month.
And so,
So they missed their January meeting this year. I don't know how.
Violation of the bylaw.
We've never missed since it's been put in place.
Well, apparently, Lois wasn't gonna be here to put she puts all those documents together for that.
but the
and-
bylaws doesn't say that.
It says that they have, that between the zoning administrator and the
Recording
recording secretary,
they
they help.
can help.
Right, it is in there.
I've read the bylaws, but it's what's
Right,
really
because
But
interesting.
this sounds
is-
like a case
the
where it was
chairperson of-
solely.
Our chairperson of the ZBA, is not one who has ever been asked to put documents together for ZBA meetings. He's never been asked to do that. I don't believe he would be comfortable doing that. And so it has fallen to the recording secretary and the zoning administrator to do that. And so, and apparently, they have 3 cases this month. So,
It was a communication issue in January.
Well, somebody should look at their bylaws.
And-
'cause
and it
public comment's
says,
not even
the
listed.
meeting don't, on the website, it says
That.
that the meeting is scheduled. Because we've always set aside those dates so they wouldn't get taken up with other things. That those are when the ZBA meets, the 4th Thursday of the month, if there are matters to be heard. We went through this a while back with somebody claiming I needed to go on there and put canceled every time a ZBA meeting is canceled. Well, the date is only on there to hold the spot. And they're not going to meet if they don't have any business. So it's not that the meeting was canceled, they simply didn't have any business. So,
But
I
I
mean,
think the question is if somebody goes to our website and looks or walks out to this board out here and looks at our list of published or set,
Noticed.
noticed meetings, they may very well think that there is a meeting going on because it's listed there. So. I mean,
As
Well,
point-
some townships don't list them, and then they just notice each meeting, as it comes up.
they put it out in the.
That could be
box
done
and they
too,
put
you
it on
know,
the
but,
website.
but you're not gonna get that then until, you're not gonna look ahead and see those dates, and then if, because their bylaws or rules of procedure say that they meet the fourth Thursday of the month, if somebody scheduled a meeting and then it turns out they have a case, well, that other meeting's canceled because they meet the fourth Thursday of the month. So,
And why do we list on the website? that
that's
there's
why it's
case
been
for
listed
October?
on the website, and it was done that before I got here.
So that it saves the place.
It's a placeholder for their monthly meeting date if they need it.
And just like we block out seasonal campgrounds, that can be done on the calendar. But it doesn't have to give a reason. And really, if we put it on the calendar as the township hall is busy, however we want to denote that, that's fine. But all of what I read, with the exception of the one blurb that says, and I think this is on the actual ZBA page, if business, if there is business to be conducted. Our other legal notices out here at the marquee on the website say the meeting will take place. And so I understand the confusion. So this was really a difficult package to go through. First of all, I didn't like getting a complaint that there was no information available for a meeting that was or wasn't taking place. And then the amount of confusion between just the internal members. I'm thinking,
Sounds to me like. they
Well, this is
rely very
because they
heavily-
only meet 2 to 4 times a year, and
But
they
they
don't.
also rely very heavily on the recording secretary to put the packets and stuff together. Well,
Bob,
if something happens to her,
what's
this is what happens.
what's the plan of attack? And so when you look at the bylaws, there are other people that should have been responsible for this. And that's not part of this business item, right?
Right.
So I think we need, as a board, we need to thoroughly review the bylaws, even of the planning commission. And if they wanna pitch a fit because, planning and zoning enabling act says we can't, well, too bad.
We were gonna send it
Because-
to you anyways to get approved.
Well, honestly, I think in this board packet, Rachel just gave us the approved minutes or the approved bylaws. And didn't you say in your report, you're changing them again?
Well, because we didn't have
What the heck?
And it has
it's a
something.
clarification, it's a
Yeah.
definition.
Well,
But isn't that potentially a solution? I mean, is it that they have to go through their bylaws every year? So if there's a change, even if it's grammatical, it's a clarification. Shouldn't that come to this board and say, okay, we made a change, we're giving you notice, we made a change. And here's why we made it change it, why it's changed, and it's been incorporated by you, it's been communicated to every member on our committee or.
So it's
commission.
notification, it's not permission. It's not approval.
That's right.
Right.
and
That's what I'm saying. So we're not inferior, but we're aware of that at that point, which then allows us to monitor, if all of a sudden a citizen complaint comes in and says, hey, they did this, or they didn't do that. Well, at least we're aware that, well, wait a minute, that was last year. We've been notified that the change was this year. They changed that this year, and which they have the right to do. Or wait a second, they're doing something that's inconsistent with what they told us they were going to be doing this year.
And I think we have to be able to review it for substance. Take in case the ZBA bylaws and rules of procedure or whatever it is.
They're so similar.
They're so backwards from one another, it isn't funny.
I didn't see it that way.
Okay.
Well, you know, Heidi brought up a couple times that there's no public comment.
Not the ones I did. Now I'm looking at, oh, here's some new bylaws. for
But
them.
when I was on the ZBA, we made that change
Yeah,
in the,
2017.
yeah, we made that change so that. it
Okay,
was
that,
in it.
made-
how am I
So why
putting
are they
up
using
by-
an old form? I don't know.
Right. Yeah. And to Don's point, why didn't somebody in the group pick up on that?
They meet so frequently, infrequently,
Yeah.
that I think that that's not what is on their mind when they meet, what's on their mind when they meet is the case in front of them.
Probably. And I've made some recommendations that maybe we just have them meet once a quarter as part of their training, right? But I still think we as a board need to thoroughly vet their rules of procedure, bylaws, whatever you want to call them. And when we see something that is a misalignment, we recommend to them to change it.
I mean,
Well,
we
there-
send the
there's-
bylaws to
Recommend
the
them
attorney.
look at it.
There's a word there you're using, recommend. I would like to know, when it comes to the ZBA, how is their bylaws treated? Are they treated the way through the zoning enabling act or whatever as the planning commission, or are they under the oversight of the township board? I would like to legally know that before we delve into it.
And so that's a potential good question, and I'm gonna say that they're under the township board. The only outlier here is planning commission.
Yeah, we sent ours to
But
the
the
attorney.
board
now.
already decided several months ago that nobody's bylaws were going to come to the board. They were going to be revised by them. They're the ones that deal with this stuff. They're the ones that are at the meetings. We're not at the meetings. We don't know what procedural things. We don't have a township board rep to the ZBA, so we don't get any. That's part of the problem, is that we don't have a rep to the ZBA, so we don't have any communication coming back from the ZBA. Oh, we did this, or we'd like to do this, and that might get some board comments or something, you know, but we have no information coming back. So all of a sudden we've decided, geez, we think we need to take this process over. This has already been voted on, that we do not approve the PrAC, the Planning Commission, or the ZBA bylaws within the last year. That's already been approved by this board.
And here's the results. Congratulations.
Well,
Yeah.
here
You don't want my
again, we don't have any, if you have some issues, who are you gonna send? You have nobody to, you don't have a ZBA rep, you have an appointed one. So, you can't tell the ZBA rep to, hey, you know what, at your meetings, could you please bring up, I heard this complaint. And could you please bring this up and see what the ZBA thinks should be done about this? There's no back and forth communication. And now all of a sudden you want to take it all over again. And just because you've got a complaint about something, you want to take it all over and interfere in their processes when they only meet 2 to 4 times a year.
Della, I apologize
So.
for what I'm about to say. Okay,
Take your best shot.
it's not at you, okay? But everything that's outlined here in this business packet, if you read it, happened while we did have board representation to the ZBA. So
We haven't had
Next
board
excuse.
representation to the ZBA, and when did you leave, Della? 5 years ago?
3 years ago, I think.
At least.
Yeah.
At least. So it's been a good long while, and so that communication process is broken as a result of your failure to appoint somebody
But
to
guys-
attend
well, tell me
ZBA.
who we can appoint, Cheryl.
We've
It's your
got,
failure.
Not my failure.
Well, it is.
It's you're the
then
one
why
who
don't-
has
why
to
don't you
bring
do it?
appointments.
Why don't you do it? You said you wouldn't.
You the one
Are
who
you
has
gonna
to
do
bring
it?
appointments.
Are you gonna do it?
Well, you got
I
Don you
think
can
we
pick
went
now.
someplace else here.
Yeah, you could appoint Don, because they have the PrEC has a liaison in their bylaws. Who said no, they don't?
I did.
Okay, I'm gonna pull those up right now, read it to you.
Okay.
You were
If
saying
you
that-
can find an approved copy of their bylaws,
You were saying that, Don.
Yeah.
or you can look in the
John.
ordinance.
I think
So
we've got somebody that complained that the meeting wasn't noticed.
it was noticed, but didn't
Was
take place.
noticed, but wasn't noticed that it was canceled.
And there
um,
is no process for canceling a meeting.
Well,
We know, we know that,
That's correct.
right?
Yeah,
so
that's
if
correct.
there's no process for canceling a meeting, it shouldn't be hard just to say it's canceled.
But
If there's no rules, there's no rules.
we tried that back, as I've stated earlier, and
As long as I have been here, if there has been a ZBA meeting or any meeting that had to be canceled, it was just noticed on our website. It was marked out on that door, on the window, in the glass case. We have never had to have such a big uproar or for a meeting that is canceled, whether it's from usually lack of quorum. If we know ahead of time, it's just canceled because of lack of quorum. If it's canceled because of bad weather, it's canceled because of bad weather. If there's nothing on the agenda, it's canceled because of nothing to talk about. I don't understand
I mean, if you
why.
want the chairperson of these bodies to come down here, walk in the door and at 7 o'clock or whatever their meeting time is, say, the meeting's canceled and walk back out the door, then, maybe you can make them do that.
I don't know
But-
why you have to do that. We've never had to do that before. The communication came into the township hall that said, we're gonna have to cancel this meeting. You did your job by taking care of that out there and posting it on the website, and it was canceled.
if you recall, our 6/21 of 22 meeting is when this particular item, Cheryl brought to the board's attention that there is no way to cancel a meeting.
That's what the MTA says.
Yep.
Well, I do
And
not
fully
believe that
support.
is the truth.
But that-
I agree 100%.
Yep,
Yeah,
There is
no way.
prescribed process or
So,
requirement.
Then we've been
Canceling.
doing it wrong since
So-
1976.
and what that
Yes.
goes to is, so what I've just said is if you want the chairperson to come down here at 7 o'clock and stand around here for 60 seconds and see if anybody shows up and they don't, then they go right back out the door. Somebody showed up to say that the meeting was canceled. But the entire board doesn't have to show up and say the meeting was
And
canceled.
that's not even required to have somebody come down here and tell you that.
No, it isn't.
Nope.
And,
No, it
and
isn't. It's
clearly,
pretty vague,
They
actually.
make
but-
a phone call well in advance so the people thinking they're gonna come here for a meeting could see it on the website. Oh, it's been canceled.
so
Isn't that more courteous and better service to our citizens? Rather than getting hung up on some rule that
Well,
there's
if
no
people
rule?
don't see a packet, they should assume that there isn't any
Well, they
meeting, but
won't.
yes, they could. Take the step and call down here, call the zoning office, call whoever, call Ron Pop, call whoever. And find out whether a meeting is going to be held or not.
and what authority
could do
do
that.
I have to cancel a meeting?
I'm not saying you're
Zero.
canceling one,
Zero
you're not,
Is the
You're not-
answer.
you're not canceling it.
So,
You would have been.
I don't know
I'm saying
why-
If you would have been told that they weren't going to meet, I'm just
What
trying
am I
to,
missing here?
Well,
because
you're missing
people-
this because somebody wanted to direct this into an argument. If you read the motion number 2, is that we simply take off the pre-noticed meetings a year in advance from the ZBA page.
we can't do that.
Yes, we can.
This notice right here by statute has to be posted of every regular meeting, and it has to be posted within a certain time of the new fiscal year.
Understood.
Right, and so if these meetings were set So they have to be on here. So what you want to do is you want to cancel all their meetings. And I'm telling you, this
I'm
notice
saying
isn't gonna get changed.
that we don't notice them until we know they're taking place.
Well, why don't you look around and see what some other townships do? Because I think Paradise Township does something different with theirs where they don't list dates because they don't know if there's gonna be a meeting or not. I've seen that they do something different about it, but this notice right here isn't gonna change before the end of the fiscal year, when a new notice is done. That notice is going to remain posted for the remainder of February and March.
Okay, so the new calendar that's listed there, of meetings, could have that statement for the zoning board of appeals on it.
If whatever the
Please
zoning
check
board
the
of appeals,
website.
and maybe someone should appear in front of the zoning board of appeals and explain to them why they shouldn't adopt regular meeting dates or something, but I presume that that's going to be on their agenda here just later this month. On the 22nd, I believe it is. And then again, I'm not sure that we should be telling the zoning board of appeals what to do. But if they adopt a regular meeting schedule, it's gonna be on this notice. Because that is a requirement.
Let the record reflect that that document Cheryl is referring to is not a statute required document. It is a document of convenience that's used here in Whitewater
not.
Township.
No, there's a statute that requires that all
Well, show me.
look it up in your MTA book, pal.
Yeah, I
Okay,
see
I-
nothing like that. in the
Well,
MTA
then you
pack.
haven't looked through it. This has to be posted by a certain date, all regular meetings. Just how we get the Board of Commissioners, county clerks send us the Board of Commissioners regular meeting schedule. They're required to post that. The County Road Commission send us their schedule. They're required to post that. Regular meetings must be posted.
So I'm good with the discussion portion, and I would like to move on to motion 2, unless the board has other things under motion number 1.
I'm not sure that it. Even a tape. That has to be posted. And I understand the difference of opinions. Posted. Okay. But it's there as a matter of planning and convenience. We, as the township, if we're aware that a ZBA meeting is not happening or a planning commission meeting is not happening, and somebody's available and could go in there and put canceled on the calendar, I think that's a good citizen service. I think that if somebody's not able to do it because we're not staffed full-time, and a ZBA meeting is scheduled for 2 days from now, and a citizen wants to know if it's going on, there's contact information on the website to talk to somebody within that, in that committee to ask them. The fact that that's posted, I think is a good thing, whether it's statutorily required or not. I think it's a good thing to have. It's a good thing to put on the calendar, but I think we're getting asked too much because if the state doesn't even have rules about cancellation, inclement weather, sickness, quorum, lack of material, I mean, we'll do what we can to communicate, but at the end of the day, there's still, if a citizen is seriously interested in it, I think they should look. No packet to me would be a sign that there's not going to be a meeting. And a phone call or two to ask whether that meeting's taking place is just good citizen service and take that call and answer it. But I think that to say that is, and I don't know what the complaint was, and it's certainly not misleading, it's not deceptive, it's not trying to play gamesmanship. It's just, here we plan our meetings, we're gonna do our best to have them, but there are circumstances that the meeting may not go, and that's not deliberate, that's just the way life is.
So what would be wrong with changing the words instead of will meet in regular session, may meet in regular session on these dates?
Semantics, but that's a softer word. That's, or, now you put, now you can say, okay, well, we'll meet unless mitigating circumstances arise. I mean, you can fluff
play
that.
with those
You can
words
fluff
any
that any
way
way
you
you
want.
want.
On the website for every ZBA meeting, it says, ZBA regular meeting or something like that, and then in parentheses, capital I, capital F, there are matters to be heard. So anybody who looks at the website knows right there that there may not be a meeting.
And
Now,
that's
we
why
can
you
add
check-
that to this document here if there are matters to be heard for the ZBA.
But by their bylaws, they should be having a mandatory January meeting.
By their bylaws, that's right, yeah. So,
Well, if
and I
we,
agree with your statement. The first sign that there's not a meeting is there's no packet out there of information to review.
yeah,
But a lot of people, the public, they don't understand, it's not their thing that they have to know, but ZBAs don't meet every month. They never have. Maybe in some townships in Detroit or Grand Rapids or something, maybe they meet every month. But up here, ZBAs don't meet very often. So, and the website says that.
but the notice of them meeting is what puts us in non-compliance with the Open Meetings Act, or at least conflict with it.
Then we'll add if there are matters to
And
be
so that
heard.
would probably solve it.
How does that?
Well-
No, let's just say
Yeah.
that they have to meet, because compliance with the Open Meetings Act. But yet, there is nothing in the Open Meetings Act or the state of Michigan that says that meeting can get canceled without notice, without reason. And there's no violation of anything, of any.
That's not the interpretation. That's not the interpretation that the MTA put forth. It's not the interpretation Cheryl had back in 22. When we had set a special meeting for something, got the business done early, and there was no reason for the 6/22 meeting. You, Cheryl, and Lois, you guys were here.
But that's special meetings.
Yeah,
It-
special meetings are a
Special
totally
meetings are
different animal.
different.
It's still noticed, a noticed meeting.
And
But
a
these-
cancellation of a special meeting, has to be posted. A regularly scheduled meeting is the one that has no criteria for cancellation on it. If we schedule, the way I understand it, and please, if I'm wrong, shoot me down. If we schedule a special meeting for next week, Tuesday, and on Friday, we decide that special meeting is not going to take place, we are required to notice that cancellation, because that is not a regularly scheduled meeting, it was a special meeting. Only regularly scheduled meetings, which is on this sheet, it can be subject to. You could show up here and the hall's dark, and that's the way it is.
That is not the interpretation that
Okay. And
that Clerk Goss shares with the MTA and that I share with the MTA.
Okay.
And if you would like, I can provide her emails on that topic. I did not put them in the packet.
Yeah.
Because I didn't think it'd be an issue.
Yeah, I'd like to learn it, like, just so I
So
know.
what we could do is make the notice on the door match the notice that's on the website. If business, you know,
Or if business, yeah. Yeah.
so then that's going to leave some type of question in somebody's mind that, well, do they have business? Then I would look for a packet. When will the packet be out? 5, 10, 15 days? I think the bylaws for the ZBA say, I think 5 days, if I remember correctly, maybe 7 days.
It says in the book, a general law or charter township board may cancel a future regular meeting by rescheduling or removing it from the board's regular meeting schedule while in a board meeting. But there is no specific procedure in statute for canceling a meeting of a public body in advance without action by the board in a meeting. The OMA does not provide for it. The authors understand that omission to be deliberate. The legislature intends that result because the OMA has been amended many times and provides for many meeting situations, but does not authorize canceling meetings. In real life, public bodies do cancel meetings. And that is because people assume you can cancel a meeting, especially if there is a safety issue like a snowstorm, for example. Likely, no one will take a township to court for violating the OMA by canceling a meeting due to a blizzard or other weather emergency. But if the public is already concerned about a public body's OMA compliance, it might further affect the public body's credibility. A public body should work with its legal counsel to determine when it may or may not be appropriate to, quote, cancel a meeting in advance.
Page was that on?
I think it was 136.
137, I think.
136 on to 137.
Okay, just so I can read that later.
Yep.
Thank you.
So with respect to the ZBA, I'm looking on packet page 342. And this is the impetus for my motion number 2. Depending on what document governs the ZBA, they have 2 sections called meetings. One's called meetings, one called regular meeting. One is labeled provision A, one is labeled provision 4.1. But it basically says that you're going to meet once per year. It's always in January, and I do believe that's statute. Any other meetings shall be called as needed in response to a notice of appeal. And that's all I'm simply saying here, is that this entire issue can go away if we notice the meetings when they are needed.
So in this case, you would say, are you suggesting that for the ZBA, the only one that's on there is January, and that is only, and then it's revised as needed, as a meeting is needed?
So how we want to play the words, we have to notice the one.
Yeah.
And
Agreed.
Well, then all of the ZBA meetings will be special meetings and only subject to the 18 hours minimum notice.
so,
Hold on a minute.
yeah, that's not true.
That's not true, because when they request a variance, you need 15 days.
Yeah.
Well, no, well, I get that, but that's a public hearing notice. Okay? So that's a public hearing notice that is required to be published and have the 15 days. So you could post that meeting 15 days in advance of that meeting. So that if people were looking for that, but mostly they want the public hearing information. But they will be special meetings, because if they don't adopt a regular meeting schedule, then the only other kind of meeting is a special meeting.
That's what 4.1 says in here.
So then what's gonna have to happen is they're gonna have to make sure that the clerk is notified of these meetings, so they can be posted if there's not gonna be a regular meeting schedule. I'm looking on Paradise Township's website right now. And under zoning board of appeals, they just have their members of their meeting. They don't have any meetings on here.
Do they have a calendar on their township site that shows if they have posted ZBAs?
Well, yes, they have a calendar, but apparently they don't, post those. They have township board meetings, planning commission. That's just it. So if you don't want them adopting regular meetings, there's just gonna have to be some advance communication, because they're going to be special meetings.
So you bring up an interesting point. What takes us from the body adopting the regular meeting schedule and then the notice? What mandates the notice of an adopted schedule? And I do think I do think there is a requirement out there that we have to adopt a regular meeting schedule. I think by the first normal business meeting of the year. And I think that's in section 41, MCL 41 something. That governs townships, but I don't know about ZBA.
Well, who does govern them?
That would be Michigan
that was
zoning
one of
and MEZA, I believe.
So are they covered under the same rules for bylaws as the planning commission?
No. Well, it's a different MCL. So I can't, that's all I can.
I think we
comment.
do need to determine that for sure.
Okay.
Okay, so in chapter 6, as this is page 131. So regular meetings, well, start off, what types of meetings are lawful? There are only 2 types of lawful meetings of a public body: regular and special meetings held in compliance with the OMA. There are no other situations or quote meetings where a quorum of a public body may lawfully deliberate toward or make a decision regardless of what you call them. Regular meetings. Under the OMA, a regular meeting of a public body is a meeting that is on the schedule of meetings adopted by the body and posted within 10 days after the first meeting of the public body's year, fiscal or calendar year. So that's where they have to be posted. Regular meetings have to be posted. And they always get posted as soon, usually before April 1st, because the planning commission meets very early in the month. So this needs to be out there so that we can, and if everybody has met and adopted their meetings for the fiscal year, which the ZBA has not yet, the board has it on the agenda. PrAC has already adopted it. PC has adopted it. ZBA has not, and is not meeting till later this month. So it won't be able to be posted until probably, maybe early March. But it's not even required to be posted that early. However, it is required to be posted. So. Special meeting is simply a meeting that is not on the schedule of regular meetings, called as needed to address business between regular meetings. Frequent use of special meetings with their short notice periods can be perceived by the public as an attempt to circumvent their attendance at meetings. Major or potentially sensitive business items are probably best discussed at a regularly scheduled meeting if there is no emergency or other pressing deadline. And that's why I think it's, now this applies to township boards mainly.
Right.
But still, I can just hear it. We don't adopt regular meetings for the ZBA, then the next complaint will be, well, we don't know what day of the month your ZBA meetings are. How come you haven't got that posted out for the calendar, for the fiscal year? That'll be the next complaint. You can't make people happy.
No, and I'm just worried about compliance with the OMA, right?
And I am too, and I just read you what the compliance is right here.
And the OMA doesn't allow you to cancel.
Correct.
So we have a conflict here. How do we resolve that conflict? And
Well-
that's all I'm trying to come up with here is a
Well,
way to resolve. that.
You've either gotta have regular meetings and you say, for the ZBA I'm talking about,
Yep.
and you say, if there are matters to be heard, you qualify it in the notice and on the website, as has been done for a long time now. You qualify it if there are matters to be heard, or they simply will have to have special meetings. Every time they need to do something, they will have to have a special meeting and it will have to be noticed. I think those are the only two options. And then what if the special meeting gets canceled? For maybe they don't have a quorum. So they show up here.
Snowstorm.
If they don't have a quorum, then they can't conduct their business.
But that's also addressed on 137.
That's right. Well, if
So-
they don't have a quorum, they can't have a meeting. So
Right.
that's a cancellation. But they're there to do it.
No, I think if you read on 137, it says that meeting shall be rescheduled. That's what I believe it says.
Well, it's not gonna be rescheduled on the night of the meeting. More than
'Cause they
likely.
can't. You can't,
You don't
if
have
you don't have a quorum.
Catch 22.
Yeah, it all is. So
Well, we spent a significant amount of time on this.
and what have we resolved here? We resolved that one other township doesn't post
And I
their
mean-
ZBA meetings.
Yeah, and honestly, if we've only had one complaint, why are we spending all this time?
And we could add that qualifier to the,
Yeah, so looking at packet page 344. And looking at motion 3, the last sentence. Meetings are held on an as needed basis. That's what's on the website,
Where on the website is that?
the ZBA page.
No, that's not what that says. Oh, maybe on the ZBA page itself, not on the calendar.
Yeah, on the ZBA page itself.
Okay,
And so if we put that verbiage, meetings are held on an as needed basis. In place of, I'm jumping up motion to motion 2 now. The Whitewater Township Zoning Board of Appeals meetings are held on an as needed basis for the 23-24 fiscal year on the following dates.
what you mean,
And-
24, 25 fiscal year,
Well,
because that's the upcoming.
I understand, but my motion is written as 23-24 because I believe that as the notice is currently written, we are in violation of the OMA.
And you know what? Call me a rebel, but I think finishing out this year, the way we've been conducting business since 1976, I think would be okay.
If that's the board decision, then that's the board decision.
Taxes, right?
So again, I'm gonna make my motion to be 23-24. And if you wanna strike it down, you can strike it down. But the Whitewater Township Zoning Board of Appeals,
Is this a motion?
I'm just still trying to craft it really, just to make sure it reads right.
I think you have to have the dates there with the qualifier on it.
Yeah, yeah. And so if you take a look at Cheryl's notice, right? And
Yep.
I think I put it in the packet. Did I put it in the packet? Is that on page 345 maybe? No, I didn't.
No.
So if you take a look at Cheryl's notice, we're not changing the dates that she has listed there. We are merely taking the words "will meet in regular session" and replacing it with "meetings are held on an as-needed basis." And then the following dates. We could also take a clue from the rules of procedure. If we're not out of the meeting by tomorrow, will my taxes be marked late?
Yes.
I just paid mine, I handed them to her.
You better hurry up. Back on page 342, it says the appeals board shall meet at least once during the month of January. Any other meetings of the appeals board shall be called as needed on these dates. So that's also a secondary opportunity.
Well, their rules of procedure say any other meetings of the appeals board shall be called as needed in response to receipt of a notice of appeal, so long as the meeting is scheduled within 60 days of the notice of appeal.
Yeah, but it has the as needed in there, right? In their bylaws, whereas the bylaws say you're gonna meet.
Well, you could simply say, well, this would be a change in their bylaws. But if you were changing the bylaws, you would say meetings of the zoning board of appeals shall be scheduled on the fourth Thursday of each month. And instead of saying held, they're scheduled on the fourth Thursday of the month, and that would always set aside that date for the ZBA, should they have any business to attend to.
And then how would we notice that? Would we notice it on your sheet with the words "will meet in regular session" or "will meet in
I
special
think you
session
just follow
as
this.
business is needed"?
Shall be held on the fourth Thursday of each month. On an as-needed basis. And then you don't even maybe put the dates. Now, this is not going to get revised because they adopted these dates, right? And there's already a meeting this month for sure. And we don't know if there's gonna be one in March or not. But I'm just saying, future renditions of this regular meeting notice, which is required. I think you would wanna say, shall be held on the fourth Thursday of each month.
And I think,
At 7 PM.
I think may be held. Because we don't know if there is business.
Well, then you qualify it with if there are matters to be heard. Please call the township offices to find out. Please call the township offices 2 weeks in advance of the meeting to find out if a meeting is gonna be held, because they know by then, because the notice had to be published for a public hearing.
You could just say, instead of all that words, you very easily add in call. Or a
Call
number,
ahead.
yeah. Or check website for upcoming cases.
And I simply say
But we're not gonna put the dates on the, but we're not gonna put the dates on the website. Because why would you, if you're not gonna put the dates on the notice here?
I'm
The
saying you
actual
put the
dates.
dates on the notice
Yeah,
with that qualifying statement.
Yeah.
So people know to check the website or call, do we have a case this month? We don't? Okay.
yeah, and I totally support that.
Well, when you put those dates on there, that's apparently why, if you put those dates on there, people are, they don't read stuff that closely, let me tell you. If you put those dates on there, they're gonna think that that is
that,
a meeting. That's why Paradise Township doesn't have any ZBA dates listed on their website, because
Then
they
they
don't.
must be posting everything as a special meeting.
Exactly. Because if, as soon as you put dates on there, people are gonna assume that there's gonna be a meeting. It's the dates on here that are telling people.
I don't know how in all the years that I was on there that we never had anybody be confused about it until now.
I know, it's crazy.
Hey,
Because I think as Cheryl read out of the MTA book, people thought we had the authority to cancel a meeting. And as it turns out, we don't. It seems odd to have a
it's-
meeting to cancel a meeting.
And that's another reason
Ridiculous.
you don't want the actual dates on there, because then somebody's gonna tell you, look, you put the date on here and there's no cancellation and you didn't have a meeting. You can't put the
No,
dates on there.
She got in trouble.
You can
because
only
they-
say that, that they shall be held on the fourth Thursday of the month if there are matters to be heard. And then it's on them to call and find out. They can look at their calendar.
And I
They can
guarantee
see
you,
when
when
the
we
fourth
do
Thursday
this,
of
we
the
will
month
have
is.
somebody complaining that we don't have dates listed for the ZBA.
Told you that
You
earlier.
cannot please everybody.
There will be complaints. No matter how it's done, there will be complaints.
So what complies with the OMA and be done with it.
So I'm gonna make my motion. Motion number one. Motion to discuss the interim controlled bylaws.
We did that.
We've done that and I think we're done with it. So I'm gonna make motion number two to amend the 23-24 regular meeting notice revised January 8th, 2024, public notice removing the Whitewater Township Zoning Board of Appeals will meet in regular session for the 2023/2024 fiscal year on the following dates at 7 p.m. at the Whitewater Township Hall. That's
There's
my
more to
motion.
your motion there.
Well, that's the one I made. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. I don't think we can discuss it anymore. Roll call when ready.
Okay, so we are gonna discuss it, so I make sure what you want here. So you want after the planning commission dates, you want to take out those two lines, this is what your motion is, remove those two lines right there. Whitewater Township ZBA will meet in regular session for the 23-24 fiscal year and the following dates at 7 PM. So you want to take out both those two lines, but you want to leave those dates in, and we have no idea who is, the body is that's meeting on those dates, or why the hell those dates are in there.
You said planning commission, but I know you meant CBA.
Well, I read right from the notice, Whitewater Township Zoning Board of Appeals, and that's what the motion is. And why I said planning commission is because I'm referring to the two lines under where the planning commission dates are. So picture this note, this change. This is per the motion. The change is that the planning commission stuff, we're not dealing with that. That's gonna stay the same. But the two lines ahead of the ZBA dates will be removed. But leave the dates in there. That's what your motion is.
The motion was made because we already heard from you, Cheryl, that you wouldn't be changing this document. So the motion was put forth thinking that it probably would not gain support and therefore fail. So-
Why are you
Because of the
wasting our time
dates, it's
making it
already
then?
been
Because Cheryl,
approved.
I'm sorry,
Because, I mean, if you had said that you wanted going forward for 2024, 2025 to change how we notice this, I'm all about that.
I understand that. I'm trying to address what I believe is another legal concern coming our way for Open Meetings Act violations. That's what I'm trying to do here. So if the board doesn't want to make any changes
His
to those
motion
notices,
Is to remove.
then
these
so
two
be it.
lines.
right? If we want to deal with it going forward, that's another conversation. This is meant to just address today.
So let me repeat the motion.
I know what the motion is, Cheryl.
I want
And I know
everybody
that
to
the
know what the
dates-
motion is, and Don's looking at the notice now, so while he's looking at the notice, I'm gonna reread the motion. Motion by Pop to amend the 23-24 regular meeting notice, revised 1/8/24 public notice, removing, quote, "The Whitewater Township Zoning Board of Appeals will meet in regular session for the 23-24 fiscal year on the following dates at 7 PM at the Whitewater Township Hall." That's your exact motion.
Well, I'll amend my motion just to make you happy then.
Well, my only point is, then those dates don't make any sense because no one knows why those dates are in there.
But we're in compliance. We don't have an Open Meetings Act violation, Cheryl. Yeah, I understand.
But the problem is
You'd
they've
like to
already,
laugh at those.
no, the ridiculous of thisness and the wasting of the time is what I object to. What's your amendment?
I'm confused. I thought you said we couldn't amend that document because it's already been approved and adopted.
Well, I'm saying that the zoning board of appeals has already adopted these dates. So you want to take out the two lines, you want to take out these two lines and just have these dates that have no connection to anybody or anything left in there. No one knows what the hell those dates are in there for if you take out the two lines ahead of them.
So you just got 12 dates hanging out there.
It's my point. And also, I just don't think you should be messing with the, there is a meeting on February 22nd. And then the only date that there could be a problem is March 28th. I mean, really, it's the ZBA who should be amending their own meeting schedule, not the board.
there's a meeting on the 22nd that is happening. Or at least planned to be happening. Us. The potential Open Meetings Act. They don't.
And if the February 22nd meeting would not happen, then all of those matters are gonna be re-noticed for March 28th. They've already paid their fees.
Is they have to be per this.
I'll withdraw my motion. But I can't do anything different, Ardella. I brought forward a concern of Open Meetings Act violations. And we want to find every excuse not to deal with them.
Oh,
I've done my job.
please stop attempting to frame what somebody else is saying as an attempt to not deal with Open Meetings Act violations. That's not it at all. I've already said it. I'm not gonna repeat it again, just a waste of time.
Thank goodness.
So,
Let's move on. It is almost 4 o'clock. Here we sit.
okay, but for the upcoming fiscal year, 24-25, this really does need to be addressed. And if they're having their meeting later this month and they're getting ready to adopt their regular scheduled meetings, they do need to be told if we're planning, or because we've saw an issue, it needs to be done differently. They do need to be informed so that they can change what they're doing on their end.
And somebody's got to educate them about the violation of not having a meeting in January and not doing what their bylaws said, so.
Okay.
Educate. That's what I was told.
What happened in January was, I believe, a miscommunication. It was not done out of malice.
Yeah,
It
I'm
may have
sure it
brought
was.
the problem forward. But this is a problem for all boards, not just the zoning board of appeals.
Like I said.
They just happen to be the one that doesn't have meetings every month.
Like I said in my memo, Board of Review is going to have this very same problem. Because due to statute changes about Board of Review responsibility in July and December meetings, we may not have any business to deal with. And so, again, State Tax Commission has been silent about the required July and December meetings. We're required to have them. No ands, if, buts about it. Okay, so how long do we hold those meetings that we have no business to attend to?
If they're posted for 6 hours, you're gonna be here for 6 hours.
The July and December meetings are not posted for 6 hours.
Whatever they're posted for. I think.
They-
it's- do they even have
they're-
to, right?
No, they don't.
So
They're
you'll end up
noticed-
having to meet, we'll end up having to pay everybody.
Yep,
And they will call the meeting to order and they will cancel the meeting.
okay, so,
Until you hear from the state tax. commission.
and we already have, I'll say guidance, although it's all verbal, that we won't hear because the OMA doesn't address it either. The OMA is silent on it. And so it's all about a meeting cancellation. You can't do it.
Well, let me tell you something. To say absolute can't and give no avenue is the reason why every township out there is doing it exactly the same way we're doing it.
Well, apparently not, because, Paradise doesn't, so.
Well, Paradise is only doing that for the ZBA. They're not doing it for every other board out there.
Right. There are
They
other
list
meetings.
all
Yeah.
the dates. They adopt them, they list them,
Yeah, the
They
ZBA
post
stuff makes total sense to me.
Yeah.
In terms of just being
So until the OMA decides to address a huge flaw. And it's a flaw in the way they've presented it. It is. Because to think that nobody is going to cancel a meeting where people can't physically be in the building to take a roll call and then cancel the meeting.
Well, what the
Is-
OMA is getting after is they don't want a board member unilaterally canceling a meeting without, the reason why it has to be done at a meeting is so that the board is involved and knows about the cancellation, so that one rebel doesn't just throw up a sign and said, oh, this meeting's canceled, we're not having it.
So if you don't have a quorum, you just gotta sit there all night for 3 hours?
I'm reading that
Because you
right
can't
now.
cancel a meeting that you can't
No, you
conduct?
can cancel a meeting, but if you can cancel it at a meeting ahead of it, right? Or if you don't have a quorum, and we've had that here, where we didn't have a quorum and we went home. Can't have business if you don't have a quorum. So that meeting technically is canceled, but it's for lack of quorum. But people were
So
allowed to
if
show
the
up.
ZBA doesn't show up, it's for a lack of quorum. They didn't show up. Ta-da! I'm sorry, but
Yeah.
we've spent an enormous amount of time on this for what appears to be an age-old problem that other townships are somehow dealing with. And I think we just treat it the way Paradise does for the ZBA, but they've got to be told. This is how we plan to treat it. So don't adopt something that lists out all your dates, which is what they're gonna do.
So is that the guidance that I move forward with?
In this board's opinion, this board member's opinion, yes. And I think we leave the 2023, 2024 alone.
Motion to direct ZBA to not adopt regular session meetings
Correct.
Other than their January mandatory.
other than January mandatory.
All future meetings will be posted as needed through special meeting
Motion to direct
procedures.
ZBA not to adopt regular session meetings within January mandatory gathering. And then I say, we just leave it at that. Because, and the reason I say we leave that motion just the way it is, if we take a look at 344. Nope. If we take a look at 342. The ZBA's got to decide which either bylaw or rule they're going to use. Because they both say something completely different.
Yeah.
And so if we tell them not to adopt the regular, we're letting them know that, hey, you need to address this, and here's some of the OMA concerns that we're dealing with. Here's how Paradise Township is dealing with it. Maybe there's some other townships out there that do something similar, and then let them develop how they're going to do it.
So are you planning on putting together a memo of instruction or what we've talked about, what we've discovered, and have it in their actual board packet for their business to look at?
I think I would like to put this entire business packet and into the ZBA agenda. Along with that motion to direct ZBA not to adopt a regular session meeting, and here's why. you know, first of all, you've got a conflict between your bylaws and your rules of procedure. So get that figured out. And then the next thing is it creates a potential meeting cancellation, which is not recognized by the OMA.
Okay. But you do need to put in there how we intend to handle it on our end when there is a ZBA case.
That's
We
right.
will be posting it or noticing it as a special meeting. So they understand how. I mean, it may need to be changed in their bylaws to reflect that information. Otherwise, it just leaves it hanging. It doesn't
They
complete it.
just,
And that creates a problem for the ZBA too, having everything be a special meeting, because special meeting agendas, the agenda has to be listed. The entire agenda has to be listed in the special meeting notice. Okay, and that is the meeting notice for the meeting, and that cannot be changed unless all ZBA members are present. So that's a different thing with the, I don't think we should do that, require, get them in a position where all of their meetings are special meetings, because that is going to mess up their agenda.
Cheryl, if we can't do it that way, we can't do it because we can't do it the way we've been doing it, because you can't cancel a meeting or it's a violation of Open Meetings Act. Which is the worst? You gotta
Well-
pick something.
Well, to me, the wording on this notice, instead of taking out both of those two lines right there, so we don't even know what these 12 dates are that are just floating around in the middle of the page, we would change the wording there. Instead of will meet, has scheduled the following dates. I haven't come up with anything perfect, but, has set aside the following dates. In case of,
How
you know,
does that
in
face the
case-
cancellation?
Because it's not
Because-
being noticed.
because it's not saying that they're going to be held as it currently does.
So how
say
do you
that.
call one then?
Oh, that's easy.
You've
and-
already got the dates on here. And if there's a matters to be heard, then they're gonna have it on those dates, but it leaves it open that if there aren't any matters to be heard, there won't be anybody at the township hall on those
And
dates.
my eyes are crossing
how
here.
easy that is.
It's either posted or it
I wanna
isn't
hear how
posted.
easy it is.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's
Yeah.
as easy as noticing the meeting. As if you were requested a special meeting for Thursday. We would post it out there at the township hall and we would post it on our homepage in red letters. That's how it would be posted.
So that converts it from a shall be or proposed to making it real. And take that date, instead of being it just out there being a possibility, what you're saying, what you just described, makes it now an active date.
Yes,
Okay, that is easier.
because it is a notice. What Cheryl has is a notice.
Yeah.
Because it says, we'll meet. So,
Will be held.
yep, will be held.
So we want to take that definitive nature away from that, leave the dates. And then just as needed, fire them up.
Cheryl had a good idea. The following dates have been reserved for ZBA business.
That works.
Language. I like that language.
But then you have to, well, okay, you could just say have been reserved for ZBA business.
Official meeting notice will be posted on an as-needed basis.
But this is already the regular meeting notice. This is the meeting notice right here.
Okay,
I think we were following Ardella's lead about moving forward to 2024.
right, not
20,
she said
right.
2024, not that.
Because I can see Cheryl's point that that's already been adopted, and what authority would the board have to tell the ZBA outside of a meeting that they can't, you know, so I guess if we are hit with an Open Meetings Act violation, then so be it. It is what it is. It's only 10 grand.
And if we, I mean, an Open Meetings Act violation that said, that's going to say that you said you were gonna hold a meeting this date and you didn't. Is that what it would say?
That's a
Well-
whole lot different than, you didn't say you were gonna hold a meeting and you did.
That's right.
That's more egregious.
Yeah, but in this particular case, because I think the January meeting was actually a statute requirement, that's the one that garnered the interest.
May I ask who made the complaint?
Highmore.
Of course.
So,
But I mean, here again, what are the damages? Because we said a meeting was, the notice says a meeting will be held, but no meeting was held. So there certainly wasn't any business conducted outside of the public's eye.
I mean,
What are the damages?
appreciate the bringing it to our attention that something needs to change going forward. And bringing it to our attention, but I don't think it's something that we can solve right today.
And
I
that
think
would-
we do need to resolve it for the new fiscal year.
the worst part of this was, it wasn't the person bringing it to our attention. The worst part of it was none of the people on the committee knew if they were having a meeting or
yeah,
not.
that was really the.
And I
the-
saw Carl in the grocery store.
Well, if they hadn't gotten a packet, then they're not having a meeting. They're always called
That's what I pretty
before the
much said.
meetings.
That's
They're
not-
always,
No.
yes, it is true. Yes, it is. They are called, they are contacted, they are mailed the
Not
packet.
this time, but okay, whatever, Cheryl.
I find that hard to believe, but, anyways,
So did.
no one had
Trust
any,
me, so did
no
we.
one had any damages because nothing was conducted out of the public's eye.
So Della, moving forward,
So wait a minute. We have a motion on the table. There was no second.
so I expanded Ardella's motion a little bit, and so I want to converse with her to see if this fits what you were thinking. You wanted me to direct the ZBA about how to potentially correct these things in the future. And so we need to tell the ZBA the violation of the Open Meetings Act versus the regular scheduled meetings. So the motion was to direct the ZBA not to adopt regular session meetings other than the January mandatory meeting. And then in their notice, instead of adopting the regular meetings, they would adopt the following dates are being reserved for ZBA business.
For potential ZBA business.
Okay. Or potential ZBA business. Official meeting notices will be posted on an as-needed basis. Or if business, if there is ZBA business to be conducted.
Pretty plain.
But what
Official.
is an official meeting notice? That was your verbiage.
Yeah.
What is an official meeting notice?
um,
Because there's only two kinds of meeting notices,
Okay,
regular meetings
And special.
and special meetings. The regular meeting is already posted on here as a potential date on which ZBA business will be conducted. There's no other notice that can even be posted because it's not a special meeting notice.
Okay, so going forward in 24, 25. Is that the statement you're making? Or is this for 23, 24?
I think the motion is directed at 24, 25 is what I understood, even though
yeah.
it doesn't explicitly say that.
Yeah, but your last comments were directed at 23-24's current meeting notice schedule, correct?
No,
No?
I'm just saying this is a regular meeting notice. It shows all the bodies in the township and the dates they have set. I'm just suggesting that the wording could be changed under Whitewater Township zoning of appeals to say I like the word reserved. Whitewater Township Zoning Board of Appeals has reserved the following dates for potential ZBA business.
But how does that resolve our situation with cancellations?
Because they're not going to be held if there's no business.
So you'll have to find a packet.
No, no.
In my mind, Ardella, we have moved from, we've reserved these dates. I'm sorry, we removed from will meet on these dates to have reserved these dates. And then the additional tagline is if business, if there is ZBA business.
Still posting these as meeting dates. The words are just semantics here. You're just playing with words. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. So we would still be held to the Open Meetings Act. I'm not seeing the difference. Just because we let people know there's possibility it's not going to happen, but here's the dates. And then we adopt that. That now makes that a
Look
posted
official.
meeting.
What did you say, Cheryl?
It makes it look official.
Yep.
And as I say, people don't read the fine print. They're not gonna read that have reserved. They're just gonna look at those dates and go, oh, there's a ZBA meeting. And I went to the township hall and it was dark. And so
Maybe
they
that's-
canceled a meeting and they didn't tell me.
Maybe that's how come Paradise doesn't even list the meeting dates. For some reason, we're hung up on that this regular meeting schedule needs to be adopted by the ZBA. I'm not sure who said that, and I'm not sure what statute authorizes that. I'm not sure that that's a true statement.
Well, I think you'd need to check the zoning enabling act to know what they say. Because that would take precedence over what is written in any bylaws
Right.
or rules of procedure.
Get reading, it's lots of pages.
So then we're not going to have any
I'm
We-
looking on Acme Township's website right now and I see no mention ZBA meetings, none whatsoever
Isn't that interesting?
on their calendar. I'm looking only on their calendar. I don't know.
So to move beyond this. Let's just have a motion to direct the ZBA not to adopt regular session meetings,
There you go.
period. Okay?
Except for
Other-
the January.
Other than January gathering, okay? And then. So that's motion one. Motion two would be, maybe this is one of those questions we send off to legal.
Yeah.
Maybe they've dealt with this. I don't know. I really don't know. Why I didn't say it earlier, Ardella. I didn't think this would be a controversial issue. I just didn't. But we certainly run it up and down the tree. So motion one will be to direct the ZBA not to adopt regular session meetings other than January mandatory gathering.
Can we put the word dates in there? Because when you say adopt regular session meetings, it seems like it should say meeting dates.
Okay. So the motion is motion to direct the ZBA not to adopt regular session meeting dates other than January mandatory gathering. Can I get a second?
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Valmuth,
Yes.
and it can just be explained to them that it's a OMA thing that you technically can't cancel a meeting, so it's not that we're trying to restrict them from having meetings, it's just you can't put dates out there and then have people thinking that's a firm date.
Second motion is motion to have legal provide solutions for future ZBA session dates and proper notice requirements.
I'll second that.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion. Roll call when ready.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Valmuth,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes. Yes.
Goss, yes.
Motion to adopt the 2024 mileage reimbursement request form presented by the clerk dated January 1, 2024, as amended, and to record it into Appendix B, the Whitewater Township Policy and Procedure Manual.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
My only comment will be that in the past year or so, the IRS has changed the mileage rate mid-year. And so there would be another mileage rate. There would be another mileage reimbursement request that apparently would have to be voted on. So I guess I believe that we have always paid the IRS rate. We don't have to pay the IRS rate, but we have. So I'm just letting you know that the form could change.
And my focus here is just making the document readily available to everyone so they know where it goes. And hopefully someday soon here, we get our policy and procedure manual with the appendices right online. So if somebody needs a form, boom, we can direct them to the place. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Goss, yes. Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Valmuth.
Yes.
Similar notion with motion 2, motion to adopt the undated expense reimbursement request form presented by the clerk as amended and to record it in Appendix B of the Whitewater Township Policy and Procedure Manual.
I'll second. Go ahead.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? I would. put
Isn't there a revision date down at the bottom? I don't believe it's undated.
I was gonna say,
And
the
corrected.
copy I have could have been cut off. But if there isn't a revision date on there or a board adoption date or something like that, would that be a plausible addition?
Yeah, that's pretty standard, don't you think?
I would, and like I say, I don't know if the copy I have was cut off. So we'll add board adoption date or revised date.
I'd rather have, board adoption date. Personally.
Is that good with the other board members? Because I concur.
I'm good.
Are there any other recommended
Yeah,
changes?
I don't, honestly, I don't really think the form needs to be adopted by the board, but, it's, unless you want to change it, unless you want to make some changes to it or something, it's the same expense reimbursement form that's been here since I don't know when.
It is, Cheryl, but it is all about internal controls. So if we do it for the least important document.
Okay, where do you want that in the motion then?
Will we do it for the most important document? That's kind of the routine we need to try and get into here.
Where does it go in the motion? Okay, you're adding to the motion that the document will have a board adoption date?
No, it's, the motion is as revised, and so we've revised it to add the date, the adoption date. The motion was as amended, excuse me.
The motion doesn't say as amended. So far, all I've heard is discussion. I haven't heard an actual amendment of the motion. So what is your amendment?
Well, first of all, the motion to adopt the undated expense reimbursement request form presented by the clerk as amended and to record it in Appendix B of the Whitewater Township Policy and Procedure Manual should be the motion that you have written down.
I do have that motion written down, but what is the amendment?
And I believe we discussed here, the amendment would be the board adoption date.
Okay, Pop stated the amendment will be the addition of a board adoption date. That's the amendment.
We've never listed the amendment in the emotion, in the motions before.
What do you mean? They've always been listed. If you,
Okay.
if you have an amendment, well, okay, you say that, but then that doesn't tell future boards what you amended. Because the document isn't in the minutes. So,
Any other questions? Roll call when ready.
Bennett,
Yes.
Valmuth,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes. Yes.
Goss, yes. It's the same as when you make motions and you say as listed above. And you haven't listed the things that are in as listed above. Those things are not in the minutes.
Just easier to say the motion complete instead of as amended. That way anybody going back can see what it was you voted on. Including us.
Motion to adopt the 2024 payroll processing periods dated 1/8/2024 and recorded in Appendix B of the Whitewater Township Policy and Procedure Manual.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion. Roll call when ready.
Goss, yes. Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Valmuth.
Yes.
Motion to approve the Elk Rapids Youth Baseball Association request to install no more than 20 5x3 advertising sponsor banners at High Bray Park on the baseball field I would think that'd be the baseball field fence for the 2024 baseball season.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
I think it's kind of a tragedy that Amber has to come back here every year. It seems like these should be for a couple, 3 years or something. I mean, we've had the program now for several years and it just seems
Just to
that
show
they
you
do the
the,
same thing every year.
just to show you the tragedy in all of it. Milton Township requires the signs to be taken down every game,
That's the
and they
problem.
allow one.
Hmm, well,
So
Amazing.
they're
the
not as
tragedy.
community minded as we are apparently.
Actually, they're very cautious about who gets one of those signs. You know what? Whatever one of those signs cost, I'm gonna get one. And let's see you suppress my amendment rights.
I'm gonna get one too.
Uh-huh.
I know what I was gonna say.
It's a bad idea to go more than a year at a time because you can't.
I think this is a bad idea in general. Because
Okay,
Have
hold
not
on a
been
minute.
abused.
it has
Okay.
not been abused.
Hold on though. Okay. Don't take a really good thing here and turn it into a bad thing.
Right.
Because number one, everybody complained because we gave Milton Township money for paddle anthem. Okay, Milton Township has never let anybody put banners up in their community, and now they're letting us put banners up in their community that advertise our things. Are we working
Putting
together
banners
here?
up in Milton Township?
Apparently you didn't read this.
And we have never, we gave Milton Township some money, but it wasn't for paddle antrim. Those are two separate.
I thought it was paddle anthem. You gave them to help with signs on putting,
Oh, we gave
Kayaks
paddle antrim
and-
some money, but it didn't go through Milton Township.
Milton Township was something different,
okay,
but you're on the right track.
can we just not destroy something that is good for the kids, please? I mean, I even asked Amber, I said, why don't we go like 3-4 years when you write this? And then we started thinking about it. We were like, no, let's see how it goes this year before we do that. Because we don't know how this banner thing's gonna work with Milton. What if they
We
get
already
banned?
know how it works with Milton. They cannot leave the signs up after the game. They come down and they are allowed one sign. One. No more.
And I don't really care what they do in Milton Township. Let's.
Wait,
let's
one
vote on this
second here.
motion.
You think they're only putting up one banner?
I know they are.
In Milton Township, not Whitewater. Whitewater, there's up to 20 we could have there.
Well, I was under the understanding that they could have several banners. They just had to be taken down after each game.
One. And that comes from Chris Weinzappel, Supervisor, Milton Township. Sorry, Chris.
Well, that's kind of a problem because there's an awful lot of banners in this picture other than one.
But that's from.
That's our
Whitewater
field.
Township.
These are yours. They didn't even, she didn't even show you the, I thought she put a picture in here of Milton. I told her to put a picture in here of Milton's field. Oh, well,
It's time to
So-
go home and eat.
I'm good with the 1 year. We'll chance it. Any more than that, you know, we just run a risk of having signs up there that are inappropriate or not along the community lines.
But to give Amber credit, I am sure that is being monitored on her end.
Yeah,
She's,
it is because they don't want to destroy any of this. This is gonna help them get more kids into pay for baseball.
further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Comment,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes. Pop,
Yes,
Bennett.
yes.
motion to adopt resolution 2401.
I'll make the motion.
I think you just did.
Second it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ron. I thought you were just reading it off. Yes, I will second it. This is the second time today I've done that to you.
That's all right. I rarely make all these motions, but I'm trying to move it along as quickly as I can. Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Bennett,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Glenn,
Yeah, yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bowman.
Yes. We're gonna have multiple sponsors on there, just only one banner. But multiple sponsors can be on that banner. I gotta go see this one.
This is a one banner.
Point is, it's one band.
That's what,
So
that's not what I got sold,
inadvertently
so.
left my phone in a different office because of the closed session. So for the next business item, scheduled date, I need to have my calendar. I'd like to have a moment.
Well, would you like me to go get it for you?
No,
I thought maybe you didn't want to get up.
because this close to the door, I might not come back.
I thought this was the other part, but it's,
No, that's ours.
but it does say multiple sponsors. Because I know somebody that bought one for each. Okay, we'll see how it goes.
I had 2 nights of really rotten sleep because my dog has decided that she can't sit still for more than 5 minutes at a time.
All right, so motion to schedule budget work sessions and the budget public hearing. Can I get a second?
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? I'll make a motion to have the budget public hearing on March 26th.
It works for me.
Where'd my calendar go?
No,
What day is it?
I'll second that.
Tuesday.
You said
Heidi.
March 26th?
Yeah, Heidi, in your one of your documents, and I believe it was your trustee report, you said that these meetings would be scheduled in the evening. So every phone call I get complaining that these will be scheduled in the meeting in the evening and they're not, I will direct to you.
Okay, I think they should be in the evening, but
So
okay.
I've not set a time for the 26th. I'm allowing you an opportunity to do that. So if you would like to schedule one in the evening and the other board members agree with it, now's your opportunity.
Well, you're scheduling the last one on the 26th,
Yep,
correct?
that's our drop dead date. That way Cheryl can get the public notice in the newspaper.
We should be able to have that one at night because we should be all done.
Did you just do this?
Yeah, I'm telling you, you gotta give them something at night. You're giving them nothing else at night, so. I don't really care at this point because they're still gonna call me and complain, so it isn't gonna matter.
Sounds like it comes with the
Are
gate.
these the same people that were complaining about, and you voted yes on having all the meetings for this fiscal year at 9 AM?
I didn't vote yes to have those meetings.
Yes, you
No,
did, ma'am. Go
no.
back and look at the
I
minutes.
will.
I brought
will.
this up at another meeting and pointed it out to
So
you.
are we just talking about this one
Well, good.
meeting?
If she's gonna talk about other stuff, then I got a question for you, Cheryl. but I'll wait till the next, I'll wait till the
Okay,
next.
so we're just talking about this one budget public hearing,
Yeah, you need like.
And I'm-
the last one.
I'm throwing out the idea that it could be an evening meeting. Because it is a public hearing.
It should be short, right?
Well, I
Because
don't
we're gonna
know.
get all the work done before that,
Oh,
I'm ready to approve the budget as it is.
but you can't do that because you can't be the only one making the decision.
I
get
agree.
that.
Isn't
So-
the only thing we need to decide here what time this meeting's gonna be?
Yeah.
Well, what time do you want it? I want it at 9 o'clock. That's my vote.
7 p.m.
Because it's a public hearing, I could do 7 PM.
All our other public hearings have been at 9 a.m.
Oh, this is a budget thing,
that hardly anybody ever shows up to.
right? Yeah, yeah, that's the reality.
Yeah.
It is.
So that means we.
And there won't be anybody here past 9 o'clock. If the meeting goes after 9, I guarantee you, it'll look just like this, because they can't stick with it. They're too tired. That always used to happen when we had meetings in the evening. There'd be no one here after 9 o'clock.
What do you think, Don?
Yeah, I'm gonna be absolutely crucified for saying this, but my grandkids are here that week. And I would rather be spending time with them at 9 a.m. knowing that they're winding down.
Gosh, I got two for tonight.
And so I agree with Cheryl. I would typically do a 9 a.m. But simply put that I would rather spend that time with my grandkids in the morning and burn a couple hours in the evening.
Yeah, and get crucified for that. All right, 7 o'clock it is?
Big old sap. 7
Is the
PM.
motion gonna be amended to add the time? The motion currently does not state a time.
Cheryl.
Just say the time.
Just put it on there and let's move on.
Well, do you want to have a meaningful motion or not? I mean,
The
It
motion
should
wasn't
state the
finished,
date and-
Cheryl, because we were trying to.
well,
get
it sounds
forward.
like it is finished now, so
Yeah, and so
I'm
you would
asking
add
if you're
7 PM.
amending the motion.
Motion to schedule a budget public hearing, 3/26/2024 at 7 PM. At the Whitewater Township Hall,
577 Vinton.
Williamsburg, Michigan. 49690. That's my motion.
Got it.
Will we be setting any other dates for the budget?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I would think so.
Those are all
Other-
gonna be separate motions.
I don't think that's necessary.
I don't know.
Mm,
So is there a second to the new motion?
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Okay, roll call when ready.
Valmuth,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Glenn,
Yes. You call Benick?
I just did.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Oh,
I didn't hear.
I didn't either.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I did call it Benick.
Yes.
I mean, if I got a vote, she's gonna.
That's right.
Motion to schedule a budget work session Thursday, March 21st at 9 AM.
Do you have the dates of these that you're gonna propose in chronological order? Can we just get a complete list?
I'm working from the deadline backwards. Sorry.
You don't have dates that you're proposing?
Yeah, I do. So what I would like to do is do the Thursdays and Tuesdays of the weeks leading up to that deadline. So that would be the 22nd, the 19th, the 12th is already a board meeting. I've got board of
Okay, I'm
review.
sorry, I was trying to get that down. What are the dates you're proposing?
I've got board of review on the 14th. And so, that leaves us with, let's see. We could potentially have March 5, March
Nope.
7.
We're out of February.
Yeah,
We're not doing any in February.
we could.
No, I'm just wanting to know. I thought maybe I missed something.
No, I would just was at the end date working backwards. I'm sorry.
So
Made sense in my calendar.
March, what?
I'm not good the 5th.
5th, 7th. Meet on the 12th. You said you had board review on the 14th.
Yep.
That leaves the 19th and the 21st. And
I-
realistically, there's 4 dates there, 5, 7, 19, 21, and we probably need 3 of them.
Is this the meeting cancellation thing, Don? Because I think we already beat that horse.
I told you.
So we're not doing one in February at all?
Well, Cheryl's got elections coming up, right? And
Yep.
so,
You can have meetings without me.
Oh,
Gotta
no.
have a meeting in February? Go ahead and have it.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, I'm banking on this one now.
I agree with you, Art.
I'll even call in sick at work.
I totally agree with you.
so the budget document's out, right? And so you can go through a red line
Where is that at?
on the website.
It's on the front page.
News to me. I don't check the website every day.
The proposed budget is out there
Yep.
Yep.
and we haven't looked at it yet. As a board.
It's my responsibility to get it out. And that's what I did.
Yeah.
It's just a starting point.
It's just something on paper.
It's out there in PDF format as well as Excel.
Does the Excel document have the formulas in it?
None of them are visible.
Well, no, of course they're not visible, but are they in the document? So that if we download it and we make it, we make a change, we can see the bottom line change. Are the formulas in there?
In the right far columns, 2 columns, yes. In what
They
is
should
that?
be in all the
Ad-
columns.
Adopted?
All
No,
the columns with
Good.
money.
no, because I'm not gonna allow a change to what I've put out there as a proposed budget.
Oh, right,
So-
but the recommended column should have, well, because, yeah, we're gonna make changes, for sure.
At the
So-
meetings.
At the meetings. And so we'll wanna see that the numbers, how the numbers add up, how that changes the bottom line.
It will.
So they should be in there.
Same thing we did last year.
Yeah,
Those
And
were
the year
columns.
before, and
Well, although
Okay.
we put our changes in the, what's the next column over? I forget.
Isn't amended,
Cause he brings them in the recommended column.
then it's, I can't think of the title either, but there's a
Yeah.
column to the right.
There's another, I forget. The last one's adopted. That doesn't happen until after the budget
Right.
public hearing. But, yeah.
but we can use that.
Okay, so what are we looking at here?
I don't know, I just need to know to put it in my calendar.
So.
Okay, what time of day are these?
These are at 9.
These
yeah.
all need to be at 9, yeah.
I'm gonna recommend 3/21, 9 AM. 3/19 at 9 AM.
What was the first one? I'm sorry.
321, 319 and 321.
3:20.
I can't do the 14th at 9 AM, but I can do it at 7 PM if you want to get a
Nope.
night work session in
Nope.
there, Heidi.
And what night was that?
Nope.
That would be on the 14th.
See,
I
can
like the
do
7th. We can do the 7th at 9 AM.
We have a board member who feels a night work session is important to people that she talks to. So this is a possible date because the hall is busy with Board of Review from 9 AM to 3 PM.
Just putting it out there, I may not be there. I'm only gonna do one night session for the budget public hearing, that's it. So you can set some at night, go ahead, but I likely will not be there after I've been here all day.
That's how I feel when I sit here all day.
Would you like to try and schedule another evening meeting?
Which night did you say you could do it on?
14th. March 14th.
I'm okay with that at night. Works out better for me because I'm working all day the day before.
I can't do the 14th.
Okay,
I can't do the 14th.
all right. So then what about the 12th?
That's our regular meeting.
Oh, yeah,
I'm not gonna be here at night for that,
right. Well, never
for
know.
another meeting.
I mean,
We just never leave.
we could just tag on.
Well, it's
We'd
almost
order
5
dinner
o'clock
in.
right now.
We could just tag on. So that brings us to the
Sorry, Don.
7th. And that is an MTA meeting. Don, I know you normally go to those.
We could do it at night.
I assume do the 5th at 9 AM.
5th at 9 AM.
And because I think typically out of that first session, at least for me, there's things that come out of that we're leaning towards or whatever, and I'd like a little more time to kind of get some research done on some things. So
Trying to get on.
I think that 5th, for the 5th, the 7th, the 19th, the 21st.
Well, don't we normally say,
On the 7th? I thought you said we couldn't make this.
Oh, no, 7th, no, I didn't.
Okay.
7th, you're right.
Is the 7th gonna work for you or not, Don?
The
No.
7th,
It doesn't work for him.
no, the 7th works.
I mean, MTA
Oh, no,
meetings
yeah.
are not
I
that
mean, I don't
important.
have to go to the MTA meeting.
That's
because
right.
If the 7th works, if the 7th works for everybody, that's fine.
but that would be at 9 or
yeah.
at 7?
9. So if you want to do the 7th instead of the 5th, that's fine. I can do the 5th or the 7th at 9 AM. Whatever consensus is.
I say,
I thought you were doing both of them.
I say we do both.
Okay,
And then maybe we,
We're
let's
doing 2 days in 1 week?
The
Yeah.
thing is
Yeah.
that we normally say, let's say we started on the 5th. Normally we would say we're gonna do fire first or plan commission first or parks first. Normally we say what we're going to be doing. Are we doing that?
We can. I know that Brandon has got his budget ready and I've given him my recommendations. We did not have an opportunity to meet this year in person like we normally do. I normally prepare a fire budget. He normally prepares a fire budget. It's a real learning experience for me
I'll be
every
done
year.
too.
But we didn't have the opportunity. The ceiling was in the way. His water heater got in the way. There were lots of things that got in the way. So I've given him my hard copy, but we've not discussed it. So I know Brandon's ready. And we've always started off with fire. So let's start off with fire. But I don't see why we can't do fire and general fund.
And work on some general.
On the fifth?
Yeah. And then if we're going to do Thursday at 9 AM. Let's assume we got fire done, and so we'll do general and all other funds.
You just say all funds.
Why are you doing 2 in 1 week and not spreading them out a little?
We're never gonna get through fire and general. I mean, unless we're gonna be in it all day, and I doubt I'm gonna be in a meeting, a budget work session for the entire day.
And so let's
So we're capping these?
leave those two as the only ones as the only three we notice. The 2 in March, 5 and 7, plus the 26, which will be the budget public hearing.
So we're gonna leave these two open.
But then let's leave our other Tuesdays and Thursdays that we've discussed open.
The 19th and the 21st.
Correct.
Open as far as,
Our schedules as board members, and then we'll decide on 3/7 or 3/5, maybe 3/7. What dates are gonna work best? We'll know, we'll be 2 days deep into the budget document.
I thought we just set 3/5 and 3/7 at 9 AM. Did we not?
Yep.
I mean, we've never waited ever. In the almost 12 years I've been on this board, we have never waited till March.
Hey, pick
To
a
start,
February date.
excuse me, Heidi, to start the budget work sessions. And if that's what we're going to do, then we need to schedule these 4 dates. Because we will be working on budget, and if we come to find out on 3/19 that we don't need 3/21, then we can cancel 3/21 on
At a meeting.
3/19.
At a meeting on the 19th.
That's what I just said. So I don't see how, I mean,
Okay,
and
that's
I
fine.
would just as soon do one notice for all of the budget work sessions. And then one notice for the budget public hearing. I don't want to have to do another notice. Because what, you're gonna wait, we're not gonna meet again. Well, we're gonna meet on the 5th, but then I gotta hurry up and do a notice for a couple weeks later. That's stupid.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Well-
We've always chosen 5 or 6 budget work sessions. Now we're only choosing 4. I hope we get it done. So I'm gonna notice these 4 dates. So that they are out there and so that they are blocked off on the calendar so that no other and no one else can grab those dates. That's another issue too, is you don't want other people saying, oh, I want to do this on such and such a date, or some group wants to meet in here in the evening or something, homeowners association, I suppose at meeting at 9 AM, they wouldn't, but they usually want to be here in the evening, but picking less than 4 dates right now is,
Efficiency.
less efficient.
I tell you what, if it takes you 4 meetings to go through that document.
It's always taken at least 5.
Yeah.
Always taken at least 5.
I don't think it will this time. Matter of fact.
Okay, what dates are we setting? I got other crap to do. What
I
dates
would
are we
expect a
setting here?
motion to accept the budget on 3/7. That's what I would expect.
No, you can't do that because that's a budget public hearing.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
It is.
So if you want to notice the 19th and 21st, then notice
You
it.
can always cancel.
So I'm fine with that. Notice those 5 meetings.
3/5 at 9, 3/7 at 9, 3/19 at 9, 3/21 at 9, and 3/26 at 7 PM.
Yep.
And are you sticking with that 3/9 I'm noticing as fire and general fund, and the other 3 are all funds?
Yes, right?
3.5 was at fire and general funds, and then 3.7 was all.
I'm opposed at labeling, I'm sorry. I say all funds on all meetings. What happens if we have a problem with fire?
Yep.
We need to get some additional answers.
Then we're screwed.
Then we're screwed because
Exactly.
we didn't notice it correctly.
Well, if
So all
everybody's
funds,
there, you
Then
can.
all
you
the
can
other
change
ones
it.
say all funds.
just all funds.
All funds.
Yep.
That's fine.
So 3/26 is the one that's gonna be at 7 PM. Everybody good? I'll take that as a yes. New business 15, we've already covered under closed session, so that brings us to new business number 16, MTT request Clover, Michigan LLC.
Second.
I didn't make a motion yet.
I was gonna say, yeah, he hasn't made a motion.
Damn it.
Full of Bennett.
Everybody got Dawn's email, right?
Yeah, the one she sent with the calculation.
I have a question. Do we pay her with my notes here? Does she get a 1099 or a W-2?
Both.
Both.
Say
Yes,
thank you,
right.
state of Michigan.
Thank you, state of Michigan, but
Oh, you're welcome.
I guess they're violating their own rules here. But, okay.
I'll make a motion not to defend this MTT case.
I will second that.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion.
I didn't see anywhere that explained the reason why she uncapped the property. Does
I didn't
anybody know what that is?
I have explicit knowledge.
Well, I tried to find the board of review minutes too, but I only found 21 and
Is that
22.
something you could share, or is that private? Is that a private matter?
No, it's public.
Talk to us.
So why was it uncapped?
The parents had a trust. That trust owned many assets, including an LLC for each of the children. And so when the parents' trust distributed funds to the child LLC, it uncapped. Because the
New
parcel
owners.
was in a trust, so it was named person trust, right? In this case, it was Clover Family Trust. Now the property is deeded to, we'll say, Clover Family LLC. That is an uncapping. However, the argument is that the LLC was under the umbrella of the main trust.
The Family Farm Trust. Clover Family.
Yep. That's in a nutshell what
I
it
understand.
is.
It was merely a satellite within the same space.
And
Different-
there were a
different-
couple of moves like that, okay? And so it didn't go directly from the parent trust into the child LLC. It made a couple of different moves before it got to the LLC, all under the main umbrella of this main trust. So the question
Hey,
that
Trace.
the Board of Review really
talking to you
struggled
today.
with is um, can a trust move an asset to a different division that doesn't have the same ownership or membership listed on it? For example, Main Trust has grandpa and grandma. Lower in the trust ladder comes the child LLC that doesn't name grandpa and grandma, just names child.
So that's an uncapping.
And that's what Dawn created it as. That's what the Board of Review kind of thought as well and supported Dawn's uncapping. And then again, the family argues that even though the membership is not the same, it's still under the trust. And so the property never went outside the trust.
What's Dawn's recommendation on this? I don't see it.
Dawn wants to fight it. She wants to have an answer. And I think I kind of led to that. Dawn would like this to become a case study, something that you see in the Board of Review training. It is complicated. There's, I don't know, 125 pages of documents.
She paying for legal expense?
No, we do. And so that's why I had Dawn generate the financial impact to us. And as you can see, it's about $1,400 a year. And so I'm thinking it's been a long time since we've defended one of these. I'll bet it's no less than a 5-year payback. And so
You mean a 5-year payback?
What it would cost us to defend
You're
it.
saying 5 times $1,400 is what it's gonna cost us?
oh yeah,
Well, that's why
yeah.
I think you're so light on that number.
And I probably am.
Yeah.
I think the last one that I brought to the board was a number of years ago. Maybe even before 2019. And I think then we were paying between $4,500 and $5,500 to defend one of these. This one is for sure all of that. All of that.
I don't want to pay to be a case study. We don't know what they're gonna say with it being under the umbrella as you're talking about. I mean, it'd be nice to know if there was some way to know if this has ever come up before, and if it has, what did they decide? That'll give you some idea. I mean, do they have a database that shows? The Michigan Tax Tribunal?
Yeah, I don't know about that. They must, because in some of our training, they provide case law, right? But I don't know if that's from a database or if that's actually from like Blacks. Or whatever the new name is now.
I'm gonna bite you next time you do that.
You're talking 125.
Kids out of the car.
So research, right. I don't know how you get away from less than 10.
Yeah, it could be. I thought I was being, conservative at a 5-year payback. If I was looking at it from purely a business point of view, 5-year payback's a good deal.
it's manageable. I mean, it's not a good deal. It's just kind of a cost of doing business deal is what it is. You just sunk cost, but yeah, just look at the documents here, so. So they have filed, right? It's on a docket.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
So when was this in front of us? The board?
Would have been at our I'm sorry, December Board of Review.
2023?
Yep.
Didn't waste any time. So maybe be fair to that statement. Do they have a specific performance period, like 60 days, to contest it? Is there?
Yeah, I honestly thought it had expired. But clearly it hadn't, or I was unaware of when they filed, right? So, and I believe that number is like 30 days.
It needs to be a quick turnaround.
Mhm.
So there is. You get county equalization in there, Elk Rapids School Board. Is there any sharing of the defense expenses on this, or is everybody responsible for?
We
Or
are
is
the
it- is it-
responsible party.
So
The sole
because
responsible
it's
party.
solely on us.
Mhm.
It's just the same way with collection of the personal property tax.
Yeah.
It's our sole responsibility. It doesn't get turned over to the county. And we get the least amount of money for it, but it's our
Yeah.
responsibility and expense.
Mhm.
State could change that. That'd be cool.
Yeah, state could change all this, right? I mean, that was my original argument in the beginning, is that these are the state rules we're defending.
Right.
Why are we defending the state's rules?
Why are we paying for it?
Yeah, it's their fight.
You're stuck with them right now.
So do we have further questions or comments? Heidi, I know earlier you had a comment about something about value. Was that from Dawn's email?
Yeah.
Or okay,
I was trying to figure out how much this was really gonna cost us, but
well, Dawn did a real good job at laying out what each individual tax levy here for the township would generate. I think for the township, it was like under $200, wasn't it, or something like that? 240 maybe. Fire department was about 500 and ambulance was about 600.
it's like about 13
Round numbers.
bucks.
Yeah. $214 towards our operating, 578 to fire, and 552 to ambulance. 1345. 72 cents.
Carol, input on it?
It doesn't sound like it's worth defending. However, I do see, that I think like some other things, if it gets out that Whitewater Township doesn't defend tax tribunal cases, some other people
On a
may say,
case by
what the
case
heck, let's
basis.
file one. No, I get it, but
You said
Put
let's fight
ideas in
this one?
people's heads.
no, I just said that
Where
if it gets
this would
out
come into
that-
play would be, the big dogs, the people with, significant property. Waterfront properties are generally higher in taxes. And we have a lot of, new property that has been, property that's been acquired, old homes tore down, huge 7,000 square foot homes put up in the same And a lot of those are going underneath corporate names, LLCs and stuff. So I
But
could,
they're changing family hands, aren't they?
right, but I'm saying farther down the line, they're going into LLCs. You know, and they're going into, and they'll make their children a part of. So if mom and dad die, it's still under the LLC. So it's not gonna change names. Well, does it? I think we're gonna be seeing more of it. I don't think this case, and we don't see a lot of, thank goodness, tax tribunals. I think I've seen 3 since I've been here that I can recall. There may be more that I'm not recalling, but.
So in that respect, are you thinking we should defend this so we don't create a precedence of not defending a case?
I do understand what Cheryl's saying,
Mhm.
but no, I'm not saying we defend this. I'm saying that it is something that we're gonna have to think about for the future. And it would be nice to know if they've already, if the Michigan Tax Tribunal has already had one of these cases and how did they decide? I mean, does Dawn know something we don't know?
No, I've only ever been through one tribunal case. And it
So,
was in-person hearing. And the assessor of Whitewater Township presented his information. I think my 12-year-old presented our information. And we prevailed.
so that's your experience with it.
Mhm.
When you hear Michigan Tax Tribunal, you think it's some big government organization that has multiple people working for it. They, like the IRS, they have sets of rules they have to go by. Are you telling me that's not what this is?
Well,
There's 2 parts to it.
yeah, there are.
This is an entire tribunal
This one-
appeal,
This one will.
which is more complicated,
Yeah.
takes more time to defend, more costly to defend. Others, we've had others filed that didn't ask to be in front of the entire tribunal. And that Dawn can handle.
This isn't, Dawn is our representative, not an attorney.
Not in front of the entire tribunal. Dawn would not be our representative. That's why she's asking us to defend this, because it would be attorney fees.
That's what I was, clarity.
That's what I thought.
And Dawn generally doesn't represent us on any tax tribunal matter.
Well, we've had others we've folded on too, so she didn't have to.
They weren't worth the cost.
Yeah.
We've had a few of these, but they're far and few between.
Less than 5
Over what period of time?
decade.
This Don's willing to take.
I will say that although your point is well taken on lakefront properties or properties with massive amounts of acreage, I will tell you, people are much smarter figuring out how to move these assets without putting themselves into a position of high tax liability.
You betcha.
They're just smart. I mean,
They should be sharing that information.
well, and I think, it's what you've said, Ardell. I mean, you don't have to go far to look at, let's say, lakes down, there's Orchard Lake down in, closer to Detroit. I mean, a mom and pop cottage, right? Just, you'd think it was, just little out there, Kuwait, and, just this little small burg all lined with shanties. And all of a sudden, money in Detroit came out there and started buying up these properties and building the $4 million houses out there. And the complaints through there was, man, they had shell companies and everything, LLCs and everything, and they just moved things around to minimize those types of caps. And that's 25, 30 years since then, and I think they just get smarter. I think they just get smarter.
Well, they learn what the rules are and they
You know,
use them.
I'm looking at going $1,350. We've got, I think we got all of 5 into it, maybe closer to 10. If we've had 5 of these in the last 10 years, I'm not, and then given the complexity of this one, I'm not sure this is the one that you cut your butter your bread with, because there may be other ones that come along that are much clearer and worth and become more of the mainstream. You know, at this 125 with all this stuff sounds, it's like, you know, there's this tunnel down the middle that's filled with a lot of this activity. Is this so far out to the left or right? It's an outlier, and a case study on it doesn't do anything, because there's nothing that, when's the next time we see something this particularly complicated come down the pike? Because they're not going to apply that standard to something that's much more simpler. It just, at least that's my layman's opinion of that. Yeah,
Are we ready to
I know
vote?
where I'm at.
Roll call when ready.
What's the motion again, please?
Yeah, I'd like to hear the motion again, please.
Motion to not defend the MTT case. Bennett,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Pop,
Yes.
Bellmuth.
Yes.
Thank you for indulging me to think out loud there for a second. I needed to.
No, I wanted to hear it too.
I wasn't paying attention.
It's probably a good thing.
Tabled items? Board comments or discussion? Next regular meeting, March 12th. Public comment in the hall. I see no public comment.
I might make one. Eddie Valmuth, 8388 Winnie Lane, private citizen. Somebody has to let me know as the assessor. Township employee.
Heidi, is there a reason you can't bring that up during board discussion?
I was going to, but he moved so quickly, I couldn't get my book open.
Okay, because if you're paid to be here, I don't view you the same getting up to the podium and saying private citizen.
Well, I'm kind
I
of
don't.
confused with what I just voted on for her, because I'm reading this book and it says the STC. Blah, 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 but. Figure it out soon.
Yeah, I'll explain, Heidi. It's simple explanation. Okay, out in Zoom land, I see Connie Highmore. Good afternoon. Thank you for staying with us.
Good afternoon. To clarify things, I did not make a ZBA meeting complaint on January 25th, 2024, as Ron Pop stated. I'm the one who made a call to his office because I was looking for the agenda to the mandatory January ZBA meeting. ZBA meeting confusion seems to stem from the fact that the ZBA bylaws state that the January meeting is mandatory. I couldn't find the agenda. The township website is not easy to navigate. Do you know where the ZBA bylaws are? You have to go to the ZBA's most current January meeting to see them and search from there. Where is transparency for their ZBA bylaws? A board member stated in today's meeting that the January meeting has always taken place. That's how bizarre this circumstance was. One person on the ZBA thought there was a meeting. Another person on the ZBA said there was no meeting. You want to poke a citizen for being confused, but your own ZBA members didn't know if you were having a meeting or not on the day of the meeting. Clerk Goss, I completely understand the calendar when it says ZBA if there are matters to be heard. I know to look for an agenda. When I couldn't find one, that's when I made the call. Supervisor Pop called me several days after my call looking for the agenda. He informed me he found several Open Meeting Act violations that he was bringing to this meeting. Don't blame me for your long drawn out mess today concerning the ZBA meeting calendar wording. Supervisor Pop, you threw me under the bus on that one. I only asked you to direct me to an agenda to a mandatory ZBA meeting. You concocted the rest of this ZBA conversation. You started a paragraph in the agenda today that says corruption on the ZBA webpage is noted. Nothing was even discussed about corruption. Seems like addressing corruption might be more important than saying Connie Highmore filed a complaint, which I will repeat. I did not file a complaint. I was looking for an agenda. I feel you owe me an apology and that you take responsibility for the ZBA subject circus you put the whole board and the public through today. Another fiasco created by an elected official, drawn out for almost 2 hours, and then blamed on a citizen. Take responsibility for this, Supervisor Pop. I'm not your fall guy.
Thank you. And there was another hand up, but that person is now gone. Hands seem to rise and then leave, so I trust there's somebody who wants to say something. I'll take this opportunity to apologize to Connie Highmore. I received a phone call from her, and when I said her name today, it must have been in regards to who made a complaint. And so I will retract a complaint statement. But Connie is the one that turned me on to this abomination. And so I'm not trying to put her as a fall person. I'm actually trying to thank her for bringing these things to light. Because we might find ourselves in a court of law where we have to cross our T's and dot our I's, and this doesn't look good. So Connie, my apologies. I was more thankful for what you had pointed out. So fiasco or not, this is reality. This is what happens behind the scenes. So call it what you want. So I see no other hands up at this point. Oh, there's one. Hello, Vicky.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, so this has been a very long, dragged out meeting. I'm sure you're all hungry, and I've waited to address a concern that I have regarding a situation that just happened at the Township Hall on Sunday. And I keep pondering it, and it really disturbs me. But I had showed up there to pay my tax bill and put the payment in the outside drop box, but it was obstructed by a green ladder. So I wasn't sure if that ladder was blocking, so you shouldn't use that box or not. I opened up the Township Hall door, knowing that Clerk Goss's car was in the parking lot and that somebody was there. And I was greeted by a dog. I don't know what breed it is, but it appears similar to a shepherd, but I'm not saying it's a shepherd. It doesn't look, doesn't have the coloring of a shepherd. and the dog was barking. Luckily, I don't have a fear of dogs. But I'm concerned if someone had walked in that township hall who had a fear of dogs, this could have triggered a liability risk to the township and its citizens. The dog was barking at me, not aggressively, but do you expect to find a dog inside a governmental building? I've never encountered that before. So when I asked about if I should use the drop box, I was informed that that ladder was there because it had just been utilized for putting up a security camera for the absentee ballot set up outside the hall. My questions are, is there a policy regarding dogs being in the township hall? If so, and if dogs are allowed, should a dog be on a leash? Should it be kept so it's not roaming freely? Should there be a note on the door? Or the door even be locked? Many people are fearful of dogs for various reasons. But I do know many dogs pick up on a person's fear. When they pick up on that, that can cause dogs to get unsettled, uneasy. Not all dogs are predictable. And I feel it puts the township at risk for dealing with liability of a dog bite or an attack. I'm also concerned about people who have allergies, maybe asthma. Or what if someone walked into the township hall with a small child that's face is at the dog's height? We don't know how a child would react. We don't know how a dog would react. So I'm just wondering, should the township be exposed to the risks associated with the dog being in the building? Does the township need to notify the insurance provider? Because homeowners, if you have certain breeds of dogs, they want to know about that. Some of them won't even insure you. So I'm just feeling that there are enough bleeding wounds in the township and liability risk that we don't need to add any more. So I just want to bring this forward as something that should and be discussed and come up with a plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion seconded. Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? We'll call when ready.
Bennett?
Yes.
Goss, yes. Glenn?
Yes.
Pop?
Yes.
Baumit?
Yes.
Adjourned at 5:28. Well, that's good. So I thought. I'll give it another.
Where's your laptop?
In China somewhere, figuring out what's wrong with it.
I mean,
I got Alex down here because I used it for Zoom because he left without it, but I guess I'm the
There's what?
keeper of that right now too.
Gotcha. I like him.
She bought HP.
Dylan, what do you want me to do after the meeting?